Chapter 466. After dealing with the man-eating primary school zombie, Lin Xiao walked towards the direction where the smell of living people came from. There were people there, not necessarily in the direction of the base, but if there were people there, there must be intelligence. In a shopping mall a few kilometers away from the Pluto base, there was a parking lot, a supermarket, and a warehouse. At this time, a group of people were quietly staying in a hidden warehouse. It was dark inside, and because there was no power, there was no light in this sealed warehouse. There were more than 20 people squatting or lying in the warehouse. 5 or 6 of them were children. The youngest was 10 years old, and the oldest was about 12 or 13 years old. These children were originally raised by people in the base, but because Long Yubai attacked the city, their parents died in battle. They were all boys. If it was girls or Yang Jianhua, Long Yubai would feel that they were useful, but boys were useless. So these children became the targets of elimination. The rest of the people were young men in their 20s or 30s. A few of them stood in the 4 corners of the room, holding flashlights in their hands, acting as light bulbs for everyone. In addition to these people, there was also a woman who looked about 30 years old. The woman sat by the door, holding a pistol in her hand and turning a few bullets in her palm. "Sister Wan, they have been out for a whole day, they should be back by now." A child of about 12 years old couldn't help but ask because he was sitting close to the woman. Duan Wan's hand that was playing with the bullets paused slightly, then she turned to the child and nodded. They should be back soon, be patient." Could it be that they have been discovered? Every time they sneak into the base to find food, it's too risky. A thin man next to her said with a worried expression. If they don't go to the original base to find food, then do you think there will be anything to eat outside? The area within 100 miles of the base has already been swept countless times. What food can they find? The dirt? Now we can only see if they can successfully bring out some food from the base. Duan Wan said indifferently. The others looked at Duan Wan, and after thinking about it, they couldn't help but ask the question they had asked countless times these days. How long do we have to wait before we can leave? Duan Wan, you keep telling us to wait. We have waited for so many days. Can't we leave? Duan Wan looked in the direction of that person and said, "Wait for the news that Yang Jianhua brings back." But Yang Jianhua has been back for so many days. What kind of news can he bring back? Can't you find out? The man asked in confusion. That's why Li Hongxing and the others were gone for so long today. They should have brought back some news. Duan Wan said with uncertainty. "Sister Wan, I'm hungry." A little boy beside her muttered. At this moment, Duan Wan suddenly felt movement outside the door. She couldn't care less about the child's cry of hunger. She quickly and nimbly loaded the bullets into the magazine, then buckled the magazine on the gun. She turned around and leaned against the thick gap of the door to listen outside. Seeing her actions, the others immediately became alert and stared at her quietly. Hearing the familiar footsteps coming closer, Duan Wan heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and said, "They're back." Although she said so, she didn't open the door immediately. Sure enough, not long after, someone knocked on the door. "Duan Wan, it's us." Hearing Li Hongxing's voice, Duan Wan called 2 men over to help open the door. After the door was opened, she saw a few men outside holding flashlights. Seeing the door open, they immediately flashed in. After everyone came in, they immediately closed the door tightly. "How is it? Is there any news?" Duan Wan asked anxiously as she looked at the people who came back. Li Hongxing was a very thin man wearing a pair of glasses. If it weren't for the several gun holsters strapped to his body, he would look like a very gentle person. He put the backpack on the ground and squatted down. "There are some. Come eat something first. Today's luck is good. I dug up some sweet potatoes from the original planting site." Li Hongxing said as he took out the things from the backpack. The food they went to find was the food grown by the Valkyries. Although the base was in chaos, because of the chaos, many of the crops that were previously planted in the ground were not cleared. Even if Long Yubai and Yang Jianhua sent people to dig up the food, they wouldn't dig so carefully and would always miss some. The people who came back with Li Hongxing also said excitedly, "Yes, not only sweet potatoes, but also some cassava, sweet potatoes, and even taro. But these have to be cooked before we eat them." When Duan heard this, she quickly asked, "How much did you dig?" Li Hongsheng said, "A total of 3 bags, enough for us to eat for 3 days." The 3 bags he mentioned were actually the bags of the backpack. As he spoke, the other 2 people also put down 2 bulging bags. Duan immediately said, "Then hurry up and cook some to eat first. The children have been hungry for 2 days." After saying that, someone immediately took out a stainless steel pot from the corner, and the water and ice ability users got water and ice cubes together. Then 2 fire ability users directly used the flame of their ability to boil a pot of water, and then put the peeled cassava, sweet potatoes, and other sweet potatoes into the pot to cook. Seeing that they were busy cooking, Duan called Li Hongsheng to the side and asked, "What's the news?" Li Hongsheng pushed up his glasses and said, "I heard that Long Yubai went to Haicheng and said that he was going to deal with Deputy Leader Yuan." Duan asked in surprise, "Deputy Leader Yuan? He appeared?" Because Yuan Tianxing had been missing for almost a month, everyone thought that he had met with an accident or had defected. But people like Duan, who often worked beside their superiors, knew that Yuan Tianxing would not betray Lin Xiao, so they only guessed that Yuan Tianxing had been secretly killed. Now that she suddenly heard that he had appeared again, it was no wonder that Duan was surprised. Li Hongxing nodded. "Yes, and I heard that Deputy Leader Yuan is still with Captain Lin and the others. It seems that Yang Jianhua didn't do anything to them, so this time Long Yubai personally went to deal with them." "Really? It's great that the captain and the others are fine. But why would Long Yubai personally deal with them? Is it necessary?" When Duan heard that Lin Feng and the others were fine, she immediately became happy. But when she thought that Long Yubai personally went after them, she couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Li Hongsheng thought about it and said, "I think that his purpose in going there might not be just to deal with the captain and the others." Chapter 467. That's possible, but Long Yubai still won't let the commander and the others go. He's really a scum. The base has already been destroyed by him, what else does he want? Duan nodded and gritted her teeth in hatred. This Long Yubai has always been a very ambitious person, and he looks like he's very kind on the outside, but he's actually a cruel and merciless person. "I think his purpose for going to Sea City this time isn't simple," Li Hongsheng suddenly said after thinking about it. Duan looked at him blankly for a moment, her eyes flashing a few times before looking at him with some hesitation. "You mean, it can't be? Does he have such a big appetite? Can he eat Sea City base?" Li Hongsheng shook his head and said, "I'm just guessing, there's no proof. So I can't make a judgment." Duan thought about it and felt that it wasn't very likely. If Long Yubai's purpose for going to Sea City this time was to investigate or infiltrate Sea City other than Yuan Tianxing and the others, then it was very likely that he would do it. Because in Long Yubai's eyes, a mere Netherworld King's base with a few 100,000 survivors was not enough to satisfy his ambition. However, when she thought about Long Yubai's ability, he might not be capable, but he had many ways to rope in helpers. If he had such an idea, it wasn't impossible. Duan thought about it and suddenly felt that Li Hongsheng's guess was still possible. Now that you mention it, I feel that he does indeed have this ambition. Just our Netherworld King's base alone is not enough to satisfy him. Li Hongsheng nodded, then asked her what she planned to do next. "Then what should we do next?" "Right now, Yang Jianhua is still guarding the base, and I also heard some bad news. Yang Jianhua starved those ordinary people to death. They starved them to death." Li Hongsheng's face darkened when he said that Yang Jianhua had locked up those innocent people and starved them to death. Duan was stunned when she heard that, then she stared at Li Hongsheng with a shocked expression. "What did you say? He starved them to death? Didn't you say that he and Long Yubai would bring them to Earth Dragon Base?" "No, those who were brought to Earth Dragon Base were all less than 30 years old. Those who were left behind were all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Furthermore, it was said that Long Yubai had given the order to kill all these ordinary people. It was just that Yang Jianhua had not taken action yet. However, he has already started to cut off food and water for the captives." Li Hongsheng shook his head. "They are simply too inhumane. This Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai are simply two beasts." Duan's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Hongsheng continued, However, it seems like Yang Jianhua will keep the families of those soldiers alive, but the number will probably not be many. Although they knew that Yang Jianhua would still use those relatives to restrict the freedom of the soldiers, the number of people was not high. Since so many people had died after the apocalypse, everyone's family members were basically dead. Even if there were any who were still alive, there were very few who could be found by their side after spending so many years. The others around them also heard their conversation, and they all fell silent. Duan Wan gritted her teeth and asked, "Is Yang Jianhua preparing to wipe out all the survivors in Hell King's base? In that case, how many people could survive? He's simply an inhumane scum." Towards the end, she already didn't know what words to use to describe this cruel and inhumane tyrant Yang Jianhua. No, he's not going to wipe out the Hell King's base. He's just giving up because Yang Jianhua has already discussed with Long Yubai that he will bring all the Hell King's resources to the Earth Dragon base. Therefore, very soon, not only will the people in the Hell King's base be killed, but the base will also be destroyed. Li Hongxing shook his head and said in a heavy tone. Duan Wan fell silent. After a while, she muttered, "Are we really going to leave here? If we leave here, where can we go? Sea City?" In Duan Wan's heart, she didn't want to leave this base. Because she had lived here for 5 years, she had always regarded this place as her home. However, now that her home had been destroyed, they had no choice but to live outside, hiding in the zombies' territory. In their team, there weren't many people with abilities. More than 20 people, excluding a few teenagers, came down. As for the other ordinary people, there were 7 or 8. Duan Wan now led Li Hongxing and the others to protect the lives of these ordinary people and children. She also had to go out to inquire about information and look for food. After spending so much effort outside the Hell King's base, she wanted to see if there would be a chance to return to the base. However, now that Yang Jianhua actually intended to destroy the entire base, the wall used to block the zombies would be the first to be destroyed. Then, there would be no protection in the base. "Big Sister Wan, didn't we agree to leave here?" After hearing Duan Wan's muttering, the children on the side were somewhat puzzled and pulled her to ask. Duan Wan lowered her head to look at the children's expectant eyes. She could only sigh and nod. "Then we will leave." The children continued to ask, "Then where are we going? Is there food? Is there a blanket?" For him, as long as there was food, a bed to sleep on, and a blanket to cover him, that was the happiest thing. Because the weather was cold. Because this warehouse was in the basement, compared to the night temperature above ground, the temperature here was a little higher. In fact, these children and the ordinary adults here had some old and dirty blankets, thick clothes, and so on. Because there was not enough blankets, there were also 2 people huddled together to keep warm. However, this was only temporary. Fortunately, because this was the south, it was not very cold right now. However, everyone knew that the current situation could not continue because in another half a month, it was estimated that there would be a big drop in temperature. At night, everyone would not be able to withstand the cold. Li Hongxing looked at her and said, "How about we also go find Deputy Leader Yuan and the others? Apart from this, I can't think of any other way." They could still maintain for a short period of time, but what about in the future? They had to have a long-term plan, otherwise, everyone might lose confidence and persevere. Duan Wan was silent for a few seconds before nodding. "If the situation is really as you said, and Yang Jianhua is going to starve everyone to death, then we still have to go back and take a look. We can only collect enough supplies and food from the base before we can run the long distance to Sea City." Li Hongxing nodded. After all, if they wanted to collect enough supplies now, returning to the base was the easiest way to get them. Duan Wan asked, "Do you know when Yang Jianhua is going to take everyone to evacuate?" "Not yet." Li Hongxing shook his head. Chapter 468. Lin Xiao leaned against Duan Wan quietly. When she was outside, Li Hongxing and the others happened to return. Therefore, she followed them down to secretly gather some information. She did not expect to see Duan Wan here. She looked at the conversation and attitude of these people and knew that Duan Wan and Li Hongxing were the leaders here. She knew Duan Wan. She only knew Duan Wan. She didn't know anyone else, including the man who was talking to Duan. However, Lin Xiao was very happy to see an acquaintance here. However, after hearing the conversation between the two of them, her heart sank again. Yang Jianhua deserved to die. However, before killing that man, she might be able to make a deal with Duan and the others. With her current appearance, she could not get close to Duan the moment she appeared. She knew Duan, but Duan did not recognize her now. But it should be soon, Li Hongxing replied to Duan's question about when Yang Jianhua would leave with everyone. The surrounding people could not help but say with hatred, Are we going to let this bastard leave so easily? He made us homeless and killed so many people. Even the leader of the Nether Fire was forced to death. Are we going to let him go just like that? I can't accept this. Duan was stunned when she heard that. She turned to look at the person. It was a child around 13 years old. His voice still had the childish clarity of a child, but his tone was filled with deep hatred. The little boy said unwillingly when he heard Duan say that they were leaving just like that. The others shone their flashlights on the child's face. When they saw his expression, everyone felt the same unwillingness. However, what could they do even if they were unwilling? They did not have the ability to kill Yang Jianhua now. They could not even deal with his subordinates, let alone Yang Jianhua. Duan sighed and walked in front of the child. She said to him, So what if I can't accept this? We don't have the ability to kill him now. We will only be sending ourselves to our deaths if we go. Have you forgotten about the companions who went a few days ago and never came back? Previously, their team didn't only have this many people. Back then, hundreds of people had gathered together. However, many people hated Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai to the bone, so they couldn't help but want to deal with them. At that time, Yang Jianhua had not returned, so Long Yubai was in the base. However, Long Yubai's subordinates were powerful, so every time he went, some people would be sacrificed. After a few times, only Duan's group was left. The little boy gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, filled with intense killing intent and hatred. He said, It's because everyone is dead that we can't let that scumbag Yang Jianhua live like this. Sister Wan, please think of another way. I don't want to see everyone die in vain. As he spoke, he tried his best to widen his eyes and they suddenly turned red. Duan looked at him. In her heart, she also wanted to cut Yang Jianhua into 8 pieces like they did. However, if they went there now, they would only be sending themselves to death. What else could she do? No, we can't deal with him now. If we want to deal with him, we'll have to wait until we have the strength to do so. As long as there's life, there's hope. Listen to me, all we have to do now is endure. She patiently persuaded everyone. If you can help you kill Yang Jianhua, can you promise me one thing? Suddenly, a light voice rang out among the crowd. Because the light in the warehouse was not strong, they suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Who is it? Duan was the first to react. She instantly raised her gun, and her movements were so fast that they could not see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, she raised the gun and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. After the others came back to their senses, they immediately took out their guns and raised them in their hands. Soon, they were all aimed at Lin Xiao, who had suddenly appeared behind Duan. Duan also reacted quickly. When she saw everyone staring at her back, she instantly turned around to avoid this position. Lin Xiao raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. She said with a faint smile, I'm here to help. Don't be so nervous. She glanced at the people who had retreated the furthest away from her in an instant. Finally, her gaze moved to Duan's face. At this moment, Duan was as shocked as everyone else. How did this woman sneak in without making a sound? However, she quickly glanced at Li Hongxing and saw that he was also very surprised. Only then did she have some ideas in her mind. It seemed that this woman took the opportunity to sneak in when Li Hongxing came back. However, just now, everyone's lights were indeed shining at the door. They saw Li Hongxing and the others come in one by one. There was no one else. However, she knew that Li Hongxing and the others must have brought her in from outside. Who are you? How did you get in? Duan stared at Lin Xiao. Her eyes were very calm. However, such a calm Duanwan's action of raising her gun showed that she had entered a high state of preparation for an attack. In a flash, Lin Xiao disappeared without a trace in front of everyone's eyes. Duanwan and the others widened their eyes in shock again and began to search around in panic. However, this warehouse was not big and there were only a few people. This woman who suddenly appeared had no place to hide. Don't worry about how I got in. I just want to know, do you want Yang Jianhua to die? Lin Xiao appeared in front of Duanwan again. She looked at her and said, Don't worry. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have appeared in front of you. Can you put down your gun? She trusted Duanwan's judgment, so she patiently talked to her in front of her instead of directly taking away their weapons. Who are you? Why should we believe you? A man next to her held a gun, stared at Lin Xiao and shouted nervously. Duanwan stared at Lin Xiao for 7 or 8 seconds before she slowly put her gun away. Duanwan. Seeing her put away her gun, the others were shocked. They didn't expect Duanwan to believe her. After Duanwan put the gun back into the holster, she raised her right hand, which was wearing a half-finger combat glove. Put down your guns? Duanwan, do you believe her? The others didn't listen to her and put down their guns. Instead, they stared at Duanwan angrily. Duanwan turned around and looked at everyone who was tense. Then, she turned to Lin Xiao and said, She has an invisibility skill. If she wants to deal with us, she doesn't need to appear at all. She can kill us all from behind. Li Hongxing, can you sense her presence? She looked at Li Hongxing and said the last sentence. Li Hongxing quietly glanced at Lin Xiao before putting his gun away. I can't sense her. Chapter 469. That's right, Li Hongxing was a Logia user. His perception was the strongest among everyone here. If he couldn't sense it, then no one else would know. Therefore, without anyone knowing, the other party had already silently sneaked up to them. If the other party directly attacked them from behind, how many people would survive? That was because the other party didn't have any hostility, so she suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Although Duanwan and Li Hongxing didn't believe the woman in front of them, they weren't nervous to the point of holding their guns. Although the two of them had put away their guns, the others didn't. They were still holding their guns. Duanwan looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of her. There was almost no aura on her body. She was wearing sunglasses, so her eyes couldn't be seen. She was wearing a camouflage uniform, not an official military uniform. However, she didn't have a gun holster. When walking outside the base, whether it was an ordinary person or a metahuman, who didn't have a set of weapons. But the woman in front of them didn't. How are you going to help us deal with Yang Jianhua? Duanwan didn't directly ask the woman how she could help them, but how she wanted to help. Lin Xiao looked at Duanwan and found that her appearance had indeed changed, but it wasn't a big change. Just like the first time she saw Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, and the others, there wasn't a big change. It was as if they had been separated for a long time. Seeing Duanwan ask her calmly, Lin Xiao said, I have a way, and you don't need to do anything. You can just watch from the side. If you really want him dead, I can do it. Duanwan looked at her suspiciously. Are you sure? She knew that this person might have a way to kill everyone here, but Yang Jianhua was different from them. He couldn't be killed at will. After all, he was a peak rank 6 arcanist. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to the Netherworld King's base. If I can kill Yang Jianhua, can you promise me one thing? Lin Xiao thought for a moment. She couldn't beat Yang Jianhua before, but it was different now. She had risen to rank 6, so she could kill Yang Jianhua. But in order to make these people believe her, she could kill him first. Anyway, if the rumors were true that Yang Jianhua had really set such a big trap for her after the apocalypse, then killing him now could be considered as revenge for herself. Okay, if you can really kill him, then I can do anything for you. Duanwan nodded readily and asked her conditions. Lin Xiao asked, I think you should know where the leader of the Underworld King's base disappeared, right? She almost wanted to say where she died, but she couldn't keep saying that she died. It would be like cursing herself. Hearing her conditions, Duanwan and the others were stunned for a moment. Why are you asking about that place? Duanwan couldn't help but ask. That's none of your business. Just tell me where it is. How was it? I help you kill and you give me information. This deal is not considered a loss for you, right? Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. How do you know that we definitely know where that place is? Li Hongsheng suddenly asked. Lin Xiao glanced at him, then smiled and said, Of course I know, because I also have the perception skill. She naturally wouldn't tell them that when she asked this question, she could vaguely sense their thoughts. The others might not know, but Duan Wan and Li Hongsheng had something flash in their minds, so Lin Xiao naturally knew that these two should know. Duan Wan didn't have any other opinions and directly replied, Okay, if you can help us kill that scum Yang Jianhua first, don't say that I will take you to that place, I will do anything for you. But then it's settled. Tomorrow, I will set off to the Underworld King's base. If you want to follow, remember to stay far away. Lin Xiao clapped her hands and nodded. Duan Wan also nodded, then watched as Lin Xiao turned around and opened the door, then suddenly left. She came suddenly and left quickly. Li Hongsheng turned his head to look at Duan Wan and asked with some uncertainty, Can she really do it? We'll know tomorrow. Moreover, the place she wants to go to is actually not considered a secret. I feel that she originally wanted to kill Yang Jianhua. Duan Wan crossed her arms over her chest and held her chin as she thought about it. Li Hongsheng looked at her without saying anything, and the others were also puzzled and curious. This woman who suddenly appeared, who was she? The next morning, Lin Xiao headed towards the Underworld King's base. Following the scent of humans from afar, he walked towards the road that had been cleared. Not long after, Lin Xiao arrived at the address of the Underworld King's base. Standing on a tall building far away, Lin Xiao looked at the base's wall that was 700 to 800 meters away. The wall was originally 10 meters high, but there were many holes at the top. Fortunately, the bottom of the wall was still intact. Otherwise, the zombies would probably be able to climb in. Originally, there was a spacious area outside the wall, but now, this spacious area was filled with zombies piled up under the wall. The zombies also didn't completely surround the wall, but were gathered in a few locations. These locations were 10 meters away from the entrance of the base. There were tens of thousands of zombies gathered at the corner of the wall, and each and every one of them wanted to climb up. This was because there were rows of living people hanging on the wall. Lin Xiao looked at the weak humans hanging outside the wall, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the entrance of the base. This Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai actually used living people to lure the zombies away from the entrance of the base, so that when they went out and entered, they wouldn't be attacked by the zombies. Moreover, there wasn't only one place where the living people were hanging on the wall, but several places. Below the wall where the people were hanging, there were densely packed ordinary zombies. Occasionally, 1 or 2 level 2 or 3 zombies wouldn't be able to come out, and they would jump up high, grab the legs of the fallen people, and then forcefully pull them down. That person would be torn into 2 from the middle, and his intestines and blood would fall from above, immediately causing the ordinary zombies below to go crazy. Then, someone would immediately cut the rope on the corpse that had been torn apart, and the upper half of the body would fall down as well, directly becoming food for the zombies. Then, another person would fall from above, and the struggling and screaming living person would fall down. It was simply impossible to look straight at. Using such a cruel method to deal with the ordinary people of the original base, Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai were really crazy perverts. Lin Xiao thought in his heart while gnashing his teeth. Chapter 470. After looking at the situation on the wall, she jumped down from the 20-story building and headed towards the gate of the base. The gate was closed. It was obvious that the inside was sealed. Lin Xiao walked for a few minutes and arrived at the gate. Seeing that the heavy metal gate was tightly shut, she could use the black mist to corrode a hole in the steel gate, but she didn't do so. She stood by the door and raised her head to look at the captives on both sides of the wall. She turned her head to look at them, and then walked to a gap in the wall. After retreating a few meters, she ran 2 steps and leaped up with all her might, directly jumping onto the gap in the wall. After seeing the scene inside, Lin Xiao frowned. Inside the base, most of the buildings had either collapsed or were half destroyed. There was a big hole on the right and a big pit on the west. Most of the buildings had been burned, bombed, and were in ruins. This was the outer district, so the buildings in the outer district were basically used by Long Yubai when he attacked the city a few months ago, allowing the ability users to unleash their ultimate moves or attack with powerful firepower. At that time, all kinds of artillery shells were used, and even tanks were used. So the Hell King's base was now a scene of devastation. Lin Xiao looked at the destroyed buildings outside the base area. He leaped onto the roof of another building that had a huge hole in the middle. Then he dashed towards the direction of the inner area. At this time, outside the base, Duan Wan and Li Hongxing were standing on a building outside the outer district, holding binoculars and quietly looking at the wall. Will she really go? A man beside her asked. I don't know, let's wait and see. Duan Wan looked at the bridge of her nose as she replied. Li Hongxing also looked at the wall and said, do you believe she can kill Yang Jianhua? Even if his ability is only rank 6, his military weapons are not to be trifled with. What are you worried about? Didn't you see how she sneaked into our place last night? You didn't see it, maybe she can really sneak attack Yang Jianhua? Duan Wan put down the binoculars and then continued to say, since she said she was so confident, she shouldn't be here to coax us. Is it really necessary? Li Hongxing felt that she was right. He nodded, took the binoculars from her, and looked at them in front of his eyes. Then he realized that he was wearing another pair of glasses. He thought about it and handed the binoculars to the person next to him. Duan Wan said, continue to keep an eye on that place. Tell me if there's any information. As she spoke, she walked towards the stairwell. On the other side, Lin Xiao leaped over the dilapidated buildings and soon arrived at the inner district. The environment and buildings in the inner district were still 90% intact, and after entering, they saw a large number of people moving about. The walls of the inner area were not as high as the outer area, about 5 to 6 meters. Lin Xiao stood on top of the wall and looked at the large number of trucks and chariots parked in the square of the inner district. Many soldiers were moving all kinds of supplies onto the trucks. Lin Xiao jumped down from the wall and looked for Yang Jianhua's aura. In fact, Yang Jianhua's location was not the only one. He was on a certain floor of a building next to the square. He was standing in front of the window with a cup in his hand, watching the movement downstairs. He had no idea that a crisis was approaching him. Lin Xiao jumped to the first floor of the square, which was not very high. She could mainly see Yang Jianhua, who was opposite her. She looked at him hesitantly. If she was not mistaken, this scumbag's superpower level seemed to have broken through. He gave her a sense of oppression similar to that of Yang Chao, Tang He, and the others. However, this sense of oppression did not affect Lin Xiao much, but she could tell the other party's level. What's going on? This scumbag just came back for a while. How did he suddenly break through? Lin Xiao's eyes flashed as she thought about it in puzzlement. At the same time, her figure flashed and she leaped toward the building where Yang Jianhua was. Her toes tapped on a high-voltage utility pole or a car roof, and she finally landed in front of the building's entrance. She did not walk into the hall, nor did she plan to climb up the stairs. If her judgment was correct, Yang Jianhua should be around the 11th or 12th floor. Although climbing the stairs would not be tiring, it would take some time. Lin Xiao looked up at the floor of the building and jumped up directly. Her claws popped out and easily grabbed the edge of the floor. Then she grabbed the windows and flipped up. After a few jumps, she arrived at Yang Jianhua's floor. She did not directly go to the room where Yang Jianhua was. Instead, she flipped through the window of the next room. When she walked out of the next room, she happened to see another man walking into Yang Jianhua's office. Leader, it will be done in the afternoon. Lu Yu came in with the list and said to Yang Jianhua by the window. Yang Jianhua turned back to look at Lu Yu and then looked outside. Well, how are the bombs going? He asked. The inner area has been set up. Now they are setting up the outer area and the city wall, Lu Yu replied. Yang Jianhua said, tell them to move faster. When they are ready, we will leave in the afternoon. Lu Yu nodded in response. Yang Jianhua raised his head, and his delicate and handsome 5 palaces stood out. He looked in the direction of the Earth Dragon base, and his eyes flashed. Long Yubai, I said I would stay here, but you must let me go to the Earth Dragon base with you. Then I will let you do as you wish. But in the future, your position as leader will have to be given to me." As he said that, he raised one side of his mouth and revealed a wicked and proud smile. Leader, using those ordinary people to whet the appetite of the zombies outside has attracted a lot of high-level zombies. The death rate of those people is much higher. Basically, more than a dozen people have to go up every hour. Lu Yu suddenly reported about using living people as bait. How many people are left as bait? Yang Jianhua slightly lowered his head, glanced at him and asked. Less than 30,000. Lu Yu replied. Yang Jianhua frowned and turned back to look at him. There are still 30,000? That's too many. We can't take so many captives. 500 will be used to distract the zombies on the road, and the rest will be thrown into the zombie crowd. Lu Yu nodded and asked with some hesitation, "Then I will go now." "If you don't go now, do you want to stay until the afternoon?" Yang Jianhua glared at him. Lu Yu immediately turned around and left. Lin Xiao leaned against the door and listened to the conversation between the two. Looking at Lu Yu who walked out in front of him, he suddenly turned around and silently followed him to the stairs. When Lu Yu walked down the middle of the stairs and there was no one around, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the back of his collar, silently bringing him into the space. Chapter 471. Lu Yu was pulled by someone. He was stunned for a moment, but when he turned his head, he found that he had suddenly gone from the corridor to another place. He was in a strange environment, and he had inexplicably arrived in this strange place. Lu Yu immediately tensed up. Who? Since someone pulled him, it must be that person who brought him to this place. Lu Yu quickly looked back and saw a middle-haired woman wearing sunglasses standing quietly behind him. Who are you? Lu Yu was shocked and instinctively took a few steps back, distancing himself from Lin Xiao. He vigilantly looked at the woman who suddenly appeared and took him to another place, while secretly looking at the surrounding environment. Helping the tyrant? Lin Xiao stared at him coldly and said. When Lu Yu heard her cold voice, he was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood what she meant. What? Are you here to deal with our leader? He calmly looked at Lin Xiao, sneered and replied. Yes, today not only you, but Yang Jianhua will be the first to die. However, before I take care of him, you can't die yet. Lin Xiao nodded and said faintly. Just by yourself? Can you do it? Lu Yu disdainfully laughed and continued. Do you think you can kill a level 7 psychic just because you want to? Lin Xiao looked at him and said indifferently, it's only level 7. If he has the ability to break through to level 8, then of course I can't kill him. As she spoke, she turned and walked in the direction of the small building. Lu Yu saw that she turned around so carelessly and turned her back to him. He was delighted and thought that this woman was too arrogant to dare to expose her back door. He suddenly waved his hand at Lin Xiao, preparing to release his ability to attack her. But something unexpected happened. His ability was fire. He originally planned to burst out a fireball to hit the woman, but when he condensed his energy, he suddenly found that he couldn't release the fireball. Lu Yu looked at his hand with some surprise, and he was a little flustered about the fact that he couldn't release his ability. At this time, Lin Xiao turned around and said to him, You can't release your ability? Do you know what this place is? If you don't want to be eaten by zombies, come with me. After saying that, she continued to walk forward and quickly entered the door of the small building. What does that mean? Zombies? Is it here? For a moment, Lu Yu didn't understand what she meant. He looked around blankly. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood up from the other side of the wall outside the building. When he took a closer look, Lu Yu's expression changed, and he uncontrollably took a step back. The person who came out had a face full of wounds, dark eyes, and thick dark circles around his eyes. Although his mouth didn't open, his eyes clearly told Lu Yu that he was a zombie. Moreover, it was a high-level zombie. Anyone with good eyesight would be able to tell that this was a level 4 adept zombie. But the next scene caused Lu Yu to take a few steps back. Because behind this advanced zombie, another one walked out at this time. It had the same heavy dark circles and light black eyes without the scara. And this one's mouth had split open, and all the teeth in the mouth were exposed. Before Lu Yu could finish looking at the second zombie, a third came out, then a fourth. Then he looked at the many high-level zombies that came out one after another in horror. At a glance, there were more than a dozen of them. Roar dash, these high-level zombies stared at Lu Yu with a hungry look, but the dark eyes flashed with excitement. Are you still not coming over? Do you want to stand there and wait for the zombies to rush over? At this time, Lin Xiao, who had already walked in, suddenly appeared at the door and stood there to say to Lu Yu. Lu Yu's brain wasn't enough to process at this time. Even if Lin Xiao asked him to go over now, he still couldn't react. Why were there so many zombies here? And all of them were high-level zombies. There were more than a dozen of them. What was this situation? Usually, he had never encountered 2 or more than 3 level 4 zombies together. Moreover, why did these zombies turn a blind eye to that woman? Who was she at most? What kind of place was this? At this moment, suddenly a figure jumped from the top of the building toward Lu Yu. Roar dashed, the figure that jumped over landed 3 meters in front of Lu Yu and roared at him. Lu Yu looked at the top of the head that was wrapped in bandages, but there was a clear dent on the top of the head. Its eyes were dark, but there was a touch of gold in the middle. It had the same familiar thick eye circles as zombies, and the familiar twisted expression. This was a level 5 zombie leader. There was actually a zombie leader here. After recognizing this zombie leader, Lu Yu's whole body froze. The fear of death instantly enveloped his whole body. Lu Yu knew that he was a level 5 psychic and knew his combat strength. Although he could defeat 1 level 4 zombie, he was powerless against 2 or 3 of them. But at this time, he wasn't facing 2 or 3, but a group, and even a level 5 zombie leader. Under such circumstances, even if he was at his peak, he would definitely die, not to mention the current him, he couldn't even use his ability. So Lu Yu was directly stunned, his whole body stiff as he stared at the zombie leader 3 meters in front of him. If it wasn't for his strong psychological quality, his legs would have gone soft at this time. At this moment, Lin Xiao shouted at the zombie leader. "Number 8, bring him over, he can't walk anymore. Pay attention to your claws, don't scratch him." After saying that, Lin Xiao turned back into the small building. "Who?" Qiu Lily asked her strangely. "A captive." "Lily, I have a task for you. Come here." Lin Xiao habitually said that she wanted Qiu Lily to help her with a task. Qiu Lily didn't care about what she said and immediately walked towards her. Lin Xiao pointed to the door and said to her, "Later, if zombie leader number 8 brings that man in, you find a way to make him surrender to us. Tell us the location of all the bombs buried in Hades' base and the triggers. Finally, you have to control him and don't let him run around. Can you do that?" Qiu Lily nodded. This wasn't a difficult thing to do. Soon, the bandaged zombie dragged Lu Yu in. Lu Yu's expression was very panicked, he couldn't even walk properly. When he walked up the 2 steps of the door, he almost fell. It was the zombie leader who dragged him in by the collar. "Aya, you're so scared," Qiu Lily said as soon as she saw him. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, you do the rest. I'm going to go out and deal with that scum." Chapter 472. After Lin Xiao instructed Qiu Lily, she flashed out of the space. Qiu Lily was left standing in the living room, pulling the ends of her hair as she watched the zombie leader drag Lu Yu in front of her. She was thinking about how to deal with this man. After Lin Xiao came out, she continued to walk back to Yang Jianhua's office. Yang Jianhua was still standing outside the window and looking outside. He didn't seem to notice Lu Yu's disappearance. Lin Xiao walked in from outside and walked to a meter away from him. She felt the aura coming from his body. It was a lot stronger. She looked out of the window and slowly walked behind him. Lin Xiao knew that she couldn't stare at him. Last time when she stared at Tang He sensed her as soon as she got close. So this time, she also looked out the window like him. She only stared at his figure from the corner of her eyes. Then she gently reached out and grabbed the back of Yang Jianhua's collar. Just as Lin Xiao grabbed Yang Jianhua's collar, he immediately sensed something. But before he could turn around to react, his collar was gently pulled back and his vision blurred. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly took a step back, bent his elbow and pushed hard behind him. Then he turned 360 degrees and quickly retreated. As he retreated, he threw out a large number of ice blades towards where he was just now. Lin Xiao had already flashed and directly went to the top of the small building. Then she reached out and waved a large amount of black fog in Yang Jianhua's direction. There was a lot of black fog and it quickly covered the small building. Thus, after Yang Jianhua retreated to a patch of grass, he turned his head and saw a thick, pitch-black fog rolling in his direction. He didn't see the small building that was surrounded by the black fog, so he only saw a lake, grassland, and forest in this place, but no one. Looking a little further, he only saw a large amount of white fog covering it. The environment here was still very good. There was a lake, forest, and a grassland. If it wasn't for this strange-looking black fog, it would really be a beautiful scene. Yang Jianhua stood still and looked around with a gloomy face. The ice blades that were shot out just now were all stuck in the ground. He didn't feel anyone here except for himself. Who is it? Come out if you dare. Yang Jianhua looked up at the sky, but he couldn't see the sky. All he saw was a layer of white fog that moved without any wind. He snorted coldly as his eyes swept across the surroundings. Are you afraid, Yang Jianhua? A cold female voice came from the direction of the black fog. Yang Jianhua immediately turned his head and stared at the expanding black fog. He found that the black fog did not touch the grass on the ground. When it encountered grass or obstacles, it would avoid or rise up. Why would I be afraid? Why should I be afraid? Yang Jianhua stared intently at the black mist. When he heard the other party call out his name, he replied in disdain. Then he saw a figure slowly walk out of the black fog. He was wearing a fake military uniform, which was the camouflage uniform of the defense force. His hair just reached his shoulders, and he was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Although he pretended to be calm and disdainful on the surface, his heart was already stretched taut. He was suddenly brought to another place by a strange woman without him noticing. Moreover, in such a short time, he could only guess that this should be a space. Then, the person who brought him here must be a space ability user. But to have such a large space, it meant that the owner of this space was not simple. He didn't even know if there were any traps or other dangers in this space. But as the deputy leader of a base, he still had the basic psychological quality. Even if he was suddenly in a strange place, he still had to deal with it calmly. If you're not afraid, then why are you shouting? Lin Xiao stood in front of the black fog and looked at him with a corner of her mouth. Lin Xiao stood still. The black fog behind her spread out more and more, slowly flanking Yang Jianhua on both sides. It was obvious that the black fog gave people a strange feeling. Yang Jianhua slowly retreated. I just want to see who has the guts to pull me into his space. His appetite is really big. Isn't he afraid that I will burst his space? He stared at Lin Xiao as he retreated. Lin Xiao tilted his body slightly, stretched out a hand straight in his direction, and made a gesture of grabbing at him. You can try. She stared at Yang Jianhua and focused her mind on her hand. Then, she added the entire consciousness of the space to her hand. The pressure in the space suddenly increased and squeezed in the direction that Lin Xiao's hand was grabbing. Yang Jianhua immediately felt his heart suddenly sink. His whole body became a little heavy. He felt that his breathing was being suppressed. Even so, Yang Jianhua still didn't notice that the energy in his body was being devoured by another kind of energy. But this didn't affect Yang Jianhua's actions. He thought that Lin Xiao was reaching out to him because she was thinking of a trick, so he quickly retreated. He raised both his hands at the same time and faced Lin Xiao. Soon, countless large and small ice blades appeared in front of him. Then he waved his hand, and these ice blades that were 2 fingers wide immediately shot towards Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao saw him make a move, she slightly took a step back and hid her figure in the black fog behind her. Puff, 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 puff. The ice blades and ice endurance that shot over all plunged into the black fog, and the sound of breaking air rang out. Yang Jianhua, you betrayed your own base and killed so many people. Don't you feel guilty? Lin Xiao appeared from the other side of the black fog and said to Yang Jianhua with a smirk. Yang Jianhua immediately changed direction and waved his hand again. The ground around Lin Xiao was immediately covered in a layer of ice. But Lin Xiao just lightly dodged and disappeared again before the ice could reach her feet. Why should I feel guilty? The one who attacked was Long Yubai, not me, Yang Jianhua said coldly. At the same time, he frowned. Because the opponent's whereabouts were uncertain, he couldn't lock onto the target of his attack. And while Lin Xiao was talking to him, she was actually distracting him and delaying for time. She didn't know if Yang Jianhua had noticed that his ability energy was disappearing and decreasing. Even if there were many ways to kill Yang Jianhua, Lin Xiao had to consider little man in her stomach and gave up on them. So, she was prepared to slowly exhaust Yang Jianhua. If it wasn't because Qiu Lily was currently dealing with the man she had just brought in, Yang Jianhua probably wouldn't be running around in her space so easily. Chapter 473. Lin Xiao was now waiting for Yang Jianhua to be suppressed by the pressure of her space, and then kill him. Don't you know that if you do too many bad things, you will suffer retribution? If you die here today, you will reap what you sow. She once again appeared from another direction and smiled at Yang Jianhua. However, there was a chill in her smile. Yang Jianhua attacked several times, but couldn't hit this strange woman. He knew that this woman was not easy to deal with. So what? After the end of the world, the weak are prey to the strong. Even if all humans perish, the laws of nature will not change. If they can't survive, they can only blame themselves for not having the ability. He didn't care too much about Lin Xiao's words, so he casually replied. But your way of doing things is not what a human should do. You treat yourself as an inhumane animal, and in the end, you will only be killed by humans. Lin Xiao said faintly. Yang Jianhua sneered. Those who have no ability can do nothing. Living will only waste food. Why should I keep them alive? He didn't know what method this woman would use to deal with him after bringing him into the space. Looking at the other's relaxed attitude, it seemed that she didn't care about a 7th rank ability user like him. Yang Jianhua's heart was also dissatisfied. He was already a 7th rank ability user, and also one of the few strong people in this world. He should be treated with the respect he deserved. So seeing this woman not putting him in her eyes, Yang Jianhua's heart was inexplicably angry. When he heard her words, he felt that she was joking. Even if they don't have the ability to survive, you don't have the right to end their lives. Lin Xiao looked at him quietly and finally said this. After saying that, she suddenly reached out and waved at Yang Jianhua. The black fog that was slowly expanding suddenly rushed towards Yang Jianhua. When Yang Jianhua saw this black fog, he guessed that it had some tricks up its sleeve. Now that he saw this woman directly directing it to rush towards him, he quickly pushed his hands forward, and a not very thick ice wall appeared in front of him, blocking the black fog. Zzz dash, the black fog touched Yang Jianhua's ice wall, and like fire meeting water, some kind of chemical change occurred. The side of the ice wall that was touched by the black fog immediately melted away as if it was corroded by sulfuric acid. Yang Jianhua roughly guessed that this woman should be the helper that those stray dogs had found, because he had never seen this woman before, and with such strength, it was impossible for him not to know such a person. He retreated and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" He didn't know where this woman came from. She might have come from another base. Lin Xiao slowly walked towards Yang Jianhua, who was retreating further and further away. Suddenly her eyes flashed. "If I told you that I am Lin Xiao, would you believe me?" she asked calmly. At the same time, she waved her hand and retracted her black mist. This was because the black mist devouring ability did not have much of an effect on Yang Jianhua's ice ability. Yang Jianhua was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Lin Xiao and smiled strangely. "Ha! What did you say? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm blind? You don't recognize Lin Xiao, or do you think you look like her? But that's right, you wear glasses. Who knows what you look like? But that damned woman has been dead for 3 to 4 months, and the whole world knows about it. If you are Lin Xiao, are you a ghost?" Ha! As he said that, he seemed to have heard something funny and couldn't stop laughing. Ha! Sigh, I really don't know if your IQ is low, or if I'm dreaming. How can there be an idiot like you pretending to be someone else? Lin Xiao looked at him quietly and asked, "Why is it impossible? You betrayed me, betrayed the entire Netherworld King's base. Why can't I come back to take revenge?" Although what she said seemed to be true, Yang Jianhua didn't listen to her words. Impossible. That woman self-destructed her energy core, and her body exploded into pieces. How can she still be alive? Stop joking. After he finished laughing, he said to Lin Xiao with a face full of sarcasm. Lin Xiao saw that he didn't believe her at all, so she shrugged and sighed. Alright, since I can't fool you, forget it. But is it because you like her that you hate her because you can't get her back? I heard that you used to be very close to her, and that no other men had a chance to get close to her, but she only has gratitude towards you. What? There's actually such a thing? Do you want to know the truth? Seeing that you're so curious, I'll tell you. Yang Jianhua seemed to be aroused by Lin Xiao's words, and for a moment, he wasn't very worried about his situation. He said with some disdain, "That woman should thank me, because I was the one who saved her from the zombie city." But what did you say just now? Love her but can't get her back? There's actually such a rumor that I don't know about? I don't know where you heard it from, but you actually heard such a strange thing. It was that woman who fell in love with me, and actually drank and pretended to be drunk to seduce me. Seeing that she's not bad, I'll satisfy her once. But you won't understand the feeling of a woman who can become a leader. Yang Jianhua's face turned wretched, as if he was reminiscing about something wonderful. A disgusting smile appeared on his face, completely destroying his handsome face. Lin Xiao endured the feeling of wanting to vomit, and directly threw out a sentence. Impossible. How could she seduce a man like you? I think it was clearly you who drugged her, right? If it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have been so easily forced to the cliff to self-destruct, and she wouldn't have let you live until now. She said coldly. What did he mean that she fell in love with him and pretended to be drunk? Was it possible? For the mission, she and her team members had all undergone alcohol training. Those who could drink had all practiced 1,000 cups without falling, so how could they get drunk? Oh, except for Duan Wan, this woman couldn't touch alcohol. Not only was she allergic to alcohol, but she would also get drunk after 1 cup. After being drunk, she would also suffer from amnesia. Amnesia was one thing, but it would also stimulate her violent side. Usually, when she was drunk, she would hit people, and when she woke up, she wouldn't remember anything. So when Yang Jianhua said that the leader seduced her when she was drunk, her intuition told her that something was wrong. And even though she was so far away from Yang Jianhua, she could still feel that his words didn't match his heart. He was obviously lying. Chapter 474. Seeing that Yang Jianhua dared to boast about her, Lin Xiao immediately became angry. You're lying. I'm telling you, if you talk nonsense again, I'll kick you to death. She hated it when people said that she was a seductress. Moreover, this man dared to slander her soul. It was simply intolerable. Oh, can you kick me? What? Did I say something wrong? That woman was shameless and threw herself at me. Why would I lie? Would I like this kind of woman? Even if she's good-looking, she's at most a tool to vent. Yang Jianhua obviously didn't take Lin Xiao's words seriously. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt a sudden shock in his heart, as if it was being squeezed by something. His whole body trembled, his feet stumbled, and he almost fell to the ground. At this time, Lin Xiao flashed and appeared behind him in the next second. She pursed her lips and lifted her foot to kick him in the back of his leg. Yang Jianhua didn't pay attention and was kicked to the ground by her. He lay there like a dog eating shit. He didn't know what was going on and looked blankly at the swaying grass in front of him. Lin Xiao stood behind him and stepped on his waist at the same time. She said with a cold face, I said, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll kick you. As she said that, she lifted the foot that was stepping on his back and stomped on his back a few times. Yang Jianhua felt a dull pain in his waist. He instantly felt like his kidney was about to crack because the position she stepped on was exactly where his kidney should be. He wanted to roll on the ground to avoid Lin Xiao, but he found that the force on his waist was so heavy that he couldn't move for a while, let alone stand up. Since you don't want to tell the truth, then don't ever say it. You deserve to die anyway, Lin Xiao said to him coldly. She was angry just now and used the energy in the space to restrain him. Now that the opportunity was right in front of her, if she didn't kill him now, when would she? At this time, Yang Jianhua found that he couldn't move because he was being stepped on by a woman. He immediately reached out and grabbed Lin Xiao's foot. Then, a chill passed from his hand to Lin Xiao's foot. Soon, a layer of ice formed around Lin Xiao's feet. Then, the ice quickly spread across the ground. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he grabbed his foot. Then, he instinctively flashed his claws and waved at the hand under his feet. Puff! His hand was instantly cut off by something, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Yang Jianhua let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes bulged and his face turned red from the pain. He fiercely hugged his severed arm and struggled violently. Lin Xiao loosened his foot, not caring about his frozen foot. He stood on the spot as if nothing had happened. He raised his paw and swung it at Yang Jianhua again. Puff! Yang Jianhua, who was convulsing and rolling on the ground, suddenly froze. Then, his frozen head suddenly slid, and a blood-red line slowly seeped out from his neck. Then, his neck was severed. Only then did Lin Xiao look down at his feet. The frozen area was really cold, but it was only very cold. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of black fog filled the space and immediately rushed toward her palm like a whale sucking in water. Lin Xiao used her other hand to hook, and a faint wisp of black fog was drawn out from the army of black fog. Then, it floated to her feet and covered the ice that wrapped around her feet. After a few seconds, her feet trembled, and she lifted her foot and walked toward Yang Jianhua. However, the area where her feet had been frozen, her shoes and trousers had disappeared, so Lin Xiao now walked over barefoot. She arrived next to Yang Jianhua's corpse and used her shoe-wearing foot to kick Yang Jianhua's head. She coldly said, "I told you not to talk nonsense, but you didn't listen. Otherwise, you wouldn't have died so early. You could have lived for a few more minutes, but you just had to die." After saying that, she bent down and picked up Yang Jianhua's head. Then she crooked her finger and a small wisp of black fog drilled into a hole on Yang Jianhua's head. Then she reached her finger inside and dug out the energy core that had just risen to the 7th level. He died so quickly? Qiu Lily's voice came over. Yeah, he just rose to the 7th level, so he wasn't as difficult to deal with as the bandit leader. Lin Xiao turned around to look at her, and found that a large group of zombies behind her were salivating at the corpse at her feet. Lin Xiao waved her hand, and a wisp of black fog immediately covered the corpse. Not long after, the entire corpse disappeared, and not even a drop of blood was left. Qiu Lily looked at the head, and said with disgust, "Hey, why do you still have a head? Did that man surrender?" Lin Xiao only glanced at the head that was still dripping with blood, and then asked her, "Oh, he's called Lu Yu, and he's already scared silly. He'll do whatever you tell him to do, as long as you don't kill him." Qiu Lily twirled her hair in her hand, and said with a face full of boredom. Lin Xiao had already expected this and nodded. "Yeah, when I caught him, I noticed his psychological reaction. He's a very timid person, so I felt reassured to throw him to you." Qiu Lily looked at her in surprise, and then understood her intention. Lin Xiao held Yang Jianhua's head, and said, "Okay, let's go out. First, we need to remove the bomb in the base, or else someone might come here and detonate it, causing damage." After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the small building. After entering the living room, Lu Yu stood on the side, and when he saw Lin Xiao come in, his eyes suddenly widened when he saw the head in her hand. This Yang Shou, no Yang Jianhua, he's dead." Lu Yu stared at the head, and his face looked like he had seen a ghost, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Xiao directly put the head on the coffee table, and the blood on the neck that hadn't dried yet dripped onto the table, causing the 8th zombie leader to stare at the head. "Don't look, this isn't for you to eat." Lin Xiao looked at the 8th zombie leader, and then stood up, walked to the side, picked up a cup, and walked into the kitchen. She opened the bucket lid and got a cup of water out. "Here, this is for you, take it." After coming out, she handed the cup of water to the 8th zombie leader. Then the rather big 8th zombie trotted over, happily reached out to take the cup, and then happily held it to the side. Well, 8th zombie, you go out first. Lin Xiao pointed to the door to let him go first. As soon as the 8th zombie heard her order, he immediately turned around and walked out. Lin Xiao turned her head and said to Lu Yu, who was still staring at the head with his eyes wide open. Oh, you're willing to go out and remove the bomb, right? Then let's go out now. Chapter 475. When Lin Xiao went to the south to deal with Yang Jianhua, Wu Qingyue received the news on the second day after she left. You said she went to the south? Did she say what she was going to do? Wu Qingyue hugged Wu Yueling and looked at Xiao Liqing with surprise. Xiao Liqing nodded. Yes, although I don't know when she left, I heard from Lin Wenwen and the other girls that she has left. Wu Qingyue thought about it and said, isn't she still developing the land in Wushan? Why did she suddenly go to the south? Then why did she stop planting on her side? Xiao Liqing shook his head. No, the land is still being plowed. It's Qin Yuding's family and a few other zombies. It's all zombies there. In addition to Qin Yuding's wife Xin Yuzhen, there's also the man who always follows Miss Lu, and 3 other level 4 zombies. Finally, there's the middle school girl zombie with short hair. Oh, she left them there and doesn't need to care about them? Isn't she afraid of something happening? And why did she go to the south? For how long? Did you find out? Wu Qingyue was more concerned that the female zombie had actually slipped away again, and this time she slipped away so far. Why did she suddenly go there? I'm not sure, but I heard that her destination is Hades Base. The high-level zombies in Wushan are being controlled by the middle school girl with short hair, and I feel that her temperament suddenly changed. She must have leveled up. Also, she can speak now. Xiao Liqing paid attention to the zombies that were following Miss Lu in the upper city base. Wu Qingyue heard his news and was stunned for a moment. Huh? Wasn't it the female zombie with long hair who was in charge of it? Why did someone else take care of it? He thought that Lin Xiao left alone, but after hearing Xiao Liqing's words, he was surprised. No, the double ponytailed female zombie seems to have gone with Miss Lu. Anyway, there's no trace of her in the base now. Xiao Liqing shook his head. He usually paid attention to the double ponytailed female zombie who also looked like a middle school student. She liked to stand on the highest position on the roof to enjoy the wind, but today he hadn't seen her for the whole day. Xiao Liqing thought of Miss Lu, who had left, and felt that she might have gone with them. Wu Qingyue seemed to have thought of something. He raised a finger and asked, Hey, you just said that middle school female zombie with short hair is that zombie king, right? You said she leveled up and can talk, you mean she is now a level 2 king? Xiao Liqing nodded. Yes, it's highly possible. Wu Qingyue sighed and said, the level 7 expert guarding this base isn't a human, but a zombie. If the outside world found out, I don't know how much of an uproar it would cause. Remember to seal the news here. Don't let unknown people find out. Xiao Liqing responded and then asked, That? Leader, we've met the people and seen the environment. Shouldn't we go back? You've been here for so many days, yet you still haven't left. Xiao Liqing stared at Wu Qingyue with a subtle expression. Wu Qingyue looked into his eyes, looked up at the ceiling, and suddenly looked down at Wu Yueling. Lingling, your zombie mommy has gone out to do something. Let's go home. When she comes back, let's come and play with her, okay? He thought that his daughter, who was ready to betray the female zombie, would not be happy to hear his request. After all, she was looking forward to seeing the female zombie. He was afraid that she would not be willing to leave immediately after seeing the female zombie for 2 times. He didn't expect that Wu Yueling, who was playing with the grass doll, would look up at him and nod naturally. Wu Qingyue was dazed for a moment. He suddenly turned to look at Xiao Liqing and asked blankly, Huh? Did she nod just now mean she agreed? Xiao Liqing also looked at him blankly. Oh, right. She should have agreed. She even nodded. Is there a problem? Wu Qingyue murmured. I thought she wouldn't be willing. Wu Yueling looked up at him again, and then continued to play with her grass doll. Wu Qingyue asked her again, Lingling, did you agree to go home with Dad? Right? Wu Yueling looked up at him and nodded. Then she looked at him blankly. That's right, didn't she agree? Why did Papa have to ask again? After Wu Qingwei confirmed that she really agreed, he let out a sigh of relief. Okay, then let's go back tomorrow morning. Wu Yueling casually nodded at him, then turned her head away and ignored him. Okay, then give the order to rest tonight and prepare to go back to Sea City Base tomorrow morning. Wu Qingyue finally gave Xiao Liqing a task. I'll arrange it later. Xiao Liqing nodded. Oh, right, let's first say hello to Yuan Tianxing and the others. Let them find guide us out of the zombie circle. Otherwise, if we go out by ourselves, we'll probably be blocked by the zombie group again. Wu Qingyue suddenly thought of the zombie group they encountered when they came in. I'll ask. Xiao Liqing nodded again and remembered. Go. Wu Qingyue waved his hand at him. After watching Xiao Liqing turn around and leave, Wu Qingyue leaned back on the sofa with his arms crossed. Why would that female zombie suddenly leave at this time? Moreover, she was going to Hell King's base. What was she doing there? Ever since he learned of her identity from Lu Tianyi, Wu Qingyue was a little puzzled that she could cooperate with the people of Hell King's base. First of all, she was from Sea City. Even if she became a zombie, she might not be able to return to Sea City at first, but she ran to the south with the clear purpose of looking for Lin Feng and his family. At that time, he didn't think it was strange that she went to the south, but after knowing that she was Lu Tianyu, it became strange. How could a person from Sea City know someone from Hell King's base? Moreover, it was the family of the leader of Hell King's base. What was the connection between them? Then, this female zombie actually wanted to build a new base with the people of Hell King's base. However, after observing for so long, he found a problem. This female zombie was trying her best to protect these people from Hell King's base. Why was that? He also specially checked Lu Tianyu's background and found that she had no relationship with the Lin family at all. Then why did she protect them? The last time she hurried to the south with his Lingling, it happened to be the time when Hell King's base was being attacked. However, she didn't go earlier or later, but after becoming a zombie. This question also made Wu Qingyue unable to understand. There were so many secrets. It was getting more and more curious. Chapter 476. Originally, he approached this female zombie with a bunch of curiosity. In the end, before he could figure out the old problems, there were a lot of new problems. Now, he had slipped away again. Wu Qingyue thought that this woman, who used to be hated by everyone, was not flamboyant at all after becoming a zombie. Her sense of existence was low, and she was always missing. Compared to her in the past, she was like a completely different person. And she was very slippery. If he was not careful, she slipped away again. He looked at Wu Yueling again and suddenly realized a problem. It seemed that only she could cure his daughter's illness. Moreover, Wu Yueling's emotions fluctuated greatly when she reacted to her. It was easy to fall into a low tide, but it was easy to get back up after seeing her. If it was before, when her mood fell into a low tide, Wu Qingyue would be a little nervous. In the past, when Lingling's illness was serious, not only would her emotions go crazy, she would even harm herself. At that time, even he wouldn't recognize her. As long as someone approached, she would immediately scream and hit the wall. In more serious cases, she would directly go into a coma. Later, Dr. Liang found Mo Li, a psychic, and asked her to hypnotize Lingling to relieve her emotions. After Lingling was taken away by Lu Tianyu last time, he was very worried that Lingling would fall ill because of the stimulation. So at that time, he couldn't wait to blow that woman to death with a lightning bolt, regardless of whether she was a woman or whether she had any preferential treatment. But when he took back Lingling from the hands of the female zombie, he miraculously found that Lingling's condition was very good. And there was an additional protective energy in Lingling's body. So even though he didn't know what the female zombie did to Lingling, Wu Qingyue was very curious about her. That night, Xiao Liqing suddenly received a special message and immediately went to Wu Qingyue's room. The leader of the Earth Dragon base brought a large group of people. I don't know why they suddenly stationed in a place 5 kilometers away from our base, and they didn't notify our base. He took a piece of paper and said to Wu Qingyue. When Wu Qingyue heard the name of the Earth Dragon Base, he was slightly stunned. The leader of the Earth Dragon Base? Isn't it Long Yubai? Why did he suddenly come to Huadong? Don't you know what he's here for? Since you set up camp outside our base without telling us, did old Zhou make any moves? Chief Zhou wants to wait for another night. If Long Yubai doesn't send someone over to greet him and explain his intentions, he will send someone to warn him tomorrow, said Xiao Liqing. Wu Qingyue nodded and guessed, well, old Zhou's decision is correct. However, I've heard that this Long Yubai is a very scheming person. For him to suddenly run over to our side, he must have some ulterior motive. And I think he's up to no good. Then what is he doing here? Didn't he just conquer the Netherworld King's base? Could it be that their next target is our sea city? Xiao Liqing thought for a moment and said with some uncertainty. A glint flashed across Wu Qingyue's long and narrow eyes. He smiled and said, if his appetite is that big, then let's see if his mouth is that big first. Xiao Liqing said in disbelief, does he really want to do that? No way. His appetite is too big. Just the Netherworld King's base isn't enough? Ambitious people want to stuff the whole world into their stomach. It's just a base, what's the big deal? Wu Qingyue smiled faintly as he glanced at him. So, does he really want to do that? With his current strength? Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Qingyue in surprise. Wu Qingyue seemed to agree with this view. I don't know this person very well, but from his previous actions and from his point of view, if it was me with this ambition, even if I don't have the strength, I will find a way to get it. You see, didn't he find another base to cooperate with to destroy the Netherworld King's base? Otherwise, do you think that he can destroy the Netherworld King's base with just his Earth Dragon base alone? Wu Qingyue said. And it's precisely because the first step was too smooth that he showed so much confidence in the next step. Xiao Liqing followed his train of thought and continued. Wu Qingyue nodded, that's right. But I think even if he has his eyes on our base, he won't make a move so quickly. Because he still wants to test the strength of our base. Xiao Liqing nodded and said, if you say so, then the purpose of his trip this time is indeed not good. Wu Qingyue waved his hand at him and said, all right. Let's see what action he will take tonight. If he continues to stay there and doesn't greet Kai Zhou, we will give him a warning when we go back tomorrow. Only then did Xiao Liqing turn around and leave, but his expression darkened. They had just dealt with their internal battle not long ago, and they were about to face enemies from the outside world again? Sea City was really in trouble this year, and their base's strength hadn't broken through yet. Instead, they had lost Yang Chao, who was part of their strength on the surface. He suddenly felt that their base was going to be in a storm again. The next morning, Wu Qingyue had just woken up with Wu Yueling. After watching her learn to brush her teeth and wash her face, he carried her back to the bed and was changing her clothes when someone knocked on the door. While Wu Qingyue was busy putting on Wu Yueling's coat and pants, he turned back and shouted at the door, come in. The door was immediately opened, and Xiao Liqing walked in. After turning around and closing the door, he walked to the middle of the living room and looked at Wu Qingyue. Leader, Long Yubai took action, and he left our base last night? Where did he go? Wu Qingyue put on Wu Yueling's coat and looked at him with some surprise. After asking this question, he walked out with Wu Yueling in his arms. He came to Hangzhou City, and now he has reached the border of Jianggan District, and then he stopped. Xiao Liqing's eyes were a little strange, and then he continued, and I also received news that after he arrived at the periphery of our base last night, he sent people to sneak into the base to check the whereabouts of Deputy Leader Yuan and the others who are now in the base in the upper city. In addition, he seems to be particularly interested in you. At this point, Xiao Liqing was a little unable to continue. The word interested had a special meaning to it. It was said that Long Yubai of Earth Dragon Base was actually a homosexual. He had no interest in women, and no matter how beautiful a woman was, in his eyes, just like a rag. Instead, he was very interested in all kinds of men. So when Xiao Liqing heard his subordinate say that Long Yubai had specially and carefully inquired about Wu Qingyue, he immediately thought of this. So at this moment, the expression he looked at Wu Qingyue was a little sympathetic. Wu Qingyue. Chapter 477. When Wu Qingyue saw Xiao Liqing's expression, he immediately understood what he meant by the word interested. Then he looked at him with a constipated expression. But I'm not interested in him. He glared at Xiao Liqing with a look of pity and schadenfreude. Xiao Liqing immediately nodded with an understanding expression and said, yes, 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 you're only interested in Miss Lu now. Speaking of this Miss Lu, when he found out that this female zombie was that Lu Tianyu, he was completely stunned. If she didn't say it, who would know that the current her was the woman who liked to bully the people, the accomplice of the evildoer, and was hated by the entire base? Who would believe it? Who would believe it? Thinking about how she used to wear heavy makeup like she was performing in an opera, and then looking at how she looked without makeup now, it was really a waste of her beautiful and delicate face in the past. Wu Qingyue glanced at Wu Yueling and pointed at her, refusing to admit it. It's not me, it's her. Xiao Liqing really wanted to roll his eyes at him. Did he think he was blind and couldn't see through his obvious intentions? Who was the one who wanted to marry her a while ago? Okay, let's get down to business. Wu Qingyue waved his hand and continued, is he really here for Yuan Tianxing and the others? How many people did he bring? How much force? Xiao Liqing immediately restrained his expression. There are about 2,000 people, 5 large trucks, more than 10 medium-sized armored vehicles, and 5 battlefield off-road vehicles. Long Yubai himself came in a super luxurious RV. And the armored vehicles are equipped with close-range miniature cannons, anti-aircraft cannons, long-range cannons, and so on. They have very strong firepower. The smile on Wu Qinyue's face faded, and he said with a faint smile, he brought such strong firepower to the periphery of my base. He's really bold. Bringing such strong firepower to the door of someone else's base, they could completely doubt his intentions and intentions. This way, it would be very easy to start a war. And was he here to show off to others? Or to provoke them? That's right, I don't know if he's showing off or provoking us. Xiao Liqing nodded in agreement. Wu Qingyue said, fortunately he left last night. Old Zhou didn't care and let him stay for one night. If he was in the base, how could he bring so much firepower and stay outside his base for more than an hour? He stopped in Jianggan district. Is he coming for Yuan Tianxing and the others? Wu Qingyue asked again. I can't be sure, but from the information he sent into Sea City, it's most likely true. As for why he stopped at Jianggan, it's because he heard that Hangzhou City is a zombie city. They definitely don't know that Yuan Tianxing and the others have already hidden in the city center. Xiao Liqing suddenly had the mentality of watching a good show. What kind of reaction would Long Yubai have when he found out that Yuan Tianxing was building a base in the center of Zombie City? What would he do next? It seems like he didn't investigate his information carefully enough. Let's see if he has the guts to come in. Send someone to keep an eye on them and see what they're up to recently. Right? We won't be going back for now. Let's wait and see what Long Yubai is up to, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Reader, if you want to stay and watch the show, just say so. Xiao Liqing rolled his eyes. Well, you're right if you want to say that, but can't you say it better? For example, am I worried that Yuan Tianxing and the others will be in trouble? After all, Long Yubai is still stronger than Yuan Tianxing and the others. Wu Qingyue looked at him and smiled. Xiao Liqing listened to him and was slightly stunned. It seemed that he was right. This new base in Shangqing, in addition to a few high-level zombies, seemed to be lacking in weapons and manpower. Most of the people here were from Sea City. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked at him and asked, Hey, now that you mention it, it seems that Yuan Tianxing's military power here is still very weak. And from the looks of it, they're almost relying on those zombies to protect them. Only they would dare to use zombies as a protective shield. Wu Qingyue said with a smile, yes, if it wasn't for Lu Tianyu, this female zombie, they wouldn't dare. That's right. It seems that they're all connected because she's the center. Xiao Liqing nodded. On the other side of Jianggan district, Long Yubai and his people were stationed in a middle school. All the cars were parked on the school field, and teams of soldiers were patrolling around with guns in their hands. Long Yubai stood on the top of the teaching building, looking in the direction of Hangzhou from afar with a gloomy expression. Are you sure? Are they really in that direction? Shangqing district is the urban area of Hangzhou. There were originally a lot of people there. After turning into zombies, it directly fell into a zombie city. Who would dare to build a base there? And with just a few people? When he learned that Yuan Tianxing and the others might have built a new base in Hangzhou, he immediately felt that he had been played. Lin Ruifeng said, but if it's not here, then all the news in Hangzhou City is that there's movement in the central area. There's no movement in the other areas. Shouldn't I send some people to check out the situation first? Long Yubai said impatiently, why didn't you confirm the news first before telling me? Quickly send people out to verify the situation. If they're not in the center of Hangzhou City, you guys can do as you see fit. After saying that, he looked coldly at Lin Ruifeng. Yes, I understand. Lin Ruifeng lowered his head and responded. Then he turned around and left to send people to check out the situation. But not long after, the people Lin Ruifeng sent suddenly came back with a person. Standing in front of the hall downstairs and looking at the person who was being dragged by two soldiers, Lin Ruifeng looked at his subordinates blankly. What's going on? Who is this person? The person who was being dragged by two soldiers looked like he couldn't even stand up. His whole body was scorched black as if he had been burned by fire. His lips were rotten as if they had been cut with a knife. He looked like he was half dead. The team leader who led the soldiers to drag the person looked at him and replied, "Oh, we heard someone calling for help a few kilometers away, so we found him. So we brought him back first." The man who was placed on the ground looked up at Lin Ruifeng weakly. He seemed to know that Lin Ruifeng was the leader here. Lin Ruifeng looked at this person and found that there were some supernatural energy waves on his body. But he was already in this state, and he was still able to live outside where there were zombies everywhere. It seemed that he wasn't an ordinary person. You want us to save you, right? Okay, as long as you can give us the information we want to know, I'll be a doctor to save you. Lin Ruifeng looked at him and said. The man's eyes immediately lit up on his dirty face. He opened his injured mouth and replied with an unclear tone. Chapter 478. He was very cooperative when he saw the half-dead man. After all, he still wanted to live. Lin Ruifeng asked, "Who are you? What's your name?" As for the half-dead man with his mouth rotting and his entire body charred, it was Huang Tianfei who was thrown out of the new base by Duyuanxing. He was not dead. He was a metahuman with 5 meridians. Even if he was electrocuted by a lightning metahuman, as long as he was not dead, he would not die so quickly. Since Huang Tianfei had provoked Lin Xiao, Duyuanxing naturally could not send him back to Haiqing base. He threw him out of the circle of zombies and wanted him to fend for himself. In the end, Huang Tianfei walked out of the uptown area on his own and made it to Jianggan district. He had been waiting for someone to pass by and then beg them to save his life. But at the same time, he also realized that this hope was very slim. This was because the center of Hangzhou City was a famous forbidden area in Haiqing base. Those zombie hunting squads would not come here for no reason. Just as he was feeling more and more hopeless and unwilling to die like this, he suddenly saw a group of soldiers passing by, so he used all his strength to call for help. But he did not expect this group of soldiers to be looking for Yuan Tianxing's base, and he did not know whether they were friends or enemies. My goodness.
Huang, Huang,
Huang Tianfei replied. Okay, then I'll ask you. Since you appeared near Hangzhou City, you should know that there should be a new base under construction nearby. Do you know where it is? As long as you tell me the address, I'll send a doctor to treat your injuries and give you medicine for free, Lin Ruifeng asked. Huang Tianfei did not say it immediately. He only said, I would like to treat my injuries first. He moved his mouth, which was already infected, with great difficulty. As he spoke, he looked like he was enduring the pain. Lin Ruifeng looked at him quietly for a few seconds and suddenly nodded. Okay, since you said you know, then I'll get someone to treat your injuries first. Then you can tell me, right? Huang Tianfei nodded repeatedly. Although he was heavily injured, his mind was still clear. He could tell that these people were not from Sea City Base. Even he couldn't sense the level of the man in front of him, so he must be a level 6 ability user or above. The only level 6 ability users in Haicheng were the deputy leaders, and all of them were public figures. There was no one he didn't know. Therefore, these people must be from other places. Since they were from other places and were looking for a new base, he had to first figure out their intentions. Although it was hard to find someone who came to that place for the first time, everyone would know about it in the future. Therefore, he might as well make use of the other party's intentions to help him out. Not only could he stall for time, but he could also figure out their intentions. As if he didn't know what Huang Tianfei was up to, Lin Ruifeng waved at the team leader. Go, ask the military doctor to come and treat him as soon as possible. The captain immediately responded, then turned to the two soldiers beside Huang Tianfei and said, Bring him over, go get the military doctor. After saying that, he pointed to another soldier and asked him to get the military doctor. The two soldiers immediately helped Huang Tianfei up from the ground and carried him away with the team leader. Lin Ruifeng then said to the person beside him, Go to Sea City immediately and investigate this person. Go and come back quickly. The person immediately turned and left. The man immediately turned around and left. Soon, he left the school in an off-road vehicle with two other people. After Lin Ruifeng watched them leave, he turned and walked toward the stairs. Not long after, he reached the rooftop and walked toward Long Yubai, who was standing at the edge of the rooftop. I found a person nearby. He's heavily injured, but he seems to know where the base is, he said. Long Yubai turned back to look at him, then turned back to continue looking into the distance. He looks half dead. Are you sure he really knows where it is? Long Yubai said indifferently as he looked out of the building. Lin Ruifeng said, whether he knows or not, let's just pretend he really knows for now. I'm planning to show him the way. If he can't point it out, then he can't blame us. After all, we've already agreed on the conditions. Long Yubai nodded. That works too. Then, he suddenly turned and walked toward Lin Ruifeng, saying, Give him 4 hours. He'll bring us there in the afternoon. Have you asked him about his identity? Is he from Sea City? Lin Ruifeng nodded and said, He said he's from Sea City. I've already sent people to Sea City to investigate. He should be back very soon. As Long Yubai walked toward the stairs, he said, I'm tired from standing. Come down and massage my legs. Lin Ruifeng's eyes flashed, and the corners of his lips curled up into a naughty smile. Oh, coming. Meanwhile, Huang Tianfei was brought to a classroom at the side. The table there had been put together, and Huang Tianfei was placed on the table. Very soon, a man wearing a military doctor's badge on his arm walked in with a medical box. He walked to the table and sized up Huang Tianfei's appearance before asking, was he struck by lightning? The surrounding people all looked at Huang Tianfei with puzzled gazes. Without waiting for Huang Tianfei's reply, the doctor pointed at his mouth and said, this injury must have been cut by someone. Hey, don't talk. It hurts just by looking at it. After saying that, he quickly took out some tools to treat his wounds. Huang Tianfei endured the pain and allowed the doctor to treat all the injuries on his body, as well as the rotten and swollen wound on his mouth. Then, the doctor fed him some rice soup with a straw before applying medicine on his mouth. Then, he covered his mouth with a piece of gauze. All right, have a good rest now. After the doctor gave his instructions, he left. Huang Tianfei was left lying there, secretly sizing up these people while quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. After the doctor left, the soldiers left Huang Tianfei there. They went to stand outside the classroom. At first, it was very quiet. After half an hour, they looked back at Huang Tianfei and thought that he might have fallen asleep. Then, they began to talk in low voices. This time, we're going to look for the Lin family, right? But are they really here in Hangzhou? These soldiers weren't very clear about the purpose of this trip, but they still had a rough idea. Yes, we're looking for the Lin family, but I heard from the Sea City base that they're building a base somewhere in Hangzhou, so we came back here. What? Building a base? Did you hear wrongly? There are only a few people left from the Lin family, and they want to build a base? Are you kidding me? Sure, lower your voice. Don't wake the patient inside. Who knows? Anyway, I heard that from someone else. Chapter 479. Huang Tianfei's eyelids twitched as he listened to the conversation of the soldiers outside. The voices outside were slightly softer, but the people inside could still hear them. That Yang Jianhua chased us all the way here, but he couldn't kill Lin Feng and his gang. He still has the cheek to go back. How useless. His intention wasn't to kill the Lin family, but to capture Sister Lin and play with her. But there might be a reason why he didn't succeed. Otherwise, why would he go back alone? He even lost the war chariots that our leader gave him. That's true, but that's 10 war chariots. Our leader will probably die of heartache if he lost them. That's right. Huang Tianfei's eyelids opened slightly when he heard these conversations. A gleam of joy flashed across his eyes. If it wasn't for the wound on his mouth that was wrapped up like a mask, he would definitely be smiling smugly. These people were actually here to deal with Yuan Tianxing and his gang. Ha! Good, very good. If they were Yuan Tianxing and his gang's enemies, then of course he would guide them and bring them there personally. After resting for a few hours, Huang Tianfei struggled to get up from the table. As if sensing his movements, the soldiers outside turned around and saw that he had sat up on his own, so they turned around and walked in. How are you? Do you feel better? A soldier walked in front of him and asked. Huang Tianfei nodded, then gestured for them to write with a pen and pointed to his mouth. Oh, you want a pen and paper, right? Understood. Wait a moment. The squad leader in charge of watching him understood what he wanted the moment he saw his actions. The squad leader found a notebook and a pen for him. After Huang Tianfei took the pen and paper, he immediately wrote on the notebook, I know where your boss is going. I can guide you there, but can you treat my injury? He knew that his current condition wasn't very good. If he returned to Sea City to get medicine, he would definitely need to spend a lot of his zombie cores. In that case, he might as well exchange terms with these people here and treat his injury first. The squad leader took the torn piece of paper, looked at the content, and then looked at Huang Tianfei. You'll have to wait for a while. I'll go ask our boss for his opinion. With that, the squad leader took Huang Tianfei's note and left. Not long after, he took the note and found Lin Ruifeng in Long Yubai's limousine. The door was not closed, but left open. The squad leader stood outside the door and said to the two inside, Leader, Deputy Leader. He said he can take us to that place, but he has a condition. As he spoke, he passed the paper in his hand. The two people who were sitting inside and drinking showed surprised expressions after hearing his words. Lin Ruifeng moved to sit by the door and took the note. Was he that self-conscious? What's the condition? Oh, it's just treatment. He didn't say to what extent he would be cured, right? All right, let him come with us first. If he can bring us to the location, it's fine to give him more medicine. Ask him to write down the address. We'll send someone to check it out first. Lin Ruifeng looked at the contents of the note and said to the squad leader. The squad leader immediately responded, then turned around and went to Huang Tianfei's side. When Huang Tianfei heard what he meant, he shook his head and refused to write down the address. He wrote on the notebook, no need to write, Their location is in the center of Hangzhou City. Just let your boss go there directly. However, there's one thing I need to make clear first. If you want to get close to those people, you must first pass through an obstacle formed by a group of zombies. Formed by a group of zombies? I heard that the center of Hangzhou City is a zombie city. It's normal for there to be a group of zombies. Why do you need to make it clear? The squad leader asked in confusion. Huang Tianfei wrote, "No, this? How do I put it? This group of zombies is different from the zombies in a normal zombie city. They will act and be disciplined like a zombie army." When the squad leader saw that they would act and be disciplined like an army, he was at a loss and didn't understand. He looked at Huang Tianfei in disbelief and said, "Like an army? And discipline? That's impossible, right? Is it because there's a high-level zombie king controlling them? But even if it's a group of zombies controlled by a zombie king, it shouldn't be as exaggerated as you said. Where there was a high-level zombie king, there would definitely be a group of zombies controlled by it. However, the number wouldn't be too much. But to be able to control a group of zombies like an army, maybe only level 7 or 8 zombies could do that. But in this world, would there really be level 8 zombies? There should be level 7 zombies, but there wouldn't be many. The number would be limited. No, they weren't controlled by the zombie king, but by some people in the base. Huang Tianfei replied in his heart. After he was beaten out that day, he carefully thought about the situation in the new base in the upper city, especially the situation he saw in the outer circle of the zombie group. It was a very strange feeling. However, when he saw that these people didn't believe him, he consciously didn't say anything. He wrote on the paper, "I'm just reminding you. If you encounter something strange, don't blame me for explaining it first." The squad leader took the paper. Although he didn't believe it, he still took the words to Lin Ruifeng. "Okay, I got it. Since you don't want to write down the address, then show us the way yourself. Don't worry, we will change the medicine for you." Then the squad leader sent a message to Lin Ruifeng and directly showed him the words he wrote. "Oh, he doesn't want to write? Since he wants to show us the way, then let's go. Pass down the order, get ready to move." Lin Ruifeng said to the squad leader. The squad leader immediately turned around and ordered everyone to get ready. Lin Ruifeng took the words written by Huang Tianfei and asked Long Yubai curiously, "You see, he said it's the center of Hangzhou. There must be tens of thousands of zombies there. Why would they build a base there? And how are they going to deal with these zombies? Aren't they afraid of being drowned by the zombies?" Long Yubai also lazily took the information written by Huang Tianfei and looked at it. He wrote here that the zombies have the discipline and ability to move like an army. What does he mean? Even if the zombies in the zombie city are controlled by the high-level zombie king, they can't have the discipline and ability to move like an army. Is this person messing with us? He looked at the special statement written by Huang Tianfei and said with a face full of disdain. Lin Ruifeng also stretched his head over to take a look, then laughed and shook his head. "Who knows? We'll know when we get there." Chapter 480. The squad leader passed the message to Huang Tianfei and told him that they were about to leave. Huang Tianfei seemed to have expected it and nodded in agreement, but he continued to write on the paper. "But I can't move right now. I need your help." The squad leader glanced at him and nodded. "That's not a problem." Then he said to the soldiers next to him, "Help him to the car first." "Yes, sir." Two of the soldiers immediately helped Huang Tianfei up and walked out. Not long after, Long Yubai's convoy headed towards the city. In the new base, Wu Chengyue was listening to Xiao Liqing's report. "Huang Tianfei? Who is this person? I heard that he came with the second batch of workers, but he hid his superpower level. This Huang Tianfei is a level 5 superpower user. After coming here, he became restless. It seems that he has a complicated relationship with the woman called Lu Jun. After the two met, they immediately started fighting. Xiao Liqing told him all the information he had gathered. When it came to Lu Jun, he knew that Lu Jun was a zombie, so he almost blurted it out, but then he thought that it was a bit impolite, so he changed his words. Oh, he wants to take advantage of the situation. He doesn't need to do much, and he can eat, live, and even take rice. I'm guessing he's here for the rice. Wu Qingyue nodded as he wondered what Huang Tianfei was up to. Xiao Liqing nodded and said, yes, maybe that's what he's planning. And the little boy next to Miss Lu might be his son. That day when he came, he tried to take the child away, but was stopped by Miss Lu. His son? If it's his son, why is the child outside, and with a group of zombies? Wu Qinyue's smile faded as he asked expressionlessly. After investigating the people around the female zombie, he also found out about the zombie team around her. The woman with the child was also a zombie, and she was the child's mother. When he found out that the child was with these zombies, he was very surprised. But seeing that the child was well taken care of, he felt that these zombies were special, especially the one that Lingling liked. Yes, it was Lingling who liked him, not him. Oh, I'm not too sure about this, but even if Lu Jun became a zombie, his son is more important than his life. Therefore, after she married Miss Lu, the child had been with them. A few months ago, before Huang Tianfei came to our base, he was originally a resident of the Netherworld King's base. I don't know why, but he suddenly came to our base with a group of people, but in the end he suddenly abandoned his wife and children outside, which were filled with zombies. The more Xiao Liqing spoke, the angrier he felt. What kind of man was this? What a scumbag! He actually abandoned his wife and son and ran for his life. Wu Qingyue nodded in agreement. Because he was raising a precious daughter, he could understand the feelings of those parents. He would have to die to abandon his Lingling, even if he had to give up the entire base. He wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, he hated men like Huang Tianfei who abandoned their wives and children even more than Xiao Liqing who didn't even have a wife and children. Then what happened? Xiao Liqing replied, oh, he wanted to snatch the child away in front of Lu Jun. Of course Lu Jun wouldn't let him, so they confronted each other. In the end, Huang Tianfei made the first move and was prepared to hit the child. In the end, he was stopped by Qiu Lily. So he insulted Qiu Lily. You know Qiu Lily's strength. She was originally a zombie king. Huang Tianfei insulted her, so of course he didn't have a good ending. His lips were cut off on the spot. Good cut. If it was this kind of man, I would have directly cut off his balls. Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Xiao Liqing looked at him speechlessly. Leader, watch your words in front of the child. After saying that, he glanced at Wu Yueling who was playing at the side. Wu Qingyue said. Xiao Liqing then continued, then, Huang Tianfei who had his mouth cut off used his ability, but he was beaten down in a few moves. Then, he was taken out by Xiyuan Yuanxing and left to fend for himself outside the base. I originally thought that even if he could survive and return to Haiqing base, it wouldn't be so easy. I didn't expect that he would encounter Long Yubai's team. Looks like Long Yubai's luck is pretty good. He actually picked up someone who can guide him. Let's see if this guy dares to come with Long Yubai again. If he comes, Cheng, pay attention and think of a way to get rid of him. Wu Qingyue touched his chin and said calmly, got it. Xiao Liqing nodded. Did you tell Yuan Tianxing and the others about this situation? Wu Qingyue suddenly asked. Xiao Liqing nodded. And I reminded them. Wu Qingyue immediately stood up, turned around, and pulled Lingling out. Let's go, Lingling, I'll take you to find some friends to play with. Lingling looked at him blankly, but when she heard that he was going to take her to find someone to play with, she didn't look unhappy, but she didn't look happy either. She just followed him out expressionlessly. Xiao Liqing also followed behind him and walked out. In the office on the second floor, Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, and Chen Yuding were in the room, discussing the information that Xiao Liqing had given them. Yang Jianhua just left, and now Long Yubai is chasing after us. He really doesn't give us any time to breathe. Sigh, Lin Feng said with a cold expression. Yuan Tianxing didn't say anything, but his expression didn't look good either. Only Chen Yuding asked curiously, I haven't asked about the situation of your previous base. Now that Long Yubai is the leader of the Earth Dragons, why would he deliberately chase after you all this way? Who knows? Lin Feng replied. Long Yubai might have come here to deal with us in passing. His main target isn't us, Yuan Tianxing suddenly said after thinking for a while. As old rivals, Yuan Tianxing and Chief Lin Xiao had some understanding of the strength of the Earth Dragons, so they knew quite a bit about Long Yubai and the other deputy chiefs. Long Yubai had always been a restless and unwilling person. This time, he made a move against the Netherworld King's base, but it was just the beginning. Because the strength of the Netherworld King's base was similar to theirs, and it was also close, it became a test. Seeing that the Netherworld King's base was so easily destroyed, this situation made Long Yubai immediately think of other bases. However, he had always been a scheming man. Although he wasn't broad-minded, his patience wasn't bad. In order to get what he wanted, he had enough patience, like a poisonous snake waiting for its prey to approach. Chapter 481. Lin Feng nodded. Although this homosexual doesn't have much ability, he's very good at finding helpers. Those who are willing to work for him are all very strong. It's just that these people can't control their dicks. His words made Chen Yuding look at him awkwardly, but Yuan Tianxing didn't have any reaction. Then, what should we do now? I heard that he brought a lot of troops. Just the tanks alone are equipped with long-range and short-range microcannons. Can we hold them off with just the zombies? Chen Yuding said worriedly. Yuan Tianxing said, our main goal is to defend against his weapons. Although Long Yubai is a level 7 paranormal, he's a water paranormal. As long as we're not near a river or lake, we don't have to worry about him. I can deal with his ability for the time being, but we can't deal with his weapon. That's right. The tanks in Long Yubai's army are already very difficult to deal with. According to Xiao Liqing's information, there are more than a dozen tanks. If they all fire at the zombies, even tens of thousands of zombies will be wiped out. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. So now our main goal is to think of a way to deal with his tanks? Chen Yuding asked. We still have to pay attention to Long Yubai. Uptown is very close to Qianjiang. If he controls the water of Qianjiang into a flood, we'll all be in trouble. That's why I said that I can only withstand his attacks temporarily, but not for too long. Yuan Tianxing shook his head and suddenly said. Lin Feng said, and we don't know which deputy leader is with him. The leaders around him aren't easy to deal with. We only have 3 level 6 paranormal here. If we send one to deal with the deputy leader, then the other 2 will have to deal with the tanks together. That way, there won't be anyone to deal with Long Yubai. Why won't there be anyone? Isn't there still Leader Wu? He won't just sit and watch. Chen Yuding suddenly said. By the way, should we go find that Meng Meng? Before Miss Lu left, she said that Meng Meng is now a master. If there's anything about the base, we can go find her. Lin Feng suddenly remembered what his mother told him. Both Yuan Tianxing and Zhang Xian's eyes lit up at the same time. That's right, they didn't realize that this was not only their new base, but also half of it was a zombie base. Yuan Tianxing stood up and said, yes, I'll send someone to ask the 5th floor. As he spoke, he simply turned around and walked out of the door. After opening the door, he said to Lin Yu, who was guarding outside, Lin Yu, go and find Miss Lu on the 5th floor. Ask her to help us go to Mount Wu and ask Meng Meng to come back. Tell her it's urgent. Lin Yu was stunned, but he quickly reacted and nodded. Okay, I'll go now. After saying that, he turned around and left to find someone. Although he didn't want to deal with the zombies, if it was Yuan Tianxing's order, then he must carry it out. Yuan Tianxing closed the door and returned to discuss the situation with Lin Feng and the rest. But it's really surprising that Huang Tianfei didn't die in the mouths of the zombies. He even ran into Long Yubai and the others. Otherwise, Long Yubai would have to search for a while to find us. Lin Feng thought of Huang Tianfei that Xiao Liqing mentioned and frowned to show that he was a little depressed. He's lucky. It's been so many days, but he's still injured. Hey, didn't he have a complicated conflict with Miss Lu on the 5th floor? If we can catch this person, we can directly deal with them, Qin Yuding said. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Yuan Tianxing and the other two were slightly stunned, then turned their heads at the same time and saw that the door was opened. After Lin Yu left, Feng Mingyu pushed the door open and said to the 3 people in the office, "Boss, it's Leader Wu. Oh, invite him in." Yuan Tianxing and the other 2 immediately stood up to welcome him. Feng Mingyu pushed the door wide open and slightly retreated outside. She gestured to Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing to come in. Then they saw Wu Qingyue walk in with Xiao Liqing, and behind him, a few little radishes stuck their heads in. They were Lin Xiaolu, Tong Tong, and Lingling's little heads. They looked curiously at the adults in the office. Lin Xiaolu happened to meet her father Lin Feng's eyes and immediately walked in obediently. She stood by the door and said to him, "Dad, can we take Lingling to play?" Lin Feng was stunned. Of course, he had no objections, but when he saw Wu Yueling standing quietly beside his daughter, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue noticed his gaze and said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me? If the children want to play, let them play. Just send someone to watch over them." Lin Feng immediately said to Lin Xiaolu, "Take Lingling to your mother's place and don't run around. You're the elder sister, you have to look after your younger brother and sister, understand?" Lin Xiaolu nodded obediently and then happily pulled Tong Tong out. It wasn't that she didn't want to pull Wu Yueling, but Wu Yueling didn't want her to. Moreover, Tong Tong was younger than both of them, so Lin Xiaolu felt that it would be more suitable to pull Tong Tong. Needless to say, Wu Qingyue had brought people outside. When he saw Wu Yueling and Lin Xiaolu go out to play, he consciously followed them. Feng Mingyu waited for Wu Qingyue and the others to go in and the children to come out before she came in and closed the door. Yuan Tianxing gestured to the chair next to him and said, "Please have a seat. I was just about to look for you later, but I didn't expect you to come first." After Wu Qingyue sat down, he asked with a smile, "Oh, you're talking about Long Yubai's team coming here, right? Tell me, what can I do to help? I don't plan to go back so quickly for the time being." "Yes. We're talking about the opponent's firepower and strength. Long Yubai is a water ability user, and Uptown happens to be close to Chenjiang, so if he runs to the river and uses his ability to cause a flood, we won't be able to hold on for long, so we can only stop him from getting close to Chenjiang. Also, we have to find a way to deal with the firepower he brings," Yuan Tianxing said while looking at him. Wu Qingyue nodded and asked, "Then have you found a way?" Yuan Tianxing looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng leaned forward to the table, bent his elbow on the table, and held his hands together. He said, "We're going to attack first. We can't wait for them to break through the zombie defense line before we counterattack." "That's right. If that's the case, then we have to first send suitable people to destroy their tanks, or at least destroy those weapons. Actually, it's not that difficult. As long as we send Qing Qing out, with her metal ability, she has plenty of ways to destroy those weapons made of metal." "It's just that we need to send more people to accompany her and protect her." Yuan Tianxing sat down and looked at everyone as he voiced out his thoughts. Chapter 482. Lin Feng clapped his hands and his eyes lit up. "Yes, that's a good idea. I forgot about Qing Qing's metal ability. It's all because her presence with Wen has been declining recently." "That's right, that's a good idea. Seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the enemy before they reach us. I think Long Yubai doesn't know that we already know his whereabouts, But we have to destroy some of his firepower before he gets close to the zombie defense line. Otherwise, those ordinary zombies won't be able to hold on for long. Wu Qingyue nodded and felt that Yuan Tianxing's idea was feasible. The other three nodded. Indeed, the destructive power of the firepower was very strong. A single shot would probably kill a large number of zombies. So even if there were many zombies now, they wouldn't be able to withstand a few more shots. But where did Long Yubai get so many powerful weapons? Wu Qingyue suddenly looked at Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng and asked. Although he heard that Long Yubai had found other bases to cooperate with to deal with Hades' base, his firepower was so strong that it didn't seem like the strength of Earth Dragon base. It seemed like he borrowed it from other bases. As for why those bases were willing to lend him these weapons, there should be some kind of transaction. Chen Yuding then asked, then, who's more suitable to go with her? We don't have enough manpower here, so we definitely need to send a vanguard for this operation. This question made Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng silent for a while, both of them thinking about their own manpower. Chen Yuding was right, they didn't have enough manpower here. Even if Qing Qing was a rank 5 metahuman, her ability was a special type, so they couldn't let anything happen to her. Thinking about Long Yubai's dozen or so cars was already very troublesome, and they didn't know what other armed forces he had. Of course, sending people to protect Qing Qing also needed to be of equal strength, but even if there were rank 5 metahumans in this base, there were only Diyuanxing, Qing Qing, Li Zheng, Qing Wangxue, Lin Hao, and a few others. Lin Wenwen was also rank 5, but she was a space type, so she was excluded. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Feng Mingyu opened the door and let in a middle school girl with black eyes and green eyes. I can protect her, but we might need someone else to take charge here. Can you guys do that? Elmar walked in. Although she said that she would let the others take over, her pair of strange black and green eyes were staring at Wu Qingyue. The meaning was very obvious. Yuan Tianxing and the other two immediately looked at Wu Qingyue. Although their gazes were not as straightforward as Elmar's, there was a hint of pleading in their eyes. All right, since you've said so, I have no objections. Anyway, I'm also your business partner. When you're in trouble, of course, I won't sit back and do nothing. Wu Ziyue shrugged indifferently and said with a smile. Elmar looked at Yuan Tianxing and said, no one is more suitable than me. If you go, I will have to send a high-level zombie to open the door for you. I might as well protect her myself. She had a lot of confidence in her current strength. Furthermore, there were zombies everywhere outside. There was no one more suitable than her. Yuan Tianxing looked at her worriedly. Well, are you alone? There's only 2 people including Qingqing, and they're both girls. It's too dangerous. He wasn't worried about their strength, but worried that their thoughts might not be able to keep up with Long Yubai's thoughts. What, you don't believe in my strength? Or you don't believe in my intelligence? Looking at Yuan Tianxing's expression, Elmar actually guessed what he was thinking, so she asked directly. In the end, Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng nodded at the same time. In Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng's eyes, even if Elmar's face had recovered, she could still speak. However, the impression she left on them when she was Meng Meng was too deep. That was why they couldn't get used to the current Elmar, who looked very normal. After all, Meng Meng often hung out with Xiao Lu and the other 2 kids. She looked like a child who hadn't grown up yet. Elmar looked at their expressions and was a little annoyed. These people asked for her help, but they were worried about her. What was the meaning of this? She snorted and turned her face away. All right then, since I can't do it alone, tell me who to send. Saying that, she pulled out a chair from under the desk in front of her and sat down casually. Then she crossed her arms in front of her chest and turned her face to the side. Seeing that the child was throwing a tantrum, Yuan Tianxing hurriedly smiled at her. No, I'm just afraid that Long Yubai is too cunning. He might have some unexpected tricks up his sleeve. I'm afraid that you'll be dragged into it. Elmar only looked at them after hearing a more tactful way of saying it. Lin Feng thought about it and said, Diyuanxing isn't here right now, so Lin Hao will bring Lin Yu and Lei Yao with you. What do you think? Sure. Elmar smiled faintly and nodded. Elmar brought Long Qingying, Lin Hao, Lin Yu, and Lei Yao out of the zombie defense line and headed towards Long Yubai's location. Because Elmar and the others had set off earlier than Long Yubai's group at noon, Long Yubai waited for Huang Tianfei to wake up in the afternoon before he set off. By then, Elmar and the others were already not far from them. Just as Elmar and the others left the upper city and entered the Jianggan district, she suddenly pulled everyone to a stop. The others stopped in their tracks. Although Elmar looked to be the youngest, her strength was still there. Moreover, she had been very calm today. She was completely different from Elmar in the past. After hearing her words, the others couldn't help but stop when they heard what she said. "What's wrong?" Long Qingying asked curiously. Elmar stuck her nose out and sniffed, then turned around and said, "Wait, let me find a high place to confirm." Saying that, she jumped to the branch next to her, then jumped to the top of the tree. Then she appeared from the top of the tree, then jumped to the tall building next to her. Elmar jumped to the top of a tall building, stood at the highest point, and carefully sniffed in the direction of the Jianggan district, as if she was sensing something. 2 minutes later, she leaped down from the 20-story building and landed on the ground lightly and nimbly. "They're over there, about 5 kilometers away from us, and they've already started to move, but they're coming in our direction." Elmar walked over and said to them. Long Qingying looked at Lin Hao and said, 5 kilometers, then do we sneak over, or do we ambush here? Lin Hao thought for a while, his hands in his pants pockets, but his handsome face was very gloomy. Use both methods at the same time. First sneak over and find out their situation, then ambush according to the situation. Chapter 483. Long Qingying and the others nodded. "Okay, then let's get closer and observe their situation from a close distance. Then we'll make our move secretly," Elmar said calmly. After deciding on their strategy, they immediately moved towards Long Yubai's troops with Elmar in the lead. They quickly closed the distance of a few kilometers. They hid near Long Yubai's troops and used binoculars to observe Long Yubai's vehicles from afar. At the same time, they observed the surrounding terrain. The formation of Long Yubai's troops was somewhat unique. There were tanks in front and behind them. In the middle, there were SUVs in front and trucks in the back. This way, no matter if there was a situation in front or behind, they could directly use the weapons on the tanks to solve it. Finally, Elmar and the others laid in ambush on a bridge. Below the bridge was a river, which was a tributary of the Qian River. Although it was not very deep, it was very wide. The bridge built on the river was more than 20 meters long. So if Long Yubai wanted to come here, he had to cross this bridge. Elmar stood at the head of the bridge. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and burst out a mouthful of sharp teeth. Roar dash, the sound was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. After that, she turned around and flashed into a nearby tree, then quietly waited. The others had already found their own places to hide. Long Qingying's position was not far from the bridge, because she was under it. After Elmar roared, the zombies that were scared away by her aura gradually came back. They staggered over and finally gathered at the head of the bridge. Roar? The group of zombies looked around in bewilderment. Although their faces had all kinds of black veins, crooked noses, cracked mouths, and exploded eyes, it did not affect their puzzled expression. Because they were summoned here, but what did they want to do here? Why did they come here? But they did not dare to leave, because they received the order to come here. Without the order to leave, they did not dare to move. There were still zombies coming out, and then they also walked over here. Both sides of the bridge were gathering here, and soon, even the bridge was full of zombies. Roar dash, the zombies that had gathered over were swaying left and right, slowly circling around in circles. Because there was still the smell of living people around, The delicious smell made them restless and unable to stop. Roar! At this moment, Elmar suddenly roared again. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. After being roared by Elmar, the zombies gradually calmed down and then stood still in the same place. However, the zombies were still rushing over. As long as the zombies were within 2 to 3 kilometers of Feng Yuan, they would all hear her voice and come over without hesitation. Even Long Yubai and the others, who were driving over, saw the zombies on the road ignoring their existence and moving forward. What's wrong with these zombies? Why are they running in front of us collectively? Long Yubai leaned against the window glass in surprise and asked Lin Ruifeng. Lin Ruifeng also looked outside with a strange expression. When he heard Long Yubai's question, he replied. There seemed to be a strange sound, like a zombie's roar. Could it be a high-level zombie summoning these ordinary zombies? It's possible. Long Yubai nodded. As they watched, the car continued to move forward, but slowly, the road ahead became more and more difficult to walk. Because those zombies all came to the road, although they didn't attack anyone now, because of their large number, they blocked the progress of the convoy. The tank in front gradually slowed down. At this time, Lin Ruifeng's microphone rang. He walked to the front of the car and picked it up to his ear. Speak. Deputy Leader, there are a lot of zombies on the road ahead, blocking the car's way. Should we just run over them? A voice came from the opposite side reporting the situation. No need to slow down, just run over them. Lin Ruifeng said faintly. The other side quickly replied. Then, a giant shovel suddenly appeared in front of the first tank in front of the convoy, and then the car began to accelerate towards the zombies in front of it. Roar dash! These defenseless, slow-moving zombies were immediately pushed out by the first forklift. The huge shovel at the front of the car shoveled the group of zombies into a pile, and then vigorously pushed forward. Many zombies were pushed to the ground, but they immediately got up and rushed towards the cars. They didn't care about the high-level zombies' command from before. Some zombies just happened to roll in front of the car, and were directly cut in half by the giant shovel in front of the car. Dirty black blood immediately stained the front of the car, and also splashed on the body of the cars. The zombies that were cut in half didn't die that quickly. They were still able to drag half of their bodies on the ground, but they continued to be run over by the heavy wheels behind them. They were directly flattened on the ground, and a large pool of flesh and blood flowed out. With the forklift opening up the road, the speed of the car behind immediately increased. At this time, Long Yubai said, directly fire the short-range cannon. Lin Ruifeng looked back at him and nodded, okay. Then he turned his head to the transmitter and said, the one in front, directly fire at the zombies, don't waste time on these mentally retarded zombies. There was an immediate response from the front. Soon, the first car in the front continued to shovel the zombies forward, and the second and third cars on the roof turned the muzzle and aimed at the large number of zombies in front of them. Bang dash! A cannon shot out, and then exploded a few hundred meters in front of them. In the group of zombies that were blown up, the zombies were blown up, and although there was a hole in the cement road, it wasn't deep and didn't affect the cars driving. The zombies' bodies were blown up and fell to the ground, and then were pushed away by the forklift. But even so, the car's speed was still slow. When Long Yubai's car pushed the zombies near the bridge, there was already a large number of zombies gathered around. And after seeing the car coming over, these zombies all turned and rushed towards the car. Countless zombies rushed forward and began to attack the car. Roar, roar, roar dash! They all rushed towards the car, but were soon shot by the cannons and snipers on the roof and immediately fell down. But the other zombies that weren't hit by the bullets immediately rushed to the car and scratched the windows and even crazily hit them. Roar, roar dash! And the group of zombies behind also rushed forward like a tide. Chapter 484. Looking at the road in front of them, it was filled with zombies. The densely packed zombies were surging and gathering in front of them. After these zombies saw the arrival of their convoy, they suddenly madly rushed up. Long Yubai was a little surprised because there were too many zombies here. What's going on? Why are there so many zombies here? Didn't you send someone to scout the road? He leaned on the front of the car and stared ahead. Before, when we sent someone to scout the road, they said there was a bridge in front, but they didn't say that there were so many zombies gathered here. And when we came here, we also saw that these zombies are still gathering. Obviously, they didn't stay here before. They should have been summoned here not long ago. Lin Ruifeng's eyes slightly sunk as he analyzed and answered Long Yubai. Long Yubai furrowed his delicate eyebrows, silently looking outside without saying a word. After a few seconds, he indifferently opened his mouth and said, "Open the cannon formation, use the cannons to clear all these zombies." Lin Ruifeng immediately nodded, then turned around to open the door and walked out. Their RV was about 20 to 30 meters ahead of them. Right now there were a lot of zombies in the RV, because after looking a few dozen meters ahead, the bridge was already densely packed with zombies. Suddenly there were so many zombies gathered here, Lin Ruifeng suspected that there might be level 5 or 6 zombies here. After Lin Ruifeng got off the RV, he quickly ran and jumped onto the 2-meter-high roof of the tank in front of him. He looked at the zombies, then stepped on the roof of the car, and jumped over the roof of the car in front of him. The distance between each car was at least 4 to 5 meters, and he easily jumped over them and finally stood on the roof of the second car. He didn't say anything but raised his hand behind him, then made a gesture, and then waved from top to bottom in front of him. Bang 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 bang. Soon they saw the gun muzzles of the vehicles behind them shooting at the surrounding zombies. The surroundings immediately became filled with smoke and dust. Zombie limbs flew everywhere, and dirty blood mixed with sand splattered everywhere. Under the powerful firepower, after a few minutes of artillery fire, the zombies in front of them were quickly wiped out. Only the zombies on the bridge were still rushing towards them. Advance, continue to fire. Lin Ruifeng raised his hand and gestured for them to advance. The cars immediately moved forward, but the firepower didn't stop. Instead, as they moved forward, they continued to attack the zombies in front of them. Soon, the distance of dozens of meters was shortened, and Lin Ruifeng's car was already in front of the bridge. He raised his hand and made a pause gesture with his back facing the screen. Then he made a few different gestures. Because they were already at the end of the bridge, they couldn't attack the bridge. Otherwise, if the bridge was destroyed, they wouldn't be able to cross. After he made a few hand gestures, a group of people suddenly jumped out of the truck behind him. More than a dozen of them were equipped with advanced military equipment, helmets, and modified protective suits. Each of them held a rifle and rushed forward one after another. As these people rushed forward, they immediately held up their guns and fired accurately at the surrounding zombies. Wherever they passed, the zombies were hit in the head, and then they all fell to the ground. Soon, they quickly rushed to the end of the bridge. After shooting freely at the zombies on the bridge, a man suddenly hung his gun on his shoulder. Then he stood in the middle of the bridge, facing the countless zombies on the opposite side, and stretched out his hands. Both of his hands stretched forward, and then a 2-finger-wide ice blade appeared in the air 1 meter in front of him. As his hands moved, it immediately shot out 10 meters in front of him. After the ice blade was shot out, the man immediately kneeled on the ground. He took off his combat gloves, and then pressed his right hand on the ground. Immediately after, the ground under his hands quickly froze, and the ice quickly spread to the bridge, so a large group of zombies was quickly frozen and motionless. From the feet of the zombies, a thick layer of ice began to form, and then it spread to their whole bodies. Finally, they were frozen into ice sculptures. At this time, the man stood up again, raised his hands, and spread his fingers, as if he wanted to support something. At this time, an ice core began to condense above his head, and then quickly became bigger, and finally became a huge ice ball. The man threw the ice ball towards the zombie ice sculptures on the opposite side with great force. Bang dash, the ice ball smashed into the group of ice sculptures, and those ice sculptures were smashed into pieces. The man's attack time was very fast, and after 3 consecutive attacks, it actually took less than 10 seconds. The other team members around him all held up their guns and surrounded him in the middle, shooting in all directions at the zombies that wanted to rush up. After the ice ball was thrown, the man immediately rushed to the middle of the bridge. Once again, he waved his hand, and the ice under his feet all floated up. Then he rushed towards the zombie group on the opposite side of the bridge. Elmar and the others quietly watched them attack and clear these ordinary zombies. She had summoned all the zombies within a few miles of the square garden, and the number of zombies was at least no less than 100,000. These zombie hordes weren't that easy to deal with. Sure enough, soon after the zombies in front were frozen by the captain of the ability squad, the zombies behind immediately rushed forward and then rushed towards them. There were countless zombies, even if the team's ability attack was well trained, and their reaction was extremely fast, but they could not stop more and more zombies rushing up. After killing 1, 2 more would come, and after killing 10, 20 more would come. Now, even if their firepower was very strong, and they could kill hundreds of ordinary zombies in an instant, there were still countless zombies that continued to rush up in front of them. So immediately, both sides immediately fell into a deadlock of killing. Long Yubai's side did not dare to use large firepower to bombard the bridge, so they could only use the power of ability users and small firepower to clear the way. But there were too many zombies, so even if they wanted to rush over, it would obviously take some time. At this time, suddenly a sharp roar came from somewhere behind the zombie group. Roar dash. As soon as they heard this sound, the ability squad immediately felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, after the roar, these ordinary zombies suddenly went crazy, and they all rushed towards the human team without a care for their lives. And their movements suddenly became a lot more agile. As a result, countless crazy zombies rushed over. Even the captain with the rank 5 ability could only raise a large ice shield, which just happened to be stuck on the bridge, blocking the zombie group that rushed over. No one on Long Yubai's side noticed a silhouette flashing across the bridge. Chapter 485. Suddenly a figure flashed down from the building behind the zombie horde, diving down towards the ice shield of the squad leader like a lightning bolt. Not good. Lin Ruifeng's eyes flashed, fiercely rushing forward. But he was still a bit late, only to see the figure flash down, followed by a loud bang. Banged while a dash, the ice shield of the squad leader was immediately kicked to pieces. PFFF. The captain who was holding up the ice shield was sent flying by the kick. He flew into one of his own chariots and spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Captain! The squad members in front saw their captain was kicked away. They all panicked and shouted. At this time, Lin Ruifeng had already rushed to a position 3 meters away from the position of the squad leader and stood still. The dozen or so squad members around him still maintained their original posture and continued to guard against the surrounding zombies. Even if their captain had been KO'd, they still had to continue their mission. When they saw the zombie that smashed the huge ice shield with one kick, and then kicked the person flying, everyone felt a bit surprised. This zombie looked very slender. The body shape was like a junior high school girl, but the appearance was a bit unflattering. The whole face was covered with scales, a pair of dark eyes, but with 2 green vertical pupils, like the pupils of a beast. A neat and tidy ear-length short hair, wearing a clean black summer sports outfit, short sleeves, medium pants. But the skin that was exposed outside the clothes was the same as her face, all smooth and neat scales, and there were sharp bone spurs at the tips of her elbows and knees. A black tail was swinging behind her. It looked like the tail of a lizard or a snake. What kind of zombie is this? Elmar's appearance made Lin Ruifeng and the others a bit stunned. Is this still a zombie? Roar dash, as if to confirm their thoughts, Elmar suddenly bared her teeth, roared at them, and waved her claws. Roar dash, the zombie horde behind immediately rushed up. After Elmar waved her hand, she also fiercely rushed towards Lin Ruifeng, her movements as fast as the wind. As soon as Lin Ruifeng saw her rushing towards him, he only felt that his eyes were blurred, and his back was cold. An unprecedented sense of crisis immediately appeared. He instinctively clenched his fists and crossed them against the front door. Pooh dash, sure enough, a heavy side kick came towards his head. The movement was very fast and accurate. And the opponent jumped in front of him in the air, higher than his height, and kicked him sideways. Although Lin Ruifeng blocked it with his hand in time, Elmar's kick sent him flying with his hand. Bang dash, Lin Ruifeng was kicked and fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, colliding with the pile of waste. Lin Ruifeng, who hit the ground, was dizzy. For a moment, he was at a loss to know what had happened to him. When he shook his head twice, he realized what was going on and quickly got up. But just as he got up, another figure flashed in front of him, and a leg covered in shining scales swung at him. Lin Ruifeng hurriedly rolled on the ground and narrowly escaped the kick, but he was very shocked in his heart. This zombie's movements and strength were simply not what a normal high-level zombie should have. Even if it was a level 6 zombie's physical attack, it was impossible for him to have no resistance at all. He was also a strength-type psychic, and dealing with zombies' claws had always been very handy. However, this time, he was a little confused after being kicked. However, Elmar did not give him a chance to come back to his senses. Seeing that he dodged the kick in time, she immediately went up again, and before Lin Ruifeng could get up, she poked his chest with her foot. Pooh dash, although it was just a poke from Elmar, Lin Ruifeng's chest collapsed in an instant, and a big mouthful of blood spurted out. Just as Elmar stared at the man and was about to give him another smack on the head, a water arrow suddenly shot out from behind her, heading straight for her. Elmar's figure flashed, and she avoided the water arrow. Although she was not afraid of the water arrow hitting her, because her scales were not just for looking at, this level of attack did not give her any sense of danger. The reason why Elmar avoided the water arrow was because she did not want to get her clothes wet, and the other reason was that the man under her feet was already seriously injured after being poked by her foot. After seeing Elmar dodge, Lin Ruifeng coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and staggered up. If his ability was not physical, it was estimated that this kick would have burst his chest and lungs, and he would directly go to hell. Fortunately, it was him, so he only had 2 broken ribs. The blood in his mouth was completely shaken out. Long Yubai stood on top of a tank, his right hand had just been put down, and his eyes were fixed on Elmar, who had jumped to the side of the buildings. Roar! Elmar roared at Long Yubai, and fearlessly transformed into a black figure, directly rushing towards him. Long Yubai did not retreat. He hurriedly waved his hands, and a water dragon directly flew up from the river, and then flew in front of him, instantly colliding with the charging Elmar. Bang! The impact of the water pressure immediately sent Elmar flying. After being sent flying, Elmar somersaulted in midair and landed gently on a lamppost. She frowned as she looked at her wet clothes, and fiercely turned her head and roared at Long Yubai. Roar? This gloomy man had actually made her clothes wet. She was furious. This water is fucking sewage water. After roaring, Elmar immediately rushed towards Long Yubai. After Long Yubai's water dragon repelled Elmar, it did not dissipate. Instead, it was controlled by him to spin above his head. After seeing Elmar rush over again, he sneered, "Humph, courting death." He then waved his hand and threw the water dragon out again. The water dragon quickly condensed into a large lump, turning into a huge tiger head with its mouth wide open. The tiger head opened its mouth wide and bit towards Elmar, who was flying over. Elmar's eyes turned cold, and suddenly when she was near the water tiger head, she suddenly flipped over and followed up with a somersault kick. After flipping her body upside down, she fiercely swung one of her legs down and directly and accurately kicked the water tiger head. Bang! What? The huge water tiger head was instantly destroyed by Elmar's kick, exploding into countless water droplets that splattered everywhere. Long Yubai, who had been kicked in the head of the water tiger, was stunned. He never thought that his water ability would be destroyed by a single kick from this zombie. Even her ability was useless. Long Yubai, who was momentarily unable to accept this blow, did not make any further movements. He could only watch helplessly as Elmar appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chapter 486. Seeing Elmar suddenly appear in front of him and kick him, Long Yubai was dumbfounded. He had no time to react. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly pounced on Long Yubai even faster than Elmar, hugged him, and rolled him to the ground. Elmar's flying kick missed. She landed on the roof of the car and turned around to look at the two people rolling down. Leader. Lin Ruifeng suppressed his injuries. After saving Long Yubai, he hurriedly helped him up. After Long Yubai got up, he finally reacted. He glared at Elmar and suddenly called out to the people around him. What are you all waiting for? Fire. After saying that, he took a step back. He didn't care about the injured Lin Ruifeng. He just wanted to find a place to hide first. Hearing Long Yubai's order, the surrounding tanks immediately turned a portion of their firepower towards Elmar's side. Many soldiers also came down from the trucks behind them and began shooting at Elmar with their guns. Elmar just dodged and suddenly leaped high into the air. She swung her long tail and suddenly flipped in the air. Then, she stretched out her hands toward the ground. She roared. At this moment, the muzzles of the guns in the hands of the soldiers suddenly changed shape. Then, the guns in the hands of the soldiers who were firing immediately exploded. Bang bang bang. In addition to these guns, the muzzles on the tanks that were aimed at Elmar also changed shape. Bang bang bang. After a few explosions, the roofs of the tanks exploded, and all of them immediately collapsed. She's a metal esper? Long Yubai, who was hiding in a nearby building, looked at this scene in surprise. Looks like Lin Ruifeng stood beside him, holding his chest, and said with a face full of forbearance. Long Yubai looked back at him and finally asked, How are you? Lin Ruifeng smiled. I'm fine. I won't die. Long Yubai turned his head and continued to look at Elmarch. His eyes flashed as he said, She's too strong. Even I'm not a match for her. She's probably not as simple as a level 6 esper. Furthermore, she's a metal esper. Our weapons won't be of much use. Sure enough, as he spoke, he saw Elmar jump onto the roof of a nearby car, and with a backward kick, she broke a short-range cannon. Moreover, the surrounding war chariots were all transforming at this time. The soldiers in the chariots all hurriedly crawled out of the chariots, otherwise they would have been crushed to death by the transforming war chariots. Long Yubai and Lin Ruifeng, of course, did not know that Elmar was just putting on an act. The real master of the metal esper ability had not shown up. However, the strength that Elmar had displayed after her appearance had directly suppressed Long Yubai by too much. Now that her metal ability had appeared, her strength had increased by another level. At least in the eyes of Long Yubai and Lin Ruifeng. Lin Ruifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at Elmar, and then asked Long Yubai, It looks like we can't deal with it. What do we do now? Long Yubai did not make a sound. His face darkened as he looked at Elmar wantonly destroying his war chariots. On the other side, Elmar leaped into the air and did a somersault. Then, with a kick, she smashed the roof of one of the tanks. Bang! The chariot was smashed by her scale-covered foot, and the chariot caved in. The surrounding firepower could not lock onto her position at all, so the bullets and cannonballs all brushed past her, exploding left and right, causing the surroundings to be a mess and filling the air with smoke. Looking at the war chariots that had been mostly destroyed, Long Yubai suddenly said, "Retreat first." After saying that, he turned around and fled, leaving Lin Ruifeng, who was suffering from internal injuries, to shout at the soldiers nearby, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Then he turned around and ran with difficulty to the farthest vehicle from Elmarch. Then, when Elmar was not paying attention, he climbed into the car and asked the driver to turn around. "Quick, retreat quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he vomited another mouthful of blood. "Deputy leader." The driver quickly turned around and was immediately shocked when he saw Lin Ruifeng vomiting blood again. Lin Ruifeng leaned against the seat, panting a few times, and said, "I'm fine, let's go quickly." At this time, Elmar was standing on the roof of a car that she had stepped on. She looked at the surrounding soldiers who were being chased by the zombies because of the collapse of the defense line. Her expression flashed, and she suddenly turned her head to look in the direction that Long Yubai had left, but she did not chase after him. Because Long Yubai was concerned about his own safety, he ran very quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, there was still an off-road vehicle that was slightly further away from Elmarch. Huang Tianfei, who was in the vehicle, had a look of horror on his face as he patted the driver in the driver's seat, wanting to quickly escape from Hirsch. In the end, the driver in the front turned around and saw him vomiting blood, and his neck was pierced by a broken glass. Then, he tilted his head and stared at Huang Tianfei as he died. At this time, the two soldiers who were originally protecting Huang Tianfei also got off the car at this time. Two twisted rifles pierced their faces, directly piercing through the bridge of their noses and the back of their heads. Seeing the two soldiers fall directly from the car door, Huang Tianfei was also dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses and wanted to struggle out of the car, a cold voice sounded. "Previously, I let you out to give you a way out, but you didn't take it. Now, you just have to come back to seek death. What a retard." When Huang Tianfei heard this voice, he was shocked. He looked up and saw a woman with a samurai sword on her back and a high ponytail standing outside the car looking at him coldly. "They forced me to show the way." Huang Tianfei panicked and struggled to explain himself, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Long Qingying wave her hand. The metal on the door suddenly twisted and elongated, fiercely stabbing towards his body, directly piercing through Huang Tianfei's chest. Huang Tianfei's eyes widened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood into the gauze on his mouth. He stared at Long Qingying with his eyes wide open. But in the next second, he saw that the car door immediately became a sieve full of branches that pierced towards Huang Tianfei. Long Qingying couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and directly killed him. She grabbed at the air in front of Huang Tianfei's head. The steel branches that had turned Huang Tianfei into a sieve were pulled out again, twisted into a bundle, and turned into a sharp awl, stabbing toward Huang Tianfei's head. The metal that was inserted into Huang Tianfei's head continued to change inside. After a while, it came out with an energy core. Long Qingying reached out and took the energy core, then she wiped it on the clothes of the corpse on the ground. At this time, a figure flashed and appeared beside her. That Long Yubai and his subordinates ran away. I don't think he will return so soon this time. Elmar stood beside her and said, Chapter 487. Long Qingying said with some surprise, I didn't expect Long Yubai to be so weak this time, but you can't blame him. After all, you're too strong. As she spoke, she looked at Elmar with surprise in her eyes. Elmar was really strong. From the way she fought just now, it could be seen that she was a physical type. She was extremely fast, and the explosive power of her hands and feet was very strong. Who would have thought that such a delicate and pretty child would attack so wildly, as if she was possessed by a ferocious beast? At this time, Elmar was still fully armed. The scales on her body shone with a metallic luster under the sunlight. She spread out her hands and said, No, it's not that we're too strong, it's just that the way we work together made them think that I'm very strong. I think that Long Yubai probably thought that I was a metal-type zombie king, or that he already guessed that I was a level 2 king. That's why he scared himself and ran away. To be able to scare them, that's also your strength. Lin Hao came out from the side at this time, bringing Lin Yu and Lei Yao to the side. Long Qingying said a little speechlessly, You can make the deputy leader and the leader worry? It seems that their worry is unnecessary. No, if it wasn't for Miss Elmar, I think their worry is unnecessary. Lin Hao looked at Elmar and said, I thought he was a very strong person. So your base was breached by this kind of person? Elmar shrugged. No, if it was just him and his Earth Dragon, of course he wouldn't have been able to breach our Hades base. Because the strength he brought now is not even 1/10 of the strength he had when he first attacked our base. And at that time, there were 5 level 7 metahumans and a dozen level 6 metahumans. There were at least 50,000 people in the army, and a large number of metahumans. Their firepower was also more than 10 times stronger than here. Lin Hao thought about the battle a few months ago, and his face became serious and gloomy. That's right, and that scumbag Yang Jianhua was playing tricks on the inside. Otherwise, how could our base be breached so easily? Long Qingying nodded in agreement. Oh, so that's how it is. But this guy seems a little too weak, and he still wants to cause trouble for our base. Do we still need to be afraid of him? Elmar looked in the direction Long Yubai left with a disdainful expression. The others looked at her in silence. Boss, you can't blame others for being so weak, okay? It was obviously your performance just now that was too strong. All right, let's clean up the battlefield and see if we can find anything useful to bring back. Lin Hao said. Of course, those that were deformed by Long Qingying's special ability couldn't be restored to their original state, so they couldn't be used. They could only pick up other usable ones. In the end, the 5 of them cleaned up the battlefield. 2 of the trucks were left behind, but they could still be used here. However, the tanks were all scrapped, and a few of the off-road vehicles had been kicked flat by Elmarch. As for Long Yubai, he only brought along a few trucks, a few tanks and 1 or 2 off-road vehicles. The 5 of them picked up all the weapons that could be used and released the oil in the other scrapped cars. They asked Long Qingying to directly make a few oil barrels with her special ability and put them in. The battle didn't last long, but it took a long time to clean up the station. By the time the 5 of them loaded everything they needed onto the truck, the sky had already darkened. The surrounding zombies didn't follow Elmar's orders to leave, but they were all digging at the corpses of the soldiers who had just died not long ago. As a result, when Lin Hao and the others were preparing to drive across the bridge, the wheels on the bridge skidded and hit the guardrail on the side of the bridge. They almost directly broke the guardrail and flipped over into the river. Fortunately, because they had just started the car, they didn't drive that fast. After they got off the car, they looked at the layer of ice on the bridge and were speechless. Well, the bridge was frozen, how were they going to cross it? In the end, Long Qingying used her ability to break down all the abandoned cars behind them into molten iron and made them into a net to cover the ice on the bridge. When the steel net hit the ice, it immediately smashed a large area of the ice. At this time, the few of them drove the car over. After the car drove away, the surrounding zombies all rushed to the messy battlefield, snatching the fresh corpses to eat. When they returned to the hotel, Elmar didn't go back. Instead, she ran in the direction of Wu San. Yuan Tianxing and the others were anxiously waiting for them at the entrance of the hotel. In the end, they saw that the team came back safe and sound, and even brought back a lot of spoils of wars. How was it? Yuan Tianxing was the first to ask. Lin Hao said with a proud smile, "We beat Long Yubai away." His words caused everyone to look at him in surprise. Clearly, they were all baffled and didn't believe him. How is that possible? Even if you could destroy their firepower, Long Yubai couldn't have been beaten away by you. Lin Feng was expressionless, but he asked in a doubtful tone. Long Qingying also said with an expressionless face, "It wasn't us who beat him. It definitely wouldn't have been possible with just the few of us, but there was the zombie king." Hearing this, Yuan Tianxing and the others looked at each other and seemed to have guessed something. But seeing that Elmar was missing, Chen Yuding couldn't help but ask curiously, "What about her? What's the situation now? Let's talk inside." "Lin Hao, give me the battle report tomorrow morning," Yuan Tianxing suddenly said at this time and let everyone into the hall. After Lin Hao replied, they also followed everyone into the hall. After entering the hall, they saw Wu Qingyue sitting on the sofa and the 3 children playing in the open space. After seeing Yuan Tianxing and the others come in, Lin Xiaolu stood up, pulled Tong Tong and said to Lingling, "Lingling, let's go play on the side." Wu Yueling was actually squatting on the ground watching Lin Xiaolu and Tong Tong play. After seeing Lin Xiaolu stand up, she also stood up. After seeing many adults come in, she consciously followed Lin Xiaolu to the side. After walking in, Yuan Tianxing sat on the empty seat on the sofa and asked, "Which deputy leader is next to Long Yubai?" Lin Feng and the others all sat down, and the others stood around, waiting for them to explain the situation. "It's Lin Ruifeng." Lin Hao replied. "Lin Ruifeng? He's a strength-type psychic, right? It seems that he's specially here to protect Long Yubai." Lin Feng said with his arms crossed, "Tell me, what's the general situation? How could Long Yubai run away?" Yuan Tianxing actually already believed their words, because he saw that they drove all 3 trucks back, and there were a lot of weapons and strange oil barrels on the trucks. If Long Yubai didn't run, they really wouldn't have been able to pick these up. Chapter 488. But even if they believed this result, they couldn't imagine the situation at that time, so they were all curious. When Wu Qingyue heard their words, he looked at Lin Hao and the others in surprise. That Long Yubai actually ran away? What was going on? Didn't they come here aggressively to fight? Before he could figure it out, Lin Hao answered, "Oh, it was all thanks to Meng Meng. She's very fierce. She beat up Long Yubai's people the moment she went up, and that Long Yubai was sent flying with a kick. Then we cooperated with Meng Meng and let Qingqing move in the dark, using her metal ability to distort those weapons. In the end, they blew themselves up. Maybe that Long Yubai thought that Meng Meng was a metal-type zombie king, and firearms weren't very effective against her ability. His water ability was also broken by Meng Meng, so he was scared." The others were all stunned and looked at them in surprise. Long Qingying said, "Actually, this Long Yubai is someone who is very afraid of death. He came here with his war chariots and weapons, and he had people protecting him. In the end, Lin Ruifeng was beaten up by Meng Meng and the war chariots were all destroyed by my ability and Meng Meng's violence, so he was scared. Why do you guys think that Long Yubai thought that Meng Meng was a metal-type zombie king? Is it because he didn't see Qingqing in the dark?" Yuan Tianxing asked, puzzled. Lin Hao nodded, "Yes, that might be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so scared and immediately ran away. Because their mission was to intercept Long Yubai and the others or destroy their firepower, they didn't waste time chasing after Long Yubai after he escaped. Moreover, the only one who had the ability to kill him was Meng Meng, but Meng Meng didn't have the intention to chase after him, so Lin Hao didn't ask her to help chase after that bitch. That's right, Long Yubai has always been a coward who only knows how to stab people in the back. Seeing that the situation was out of his control, he panicked and ran away. Lin Feng nodded and said, recalling Long Yubai's past style. Long Qingying said, because he underestimated us? The others nodded. Wu Qingwei was amused and said, well, I didn't play any role here, did I? How could that be? You're here to hold the fort for us. Yuan Tianxing said with a beaming smile. However, he suddenly changed the topic. But Meng Meng is already a 7th-rank second-rank king. She really isn't afraid of Long Yubai. At this moment, Lin Hao said, you don't know how fast Long Yubai ran. He only took a kick from Meng Meng, but he immediately turned around and ordered his men to retreat. Yes, we didn't chase after him after he escaped, but we killed Huang Tianfei, who gave Long Yubai directions. Oh, I'll have to inform Lu Jun about this later. Long Qingying continued. Long Yubai was scared off. He didn't know that Yang Jianhua, who was staying in the Netherworld King's base, had already been killed. In the morning, after Lin Xiao killed Yang Jianhua in the space, he suddenly came out with Lu Yu. After coming out, they still wanted to go to Yang Jianhua's office. Where is the detonator? Lin Xiao asked him. In Huo Wu's hands, Lu Yu replied carefully. He looked at the bespectacled Lin Xiao, and the fear in his eyes couldn't be suppressed. What is this woman? She even killed Yang Jianhua, who had just broken through to 7th rank. Yang Jianhua had just leveled up, and he didn't even have time to show off before he was killed. Not only did this woman kill Yang Jianhua, but she could also control high-level zombies. She could even control a zombie king. This was simply too terrifying. In Lu Yu's heart, he thought that Qiu Lily, the zombie king, was actually controlled by Lin Xiao. Because in Lin Xiao's space, Qiu Lily listened to everything Lin Xiao said, so he had this thought. Lin Xiao asked, Huo Wu? Who is it? This name, why does it sound so familiar? Lu Yu immediately replied, it's a captain from the Earth Dragon base. He just broke through to 6th rank not long ago. He's a fire elemental. Lin Xiao hugged her chest and scratched her chin as she thought. Fire elemental? From the Earth Dragon base? Just broke through to 6th rank? Why do I feel like I've heard this name before? At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and a somewhat familiar smell came in. After a while, she heard someone shouting at the door, everything is almost ready. Can we go? Then a man walked in, and when he suddenly saw Lin Xiao in the room, he was stunned. Yo, where did this beauty come from? Oh, beauty, what's your name? After seeing Lin Xiao, the man's eyes lit up, and he immediately came over and asked Lin Xiao excitedly. Lu Yu, who was next to him, pointed at him with cold sweat on his forehead and said to Lin Xiao, hey, he's Huo Wu. When Huo Wu heard Lin Yu's words, he immediately laughed proudly. Hey, did you guys just talk about me? That's right, I'm Huo Wu. Beauty, what can I do for you? He stared at Lin Xiao. Even though Lin Xiao was wearing sunglasses, her delicate oval face, delicate and flawless skin, tall figure, and especially her big breasts. At this moment, he happened to hear that the other party was talking about him, so his interest was even greater. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth curled up, and she laughed. Oh, so it's you. We've met before. You might have forgotten. Her words stunned Huo Wu and Lu Yu at the same time. Lu Yu looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Huo Wu was also very surprised and asked with a smile, oh, have we met before? But that's impossible. If I had met such an outstanding beauty like you, I wouldn't have forgotten you. Huo Wu was so seduced by Lin Xiao that he even forgot his purpose of coming here. Now he only cared about seducing the beauty, and he didn't even notice that there was one less person in the room. However, he didn't see the deeper meaning in Lin Xiao's smile until Lin Xiao said something. Oh, have you forgotten? Do you still remember Yangcheng? Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. The smile on Huo Wu's face froze for a moment, and then he looked at her blankly for a few seconds. Suddenly, the smile on his face gradually faded. You know Yangcheng? What's his relationship with you? After the smile on his face disappeared, he still asked blankly. Lin Xiao smiled and walked to Yang Jianhua's desk, then leaned on the edge of the desk and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She said, oh, Yang Cheng was killed by me, And I also saved Enchanting and Enchanting from your hands. Have you forgotten? After she finished this sentence, Huo Wu's expression froze again, and then his face darkened. He looked at Lin Xiao coldly. You're that spatial ability user? Chapter 489. After hearing Huo Wu's words, Lin Xiao smiled calmly and said, Yes, it's me. That's right, this Huo Wu was the one who chased Long Qingying when she came to the south and met Enchanting and Long Qingying. And that Yang Cheng was the one who brought Huo Wu to find trouble with Enchanting. Later, she threw him into the lake in the space and sucked him dry by Little Man. She also rescued Enchanting and Long Qingying from Huo Wu's hands. At that time, she was not strong enough to deal with this person, so she attacked him from behind. But now it was different. Huo Wu's face immediately turned cold. He smiled coldly and said, So it's you. I let you escape that time, and you even took that woman Long Qingying away. Now you're here in front of me. Are you here to turn yourself in? Okay, let me sleep with you first. Let's see if you can make me feel good, and then let our brothers sleep with you. If you make everyone feel good, you can be forgiven. After hearing this, Lu Yu, who was originally stunned, suddenly retreated slowly with a face full of cold sweat. He was about to squat in a corner far away to hide his existence. However, at this time, Huo Wu suddenly turned his face and shouted at him, Lu Yu, did you let this woman in? Lu Yu quickly looked at Lin Xiao and ignored Huo Wu's question. Seeing that Lu Yu was ignoring him, Huo Wu suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this time, he suddenly remembered that Yang Jianhua, whom he came to find, was not there. Lu Yu, what's wrong with you? Where's Yang Jianhua? He immediately shouted at Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at Lin Xiao and saw that she was just smiling as if it had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he turned his head to look at Huo Wu. Don't worry about where Yang Jianhua is. Huo Wu, if you want to live, hand over the detonator first. When Huo Wu heard this, he glared at him and scolded, What do you want the detonator for? I order you to arrest this woman. Do you know who she is? Don't stand with her. He didn't take Lu Yu's words seriously at all. Lu Yu said anxiously, Don't talk about this. Hurry up and take out the detonator. Where's the detonator? Huo Wu stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly shifted his gaze to Lin Xiao and said, Did this woman ask you to find the detonator? Why did you listen to her? Lu Yu saw that he could not get through and could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. His expression turned cold as he said indifferently, If you don't want to die, you'd better hand over the detonator. Aren't you looking for Yang Jianhua? He's dead. What? Dead? Didn't he just reach level 7? Huo Wu was stunned, and he asked in disbelief. Lu Yu nodded indifferently. Impossible. You're not colluding with her to trick me, are you? Who here could kill Yang Jianhua? Huo Wu looked at Lu Yu with disdain. Lu Yu looked at Lin Xiao at this time. Seeing her expression, he turned his head and said to Huo Wu sympathetically, Yes, he died in her hands. If you don't want to die, hand over the detonator. Maybe she'll spare your life. What kind of joke are you talking about? Are you kidding me? She can kill Yang Jianhua? You know that she didn't even dare to show up when she fought with me a few months ago. She only dared to save people into the space when I wasn't paying attention. Now you're saying that she killed level 7 Yang Jianhua? This is too funny. However, Huo Wu laughed as if he had heard a big joke, and he looked at Lu Yu with a mocking expression. Lu Yu closed his eyes helplessly and turned his head to avoid looking at him. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly swung her hand. Plop! Something the size of a football fell to the ground and rolled to Huo Wu's feet. Huo Wu subconsciously looked down, and his entire body froze. This was because this thing was a human head, and the face of the head was facing him. He knew this face. It was Yang Jianhua's face. There was a hole on top of Yang Jianhua's head. Everyone knew what this hole meant. It meant that the energy core in Yang Jianhua's head had been taken out. Huo Wu didn't believe Lu Yu's words just now. When the head fell, he recognized it was Yang Jianhua's head. He still didn't believe it for a few seconds. He thought he was seeing things. However, after looking at it for a few more seconds, he finally confirmed that the head with the big eyes was Yang Jianhua's. Huo Wu was stunned. When he came to his senses, he suddenly took a few steps back and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Before he could digest this shocking thing, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingers hanging by his side. He looked down and the psychological fear and physical pain immediately made him scream. "Ah, my finger! My finger!" He saw that his 5 fingers were covered in a layer of black gas, and a section of his finger had disappeared. It had been swallowed up to the length of his fingernail, and it was quickly swallowed up. 2 to 3 seconds after he opened his mouth to scream, he watched helplessly as a small portion of his finger was gradually devoured. At this time, Lin Xiao stood up and walked toward him. He turned around and asked, "Where's the detonator?" Huo Wu's heart felt like it was going to explode from the pain in his fingers. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and this pain was not something that could be easily endured. He subconsciously used his other hand to clasp the wrist that had been devoured. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain until his veins popped and his face turned red. Seeing Lin Xiao walk up to him and ask him questions, he subconsciously raised his head and stared at her. My hand. How could my hand be like this?" He stared at Lin Xiao while lowering his head to look at his missing fingers in fear. All of his fingers had disappeared. The black fog had already swallowed his palm. "Hand over the detonator and you might be able to keep your arm," Lin Xiao said as he circled around him. Stop first." Huo Wu's legs were already weak from the pain. He suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud and begged for mercy. Lin Xiao waved her hand, and the wisp of black gas left his hand and floated into the air. Then, it rotated on Lin Xiao's raised fingertip. As for Huo Wu's fingerless hand, because of the departure of the black gas, the wound immediately became visible. His flesh, tendons, and bones were all exposed, and blood was gushing out. Huo Wu immediately hugged his hand with a sad face and said in pain, "The detonator? Detonate in your mother's." Suddenly, his expression became ferocious. He suddenly raised his uninjured hand and shot out a high-temperature flame at Lin Xiao. In the end, Lin Xiao disappeared in a flash and reappeared behind Huo Wu. She had a nonchalant expression on her face, but one of her claws had pierced into the back of his head at some point in time. Chapter 490. Huo Wu's ferocious expression instantly froze on his face. There was a soft sound, and Lin Xiao pulled his finger out. Between his fingers was an energy core that was glowing faintly. Plop, Huo Wu's body slowly fell to the ground. "You killed him. What about the detonator?" Lu Yu looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Lin Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, she squatted down and wiped the energy core on the fabric of Huo Wu's clothes before throwing it into the space. Then she reached out and searched Huo Wu's body. Sure enough, she found a remote control in the pocket of his military trousers. Lu Yu looked at her in surprise and couldn't help asking, "You know he has the detonator on him? What if he put it somewhere else?" Lin Xiao stood up with the detonator and said to him, "You talk a little too much. Is it good for you to know too much?" Lu Yu immediately shut his mouth tightly. Lin Xiao picked up Yang Jianhua's head and threw it into the space before standing up. "That's enough. Go down and defuse the bomb again according to Yang Jianhua's orders. I will watch you from behind." As she spoke, she waved her hand at Huo Wu's body. A palm-wide black mist flew out and floated down to Huo Wu's body. Lu Yu watched as his body was devoured clean. Not even blood flowed out. There was still some blood on the ground from Huo Wu's hand. Of course, Lin Xiao knew that the detonator was on Huo Wu's body. When she walked up to Huo Wu and asked him, she sensed his thoughts. Therefore, when she knew that the position of the detonator in his heart flashed past and that he was about to explode and attack her, Lin Xiao had already dodged in advance. Lu Yu was stunned when he heard her words. He nodded and said, "I know." Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said to him, "If you want to live a little longer, you have to work for me honestly. If you dare to have any ideas, you will only die faster." Lu Yu couldn't see her eyes. He could only see the reflective sunglasses, but this made him feel even more strange about Lin Xiao. Moreover, she killed the level 6 Huo Wu in an instant. She even killed the level 7 Yang Jianhua silently. How strong was she? Level 8? No way. Lu Yu was startled by this thought. It was already very good to be able to break through to the 7th level. As for the 8th level, he didn't even dare to think about it. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into thin air in front of him. He jumped out of the window on the 2nd floor stealthily. Lu Yu, who was left here alone, struggled in his heart, not knowing whether he should slip away or not. He really wanted to take advantage of the fact that the other party was bold enough to leave him alone and immediately run away. However, the other party had just threatened him with a smile on his face. If he dared to be disobedient, his life would be shortened. He wasn't sure if the mysterious woman would really keep an eye on him if he ran away now. He didn't know if she was just bluffing him or if she really meant what she said. What if she was really watching him? If he ran away, wouldn't he be courting death? But if he stayed by her side and worked for her, he didn't know how long he could live. In the end, he still did not dare to take the risk of running away, so he obediently followed her instructions and went down to fake Yang Jianhua's order to defuse the bomb. Anyway, if Yang Jianhua died, these people wouldn't know. Finally, he also thought of the captives and suddenly guessed the woman's position. He quickly ran to the captives and gave them a fake order to stop hanging the living people out of the wall. Although he knew that it was a bit unrealistic for him to make a last-minute effort like this, in order to survive, he could only try his best to catch as many people as possible. On the other side, after Lin Xiao turned invisible and jumped out of the base from a high place, she suddenly turned around and roared at the city wall. Roar dash! This roar immediately attracted the attention of all the humans and zombies in the surrounding area. The humans all took out their binoculars and looked over, but after looking for a few minutes, they couldn't see anything suspicious. But this roar, the experienced people could already tell that it was the roar of a very high-level zombie. This thought made them a little flustered. The soldiers stationed in the Hell King's base knew that Yang Jianhua had been promoted to a 7th-level psychic, so they didn't have much worry in their hearts. On the other side, Duan Wan and the others were like frightened birds, panicking and hiding. Roar dash! The large group of tens of thousands of zombies under the city wall suddenly collectively stopped moving. After 2 seconds, they reacted and looked back in a daze. After a few more seconds, the zombies at the back of the zombie group all turned around and began to walk out of the vacuum zone. At this time, the zombies under the wall suddenly lost interest in the row of people hanging on the wall, all turned around and walked out of the vacuum zone. At this time, a few nimble high-level zombies jumped out from the group of zombies, stepping on the heads of the zombies and taking the lead to rush out. Soon, the ability users or sentinels on the top of the city wall immediately noticed this phenomenon, and all of them showed blank and surprised expressions. What's going on? Why did the zombie group retreat? There was a high-level zombies roar just now. It must have called these zombies over. Then, is that high-level zombie preparing to lead these zombies to attack us? Look, the zombies have stopped in the vacuum zone. What are they going to do? There are also a few level 2 or 3 zombies. These people were surprised to find that after these zombies left the city wall, they stopped in the vacuum zone, and then began to line up, blocking all the exits outside the city wall. A large number of zombies blocked the way, immediately forming a 10-meter-wide zombie isolation belt. After Lin Xiao shouted the order, she directly jumped in Duan Wan's direction, ignoring the zombie group. In less than 2 minutes, she found the roof where Duan Wan and the others were, standing on the edge of the roof. "Don't hide, come out. Don't worry, those zombies won't come here," she indifferently said to the empty roof. After saying that for a dozen seconds, no one appeared. But Lin Xiao was not in a hurry, quietly waiting. Until about half a minute later, a figure slowly appeared from the side of the cover. Duan Wan nervously leaned on the edge of the building, looking down to observe the movement around, and finally saw the group of zombies standing quietly in the vacuum zone a few hundred meters ahead. What's going on? She was surprised to see those zombies. Chapter 491. Lin Xiao said, "Don't worry about the zombies first. You should be able to fulfill your promise to me." With that, she swung her hand and threw something out. Duan only saw a black thing the size of a soccer ball fall to the ground in front of her and then roll to her feet. If it was a normal person, they would be scared to death when they saw this black bloody thing. But Duan didn't. She stared at the head that rolled in front of her in shock. That's right, it was a head. Moreover, it was someone she knew. She wanted to kill him but didn't have the strength to do so. Yang Jianhua. This is his head. Duan's eyes widened and she couldn't believe it and blurted out. Lin Xiao nodded. That's right. Didn't you want me to kill him? Now that he's dead and you saw the head, you can check if it's real or fake. Duan didn't even need to check to know that it was a real human head. It was dripping with blood, and she could still distinguish the widened eyes and the twisted expression on the face. No need to check. I can tell if it's real or fake. She murmured to Lin Xiao. Then she suddenly raised her head and looked at her in surprise. Did you kill him? Lin Xiao spread out his hands and said lazily, yes. Of course I killed him when I threw it to you. Can't it be someone else? Well, since you've confirmed that it's real, you can take me to that place. Duan nodded without hesitation. She looked at the direction of the base. It seemed that the attention of the zombies was attracted by the abnormal zombies and they wouldn't notice them. Okay, I'll take you there. She nodded to Lin Xiao. That place would slowly become a forbidden area in the future. It wasn't a secret. Even if she didn't say it now, people would find out in the future. Moreover, she wanted to exchange Yang Jianhua's head. She couldn't refuse. Duan continued. That place is by the sea. It's a 2 to 3 hour drive from here. We don't have a car. Then she looked at Lin Xiao awkwardly. Lin Xiao had killed Yang Jianhua for her, so she really should take the team to the destination. Of course, it would be best if they provided the car, but they were in a very poor situation now. Not to mention the car, they didn't even have enough food for the team. Lin Xiao, who was very close to her, discovered what she was thinking. She suddenly said to Duan, I have this car, and I'm not in a hurry. Let me ask you, are you going to Huadong Haiqing next? Duan looked at her and nodded. Yes, we are going there. Is there a problem? Lin Xiao smiled and said, after you take me to that place, I will also rush back there. It just so happens that we are going the same way. Do you want to come with me? She was telling the truth. Since these people were going to find Yuan Tianxing, she would just bring them along. In any case, Duan was originally his subordinate and would probably continue to follow him after the apocalypse. When Duan heard her words, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Because of their first deal, Lin Xiao did indeed do what she said and gave Duan a very good impression. However, she didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation and just looked at Lin Xiao calmly. She opened her mouth and asked, Do you need us to do anything else? Lin Xiao smiled. She knew what this woman would ask. At this time, the other people who were hiding also came out. They all quietly watched the two of them talk and didn't say anything. However, their eyes were fixed on Yang Jianhua's head on the ground. All of them looked like they couldn't wait to step on it. Lin Xiao smiled and turned her head to point at the broken Netherworld King's base. Look, those foreign soldiers and traitors haven't been dealt with yet. How can they leave so easily? The eyes of Duan and the people next to her lit up and suddenly looked at her with anticipation. From this head, they could already see Lin Xiao's strength. With such a god suddenly appearing to help them, they wouldn't have to spend so much effort to enter the base to get supplies and food. Moreover, from the other side's words, it seemed like Duan was a little uncertain and asked her, You mean, we should go and drive them all away now? Lin Xiao nodded, That's right. Right now, almost all the people left in the base are Yang Jianhua's people. Moreover, he doesn't have many subordinates. Now that he's dead, it'll be very easy to take back control of the base. Duan thought about it and was very tempted. However, she still said with some hesitation, but there's still a rank 6 metahuman in the base. There are also many rank 5 metahumans. Moreover, there are almost 30,000 soldiers. With such strong firepower, can the few of us deal with them? Lin Xiao raised her finger and shook it at her. She smiled and said, Kiskang, I don't need you guys to drive those soldiers away. With them, it's enough. As she said that, she pointed to the empty area below the building. Duan and the others looked over with a blank face. Then, they looked back at Lin Xiao with a blank face. Their faces were full of puzzlement. They? Are you joking with us? Lin Xiao smiled and said, Believe me, I'm definitely not joking. However, when she saw the usually calm Duan's confused expression, she really wanted to laugh. She couldn't help but tease her again. Duan didn't know why she heard the teasing in her words. Her face became a little dark. We really don't need you guys to deal with them. Wait for a few minutes after I leave. Pay attention to the sentries on the wall. Then, the gate of the base will open. When the gate opens, you guys can just walk into the base from the gate. Lin Xiao continued to say to her. This time, before Duan could say anything, a younger man beside her blurted out. You want us to walk through the gate? Are you blind? Don't you see that many zombies down there? You want us to give meat to the zombies? Xiao Mu, watch your words. Duan immediately said to the young man. I didn't say anything wrong. After being scolded by Duan, the young man named Xiao Mu murmured and turned his head to look elsewhere with an unconvinced look on his face. If I say that I can let you guys walk through the zombies as if there's no one around, do you guys believe me? Lin Xiao suddenly smiled mysteriously and walked toward them. After passing by everyone, she stood to the side and said, How about it? Do you guys want to play something exciting? You guys can watch me get close to those zombies and see if they will attack me. Then, you guys can decide if you want to come down or not. Wait for me to get rid of the snipers on the wall. Whether you guys want to play this game or not depends on when the gate opens. Chapter 492. Wait for me to get rid of the snipers on the wall. Whether you want to play this game or not, it's up to you to decide after the gate is opened. After Lin Xiao said this, she suddenly jumped to the edge of the building and watched them fall with their backs facing the outside. Duan and the others were shocked by her action. They subconsciously ran over to look down, but Lin Xiao's figure was already gone. A transparent figure quickly flashed to the empty area, then jumped over the 10-meter-thick zombie barrier wall and rushed toward the wall. When she reached the gate, she waved her hand, and a black gas appeared out of thin air outside the metal door. Then the black gas adhered to the thick door. Woo-dash! Immediately, the alarm system at the gate sounded, and a burst of sirens and whistles sounded continuously. The people from the gate immediately ran to see the surveillance, and saw that the gate was filled with a black gas. Look, what's on the gate? They were shocked by what they saw on the surveillance video. They didn't know what the hell that layer of black gas was, but it looked very creepy. The soldiers, who were originally nervous because of the zombie horde, immediately tensed their nerves and rushed in to see the situation. Soon, they saw from the surveillance screen that the black gas on the metal door began to melt the metal door. The gas sank into the metal door, but the metal door disappeared little by little. The gate is about to be broken, hurry. Go and report. Prepare for battle. Lin Xiao saw that the black gas had swallowed a hole that was as tall as a person and could fit a person. Behind it, there were countless guns pointing at it. But when they saw that there was nothing outside the door, the soldiers in charge of guarding the gate panicked, because they couldn't see anything on the surveillance video. Lin Xiao watched as a row of soldiers raised their rifles and stood a meter away from the door. She then gently sneaked in and jumped on top of their heads. With a somersault, she jumped over the soldiers' line of defense. The soldiers stared at the door for a while, but they didn't find anything. Then, someone who seemed to be the captain suddenly shouted. First, use steel plates to block it. Have you found the metal-type psychic? Soon, some soldiers came over with steel plates that were removed from other things and carefully blocked the hole. Duan Wan and the others on the rooftop of the opposite building immediately noticed the sirens on the gate. They took out their nightmare mirror and looked at the gate. What's going on? Is it that woman's doing? Looking at the moving figures at the gate, the atmosphere seemed to be very chaotic. I don't know. I didn't see her, Duan Wan said. On this side, Lin Xiao leaped over these soldiers and jumped onto a crooked but not falling pole. She sniffed the interior of the base. Very good, that man didn't run away. He seemed to be actively leading people to defuse the bomb. After Lin Xiao confirmed that he was not running, he walked in the other direction. There was a school on the outskirts of the base. There were soldiers guarding the dormitories and teaching buildings with weapons in their hands. There was not a single blind spot that could be missed. Lin Xiao could smell that there were a lot of people in the building, but it was also accompanied by a sour and pungent smell. Be it the dormitories or the teaching buildings, most of the doors and windows were sealed with steel bars. Only the iron gate could be opened, but it was also locked and bolted. Lin Xiao stood in front of the teaching building and sensed the various smells on it. There were many different human smells here, so Lin Xiao knew that other than the dormitories, there were also many people locked up in the classrooms. She flashed and entered the space. Then, she stood in front of the gate of the small building and roared. Hey, gather here. Qiu Lily poked her head down from the rooftop and asked, Are you done with the outside? Lin Xiao turned around and said, No, I'm going to let these guys out for a bit. When Qiu Lily heard this, she immediately flipped over and jumped down from the top, landing nimbly and gracefully beside her. I want to go out too. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Sure, but it will be very chaotic outside. Qiu Lily looked at her excitedly and said with bright eyes, It will be lively when it is chaotic. At this time, zombies came out from behind the walls on both sides of the small building. They walked towards Lin Xiao one by one and stood at the bottom of the stairs, staring at Lin Xiao. They didn't know why Lin Xiao called them over. The other level 5 zombie leaders also came out. They didn't mix into the group of level 4 zombies, but stood in the open space on the sides. I will take you out for a bit, but you can't kill people and you can't eat people. Got it? Lin Xiao looked at them and said, Roar dash? They couldn't kill or eat. Then was she going to let them out to scare people? The zombies were puzzled. Lin Xiao sensed their thoughts and laughed. Yes, I'm going to let you out to scare people. Of course, if there are people who are scared to death, I won't stop you if you want to eat them. But you can only eat the heart, not the brain. It's too disgusting. You can also keep the energy core, I won't confiscate it. But remember, you are not allowed to kill people. If I find out, I will cut off your heads. After she said that, most of the zombies raised their hands and then hugged their heads, afraid that Lin Xiao would cut them off. Lin Xiao stopped smiling and said to them sternly, Don't have any other ideas. I know what you are thinking. I won't let you out if you have a guilty conscience. That, and that. You guys don't go out. She pointed at a few zombies who had ulterior motives and coldly said, You guys, go back to where you came from. Roar dash, the zombies who were named by her were a little unhappy. Why could other zombies go out, but they couldn't? They had stayed here for so long, and there was no living person. The place was small, and they had to do strange things all day, so the zombies couldn't understand it at all. Now they suddenly had a chance to go out to play, but they were suddenly called out and not allowed to go out. These zombies were unhappy, and once they were unhappy, their ferocious nature was exposed. Roar dash, roar dash, roar dash. It was obvious that Lin Xiao had been too lax recently, so they dared to roar at her at this time. And with one roar, the others became bolder and followed suit. I think you guys, have I been too lax recently? Lin Xiao sneered and slightly stretched out a finger. A few strands of thin black fog suddenly jumped out and instantly flashed in front of the zombies who dared to roar at her. In the blink of an eye, it drilled into their foreheads. Chapter 493. The zombies that were thrown into the black fog by Lin Xiao all stiffened and then slowly fell down. The other zombies that were very close to these zombies all retreated as if they were avoiding the plague, keeping a distance from the fallen zombies. Seeing the fallen zombies quickly being swallowed by the black fog and disappearing, leaving a few zombie cores on the ground. Who else is not satisfied? I gave you a way to live, but you want to die. If anyone has the idea of going out to eat people again, I will make you become like this. Lin Xiao said coldly to the zombies. She didn't need disobedient zombies. If these zombies couldn't change their wild nature, then she would naturally get rid of them to prevent them from causing trouble in the future. After Lin Xiao cleaned up their own kind, the high-level zombies' fear of Lin Xiao rose again. Hearing her words at this time, they didn't quite understand, but they could roughly understand. So now they didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that they would be the next one to be cleaned up. After Lin Xiao confirmed their attitude again, she took out a long rope and threw it towards the zombies. Grab the rope. This rope was specially found by her to bring people in and out of the space. After she threw the rope down, the zombies immediately grabbed the rope with their hands. Lin Xiao grabbed the rope with one hand and pulled Chiu Lily with the other, then they went out with the zombies in a flash. After they disappeared into the space, a snake's head stretched out from the woods and curiously looked at the direction of the small building. Suddenly, it turned around and looked behind it. Then, as if it was being chased, it turned around and ran away. Ow ow! The zombie dog rushed out and glanced at the small building's location blankly. Then it went to play with the snake without a care. In the originally peaceful square in front of the school building, a group of more than 20 zombies suddenly appeared silently. Each of them was level 4 or even level 5. As soon as Lin Xiao and Chiu Lily came out, they immediately disappeared. Roar, she gave an order before leaving. At this time, after 2 or 3 seconds, the surrounding soldiers suddenly realized that it was a group of zombies that appeared out of nowhere. Their expressions changed, their eyes slowly widened, and they couldn't believe their eyes when they saw these high-level zombies that looked no lower than level 4. With their mouths wide open, they forgot to make a sound. The sudden appearance of zombies was already very surprising. After all, they were in the base. But now a group of zombies suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was a group, not just one. Moreover, this group of zombies were not ordinary zombies. Almost all of them were level 4 or above mutant zombies. At this time, the soldiers who saw these zombies were all stunned, and all of them were dumbfounded. There's a zombie dash. Suddenly, someone came back to his senses and roared. High-level zombies are in the city. Everyone suddenly came back to their senses, and then there was a scream of horror. Tutu, bang, 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 da-da-da, a series of gunshots rang out from the campus. Roar, the group of zombies scattered in all directions. Some of them jumped out of the school and rushed towards the nearby places where there were many people. Some zombies rushed towards the soldiers who were shooting at them, nimbly dodging the bullets and waving their fists towards the soldiers. After these soldiers were beaten to the ground, they were all stunned. Zombies were many times stronger than normal zombies. Moreover, who the hell had seen zombies attack people with their fists? Didn't they all use their claws? After the zombies beat the people to the ground, they turned around and attacked the next target. The soldiers who were left on the ground were stunned again, because the moment they were knocked down, they had already subconsciously thought that the zombies would rush over and bite them. But just when they were ready to face their own death with despair, the zombies had already turned around and ran. Don't tell me you zombies think their meat isn't tasty? Why didn't they rush over according to common sense? They were already prepared to die, but suddenly they were told that they didn't have to die. Why did they feel like they were cheated? This was the feeling of the soldiers who were knocked down at this time. These zombies did not dare to use their teeth and poisonous claws to attack humans, because Lin Xiao had already ordered that if they wanted to have fun, they must keep their claws and teeth. The appearance of the zombies had already caused panic among the people. Now that they were running around, it immediately caused chaos in the schools. The prisoners who were locked up were attracted by the shouting and continuous gunshots outside. They climbed to the doors and windows and looked out through the gaps. On the other side, Lin Xiao and Chiu Lily rushed towards the outer wall at the same time. Lin Xiao jumped from the top of the building, the top of the tree, or the high-voltage electric poles, while Qiu Lily had it much easier. She directly used her wind ability to fly high and fast. Even if someone below fired at her, the speed of the shells might not be able to keep up with her speed. So, one of them was invisible while the other flew in the air. Soon they reached the top of the outer wall. Qiu Lily directly waved her hand, and a large area of strong wind rose from the ground. Although it could not hurt people, it was still enough to blow people to the side. Especially those soldiers and ability users who were originally on the top of the wall, they were all blown away by the wind and either fell off the wall or hid. Soon, all the sentries on the top of the wall were paralyzed. The soldiers on the ground all raised their guns and shot at Qiu Lily. However, a tornado suddenly appeared around Qiu Lily and wrapped her inside. The bullets could not penetrate the tornado at all. Lin Xiao stood on the wall. After he appeared, a large amount of black fog gushed out from his hands. The black fog rolled, but it was very condensed and rushed down to the gate below. Enemy attack! At this time, the area below the gate was in a mess. The soldiers sent people to report to their superiors, but there was no reply after a long time. They could only organize themselves to fight. Those who attacked attacked, and those who saved people saved people. Facing the black fog released by Lin Xiao on the gate, many ability users released their wind ability to blow away the black fog, but in the end, Qiu Lily used an even stronger wind to blow them back. Not long after, the 3-meter-tall gate was completely swallowed by Lin Xiao, and the gate was wide open. The gate is open. Duan Wan, who was on the top of the building outside, stared at the direction of the city with binoculars. After seeing the gate being swallowed by the black fog, she opened her mouth in shock. Then, should we go over? Right now, there are alarms and gunshots everywhere. It seems that the inside is already in chaos. This is a good opportunity. The person beside Duan Wan says. But how do we pass through the zombie horde below? Someone asked. I will go down and try. Duan Wan suddenly said. She wanted to try to believe Lin Xiao's words. Chapter 494. What? You're crazy. The others looked at her with a surprised face. You guys stay here, I'll go down first. If I can get there safely, then you guys come down. After Duan Wan made up her mind, she immediately made a prompt decision. At the same time, she passed the binoculars in her hands to the people around her. No. You're too dangerous. You can't go alone. If you want to go, then everyone should go together. Sister Wan, we're all men. How can we let a woman take the risk? You stay here, we'll go. Yes, if someone wants to go, it should be us. Don't go. The people around her fiercely protested to her. Originally, there were very few women in the apocalypse. They all had the obligation to protect women. How could they let Duan Wan do such a dangerous thing alone? I want to go, don't stop me. However, Duan Wan said unyieldingly. After saying that, she directly turned around and walked towards the stairs. The others looked at each other and finally sighed helplessly. They hurriedly followed him. Soon, they walked out of the real open space. Because the sentry post on the base's wall had been destroyed, they were not worried about being discovered after going out. But Duan Wan was not stupid enough to directly walk to a conspicuous place. She still led the people to sneak in from the side. Until they were about 2 or 3 meters away from the zombies, they stopped, silently staring at the zombies for a while. Duan Wan, who had always been cautious, quickly found something unusual. Look, these zombies don't seem to be able to see us. Duan Wan suddenly said in surprise. Because at this distance, the zombies could not see them, but could smell their scent. But they were hiding less than 3 meters away from the zombies, and the zombies did not move. After hearing Duan Wan's words, the others were also surprised to find that it seemed to be true. Really? Can't they smell our scent? The man who had already raised his gun and prepared to shoot said with a blank face. Could it be that what that woman said is true? Duan Wan's eyes flashed and said with some expectation, try it and you'll know. Someone behind said. After Duan nodded, she began to carefully move towards the zombies. They were at the edge of the gate of the base, not facing it directly. Because there used to be a lot of buildings here, when the vacuum zone was cleared, these buildings collapsed. However, there were still a lot of big stones, big wall blocks, and ruins like the foot of the building. When observing this side from the ground, there were still many obstacles. Only by standing on top of the city wall and looking down from above would they be able to see the situation clearly. That was why Lin Xiao helped them knock down the sentries on the wall and open the door for them. Don't shoot. Move carefully. Duan and the others bore the pressure in their hearts and moved closer and closer. 2, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1. 5 meters. They were so close, but these zombies acted as if they didn't exist. He couldn't believe it. Duan and the others slightly opened their eyes and moved towards the weakest part of the zombie horde with a bewildered expression. But soon, a scene that surprised them appeared. When they were about a meter away from the zombies suddenly moved. Duan and the others were startled. Just as they were about to shoot, they suddenly stopped moving. Because these zombies moved, but they didn't rush towards them. Instead, they began to retreat. They are retreating again. A man beside Duan looked like he saw a ghost and said. Duan also noticed it at this time. She silently took 2 steps forward. Sure enough, the zombies in front of them retreated again. They are actually retreating. At this time, the people behind were somewhat unable to understand what was going on. Hurry up, don't talk nonsense. After Duan tried to take 2 more steps, she found that the zombies were still retreating. She immediately turned around and said to the people behind her who didn't move. So this group of people slowly passed through the zombie horde, because as soon as they approached, the zombie horde automatically gave way to them. Everyone was dumbfounded as they passed through the zombie horde. They even felt like they were dreaming. In fact, they didn't know that after Lin Xiao walked around them, he had already stained their bodies with his scent. So these zombies actually didn't smell their original scent, but Lin Xiao's. But because Lin Xiao's scent was very light and not strong, these zombies only reacted when Duan was less than a meter away from them. However, Duan and the others were stained with Lin Xiao's scent, so it wouldn't stay for too long. So after Duan made a prompt decision, she seized this opportunity. If she hesitated and continued to think about this problem, then after Lin Xiao's scent disappeared, it might not be so easy for them to pass through the zombie horde. After passing through the zombie horde, Duan and the others ran towards the direction of the gate with a dreamy feeling. If the soldiers at the gate hadn't shot at them to wake them up, they might have entered in a daze. Be careful, Duan shouted, pulling everyone's consciousness back to reality. But when they entered the gate of the base, they saw a large number of soldiers lying on the ground. These people were all injured, but they wouldn't die for a while. The defense line of the wall had been completely broken. After seeing Duan and the others come in, Lin Xiao appeared from the side. She said to Duan and the others, "Don't look anymore, go and save those people hanging on the wall first." Duan and the others turned around and saw that Lin Xiao had appeared in the guardhouse. Beside her was a teenage girl with 2 ponytails. At this time, the girl in the white dress had her back to them. Maybe because of Lin Xiao's words, she turned around to look. As a result, when Duan and the others saw her face, they were so scared that they took a step back and instinctively pointed their guns at Qiu Lily. Wait, if I were you, I definitely wouldn't point a gun at her. Lin Xiao quickly stopped them. Don't forget how you came in. Although Qiu Lily was a little unhappy that they dared to point a gun at her, she just snorted in disdain. Then she turned around and jumped to the side. If she didn't know that it was Lin Xiao who let them in, she would have used a wind blade to cut these idiots who dared to threaten her with a gun. As a result, when she spoke, Duan and the others were dumbfounded again. Because they heard the zombie speak. That's right, this girl with black eyes and red pupils was a zombie. And a very high-level zombie. Chapter 495. They didn't see it wrong. This girl was indeed a zombie. Her eyes couldn't lie to anyone. "Come back to your senses, let's go save them," Lin Xiao said. Duan Wan, who was also in the special forces, had a better psychological quality and quickly reacted. She knew that the most important thing now wasn't to observe the zombies, but to save people. "Let's go to the wall," Duan Wan shouted to the others, turned around and ran towards the ladder that was used to go to the top of the wall. Her words had the effect of an order. The others suppressed the shock in their hearts and went to act first. Lin Xiao didn't go anywhere. She just stood there and looked at the soldiers on the ground who were injured by Chiu Lily's wind ability. After she threw Yang Jianhua's head out, she put her hands behind her back and said, "I know that some of you are soldiers who were threatened to stay here. I'll give you a chance now. Yang Jianhua is dead, Huo Wu is also dead. No one is guarding your loved ones now. Now, do you want to kill the soldiers left behind by the Earth Dragon and the traitors who willingly followed Yang Jianhua? Or do you want to wait for the opportunity to join the Earth Dragon base? I'll give you a choice, the former the latter t." She was like an instructor in the army, glancing back and forth as she spoke, while slowly walking between them. After she finished speaking, she suddenly didn't look at the soldier next to her who was about to sneak attack her with a gun. Bang dash, with a gunshot, Lin Xiao had already caught the bullet. She looked back and casually flicked the bullet at the soldier. With a puff dash sound, the bullet hit the middle of the soldier's forehead. She turned her face and didn't see the soldier's eyes widen as he fell with a small hole in his forehead. Lin Xiao continued, "Now, your choice begins." But at this time, these soldiers looked at Yang Jianhua's head blankly and didn't know how to react. Lin Xiao's words made them stunned for a while before they suddenly understood what she meant. "You mean, the hostages are safe now?" Finally, someone reacted and asked her loudly. Lin Xiao pointed to Yang Jianhua's head, nodded and said, "Now there's no one guarding, the people are still locked up. Whether you want to save them or not depends on you now." After she finished speaking, someone immediately took action. A man in a camouflage uniform suddenly grabbed a gun and quickly climbed up. He raised his gun and fired at some of the soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Because his movements were too sudden and fast, his marksmanship was also very accurate. Before the others could react, he had already killed several of the Earth Dragon soldiers. "I've tolerated you for a long time. Now, even Yang Jianhua is dead, and the leader of your base is not here. I finally have the chance to kill you bastards." The man cursed angrily. After that, he took a gun and shot at the soldiers of the Earth Dragon base. His shout was like a fuse, igniting the hatred and grievances that the others had accumulated in their hearts during this period of time. "Just kill these bastards." The others immediately followed suit. It was obvious that they had not been treated well in the past few months after their families or friends had been arrested and forced to stay. Someone still looked at Lin Xiao with some concern. "Are the hostages really okay? You wouldn't lie to us, would you? You can go and see for yourselves." Lin Xiao spread his hands and said indifferently, "She lied to you. The hostages are still in our hands. You don't want them to live." At this time, someone from the Earth Dragon base suddenly roared, "Let me tell you, now that Yang Jianhua is dead, it won't be long before your Earth Dragon base is finished. Believe me." Lin Xiao turned her head and stared at that person. When they caused her mother, Lin Feng, and the others to flee to Huadong region, she had already planned to clear up the matter and stabilize the work of the new base. Then she would get rid of these people one by one. Yang Jianhua, Long Yubai, the Earth Dragon base, and even those from other bases who had helped Long Yubai, Lin Xiao would slowly find them to settle accounts. "Believe her." "We all come out?" At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in ragged clothes leaning on the wall next to them looking in this direction. "Xiaolan." Suddenly, someone recognized this woman and cried out in surprise. The man immediately struggled to get up from the ground. Ignoring his own injury, he covered the bloody wound on his arm and rushed towards the woman. Lin Xiao also looked at the woman. Suddenly, she turned her face and looked at the other side. At the same time, her hand quickly took out a military knife from her waist and instantly shot it out. Puff! The blade of the knife pierced into the man's throat. The gun in the man's hand fell to the ground. He reached out to cover his throat and stared. The woman had escaped from the school. She probably knew that her relatives were here, so she sneaked over. "You guys are quite fast." Lin Xiao looked at the woman and said. After seeing this woman, the others immediately felt like they had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. Suddenly, they all believed Lin Xiao's words. They all got up, picked up their weapons and attacked the soldiers of the Earth Dragon base around them, or the people from the former Hell King's base who had already rebelled. Soon, another battle immediately broke out. Lin Xiao turned around to avoid their attacks, then her figure flashed and disappeared. She didn't know which soldiers belonged to the former Hell King's base and which ones belonged to the Earth Dragon base, so she used this method to make the former Hell King's base rebel. In fact, there weren't many people left in the Earth Dragon base. Long Yubai had taken away most of them, and most of the others had also taken the loot from the Hell King's base and returned to the Earth Dragon base. Only Huo Wu and 1,000 soldiers stayed here. Long Yubai had asked him to help Yang Jianhua deal with things. In fact, he had secretly asked him to keep an eye on Yang Jianhua. However, he didn't expect that not long after Long Yubai left, Yang Jianhua would break through and trample on Huo Wu's status. However, now that Yang Jianhua was dead and Huo Wu didn't appear, the oppressed soldiers of the Hell King's base were no longer afraid after seeing the hostages appear here. Lin Xiao sensed the position of the high-level zombies released from her space and found that they were scattered. Fortunately, there was no smell of blood coming from anyone's direction. It seems like they were all obedient. She turned around and headed towards Lu Yu's direction. She didn't know how many bombs the other side had defused, so she went to see the situation first. At this time, the central square of the inner district was also in chaos because of the zombies. Yes, that's right, the zombies that Lin Xiao released to cause trouble had already run over there. Chapter 496. A level 5 zombie jumped onto a truck parked in the square. The surrounding firepower immediately shot towards it, but before the bullets could reach it, it turned around and ran away. "Over there." "It ran that way," someone shouted. However, they didn't dare to chase after it because it was a level 5 zombie leader. Ordinary soldiers like them could only hide. Only a few level 3 and 4 paranormals didn't panic, but they also found a place to hide. Why did he run away? However, these paranormals were also confused at this time because they thought that the zombie leader would appear here and start a massacre. Even if it didn't, it would definitely attack 1 or 2 people, then dig out their hearts and dig out their brains to eat. In the end, the zombie leader just ran here to show off and then disappeared. I don't see Deputy Leader Yang and Senior Captain Hua anywhere. I can't find them. What should we do now? At this time, some people who ran upstairs to find Yang Jianhua and Huo Wu hurriedly came down, looking very anxious as they shouted to the others. "Impossible, they have been up there all the time, how can they not be here?" Seeing that the zombie leader had left, the 2 captains in charge of the loading immediately ran out. "They really aren't here. I've searched everywhere upstairs," said one of the subordinates downstairs. Captain. Not good. The school, they all ran away." At this time, someone shouted in panic. "What? Where are the people over there?" The 2 captains looked at him in surprise. I heard that they were driven away by the zombies. The zombies injured a lot of people and then escaped. Those hostages took the opportunity to break through the door. The injured guards weren't able to stop them. The newcomer was also at a loss as he spoke in shock. After he revealed that the hostages had escaped, the expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed. They suddenly pointed the guns in their hands at the Earth Dragon soldiers and opened fire. "Brothers, the hostages have all escaped. Quickly go and save them." These were the original soldiers of the Hell King's base. If it wasn't for the hostages, they would have already left here. Who would still work for these outsiders and that traitor Yang Jianhua? Therefore, everyone immediately began to change sides. The result was, of course, another chaotic gunfight ensued. Because of Lin Xiao's zombies causing trouble, The entire base quickly fell into this kind of situation. On the other side, Lu Yu, who was leading his team to dismantle the bombs, was shocked by the gunshots from all over the base. What's wrong? The team members looked in the direction of the gunshot. I don't know. But this should only be the beginning. Lu Yu sighed as if he had guessed something and muttered to himself. Captain? What did you say? The team member looked at him suspiciously. Oh, it's nothing. Hurry up and dismantle the bomb, Lu Yu said. But aren't these the last few people in the team searching? That's right, Captain. Should we go to the basement? We haven't had enough fun with those women. It's not like we can hand them over to the Earth Dragon base. In the end, we have to satisfy our craving before we leave. Suddenly, another team member curiously asked, and suddenly smiled obscenely. Yeah, anyway, there's still some time before we set off. Let's hurry up. Another team member's eyes lit up, and he also said excitedly, I guess we can't leave either. Lu Yu heard his words and looked back at the direction of the gunshot from another position. We're not leaving? As soon as he said this, the other people's movements immediately stopped. Well, you really can't leave. You dare to hide people in the basement? But you added their names to the bait. You want to take them for yourself. Lin Xiao stood behind them and said faintly. Lu Yu suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao with a horrified expression. No, I just want to save them. When Lu Yu saw Lin Xiao, his legs went soft. Who are you? His team member was not as timid as him. Instead, he pointed his gun at her and asked, Don't lie to me. I heard everything you said just now, and I can also know what you're thinking. Lin Xiao walked over, and there was a burst of coldness under the sunglasses. Lu Yu shook his head and said in panic, No, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't. Captain, what's wrong with you? The team member next to Lu Yu looked at him strangely. Lin Xiao looked at him. You helped Yang Jianhua kill so many people. Do you think you can make up for your crime by defusing a bomb? Do you know? I know what's going on in your head right now. A few of the women you locked in the basement have been played to death by you scum, am I right? When Lu Yu heard this, he felt terrible. He originally thought he could live longer, but he didn't expect to expose his weakness so quickly. Those women were indeed taken advantage of by him. He hid them in the basement and played with them. Anyway, the men of those women were all dead. Even if they were sent to Earth Dragon, they would only be used as prostitutes. Compared to those outsiders, they might as well take advantage of their own people. Therefore, they hid the women in a secret basement and played with them every night without giving them food or drink. In the end, they played with them to death and secretly carried the bodies out to throw them away. Originally, after they left today, they planned to have one last round of crazy fun and then leave, leaving their bodies to rot in the basement. But now, not to mention whether he could leave or not, he didn't even know if he could survive. If he had known, he would have run away. Lin Xiao wasn't far from them. At this time, she slowly walked over. As she got closer, Lu Yu's thoughts became clearer. Run away? Then you will only die a little earlier, Lin Xiao said coldly. Lu Yu widened his eyes and looked at her in horror because her words seemed to be answering his thoughts at the moment. Before he could react, his team member had already confirmed Lin Xiao's identity and started shooting at her. 222 the machine gun sprayed, but none of the bullets hit Lin Xiao. Because she suddenly disappeared into thin air. How did she disappear? Lu Yu's team members widened their eyes and looked at the place where Lin Xiao disappeared. Because I'm here. Lin Xiao's voice came from behind them. They turned around and saw a few bullets. Bang, 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 bang dash. Lin Xiao had 2 pistols in her hands and accurately killed all of Lu Yu's team members. Since you guys helped to defuse the bomb, you should thank me for not feeding you to the zombies. Lin Xiao shot the last bullet into Lu Yu's forehead. Chapter 497. Lin Xiao put the gun back into the space and walked over to dig out Lu Yu's energy core from his brain. In fact, she didn't intend to let this scum live, because he was as perverted as Yang Jianhua, and he was also Yang Jianhua's loyal subordinate. When Lin Xiao approached him, she could completely feel how he was fantasizing about her. Lu Yu's thoughts were very dark and perverted, but he was timid, bullied the weak and feared the strong, and had the habit of abusing women. So Lin Xiao used his timid personality to make him defuse the bomb. In the end, the other party really defused the bomb, and naively thought that she would let him go. Lin Xiao put the bomb box into the space, then turned around and left. After Duan Wan rescued all the people hanging outside the wall as bait, she found that most of them were still alive, and the rest were dead. But the dead ones didn't die for long, because Yang Jianhua ordered to pay attention to the vitality of these bait. If they could only hang for 2 or 3 hours, they were to directly cut the rope. Anyway, the attraction of the dead people would slowly disappear, and if they were useless, of course they would just be thrown away. Duan Wan. Suddenly there was a surprised shout from the ladder by the wall. Duan Wan turned around and found that it was the person who had been secretly letting them into the base through the back door. This man was the one that the female hostage ran over to find him. His name was Ding Datong. He was originally a member of Hell King's personal guard, but because his sister was being controlled, he had no choice but to stay here. The one who ran over to find him was his sister, Ding Rulin. Duan Wan immediately walked over to him, looked at the woman behind him and asked, "Ding Dong, this is your sister, right? Did they escape?" Ding Datong looked back at his sister, then happily nodded to Duan Wan. He suddenly asked curiously, "By the way, are you with that strange woman? The one with the sunglasses?" If it weren't for that woman and a very high-level zombie girl, the Earth Dragon base and Yang Jianhua's people wouldn't have been attacked. And he also saw Duan Wan talking to the other party when they came in. Duan Wan nodded. "Yes, it's a temporary relationship. She said she would help us kill Yang Jianhua, and then she asked us to take her to the place where the leader died." "Oh, I see." Ding Datong nodded in understanding and suddenly asked, "Who is she?" Moreover, the female zombie beside her seemed to be a level 6 king. Why would she bring a female zombie king with her? Duan Wan shook her head and said, "I don't know. We didn't believe her when she said she could kill Yang Jianhua at first. But you saw the head just now, so we have no choice but to believe it. When do you plan to take her to that place? What are your plans for the future?" Ding Datong asked. Duan Wan looked at him, sighed, and said, "I'll see what she wants. If she's not in a hurry, I want to settle the situation here first before taking her there. Oh, by the way, Datong, quickly gather everyone and do an inventory." After listening to her words, Ding Datong immediately nodded. However, he looked around her and asked, "By the way, didn't Hong Xing come with you?" "Hong Sheng and the others are still outside. We still need to send someone to bring them back," Duan Wan said. Ding Datong nodded in understanding. Because of the zombies' disturbance, Yang Jianhua and Huo Wu's army were quickly captured by the soldiers of the Hades King's base. The hostages were also rescued, and all the supplies that Yang Jianhua had prepared to take away were taken back. After controlling the traders and the soldiers of the Earth Dragon base, Duan Wan took them to the square in the inner area. However, they suddenly found that the zombies that were running around the base had disappeared. "That's not right, where are those zombies?" someone asked. The others were slow to realize that the zombies had mysteriously disappeared again, just like when they came. Duan Wan and the others stood at the entrance of the building in front of the square. She asked Ding Datong's sister, Ding Rulin, "By the way, how did you escape?" Ding Rulin was wearing a man's shirt. She looked at Duan Wan with a strange expression and replied, "Suddenly, a group of zombies came out of nowhere and knocked out the guards at the school. I had no choice but to take the opportunity to break the door and escape." Duan Wan was puzzled and said, "I heard you talking about zombies. Did these zombies come from the school where you were locked up?" Ding Rulin looked around in the distance and replied with uncertainty, "Maybe." Duan Wan suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and looked left and right, up and down, as if she was looking for something. "What's wrong?" The Ding siblings and the others looked at her in confusion. "I'm looking for What's that person's name? Duan-wan originally wanted to find the woman who helped her kill Yang Jianhua, but she suddenly didn't know how to address her. She changed the way she said, "Oh, where did the beauty who killed Yang Jianhua go? The one with glasses?" Ding Datong asked. If Duan-wan nodded. Ding Datong subconsciously looked around, but there was no trace of that person. Just now, everyone was busy fighting and saving people. Now, they were busy cleaning up the remaining supplies, so they didn't notice. "Oh, are you looking for me?" Lin Xiao appeared from behind them and leaned against the door frame. Everyone immediately turned to look at her. Duan-wan looked at her blankly. You haven't been here all this time, right?" "No. I just got here. I just went to deal with a few scumbags. The one with Yang Jian, a level 5 fire ability user." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, Duan-wan immediately blurted out, and then her eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. "He is indeed a scumbag, a pervert who likes to abuse women. The same as Yang Jianhua." "Oh yes, that's him. But he was killed by me just now. I originally wanted you to send someone to a basement to save a few girls. He hid them there." Lin Xiao nodded and then gave her an address. "I'll go." Ding Datong immediately said, "Keidong, take a few people there to save them." Duan-wan nodded and agreed to let him go. After watching Ding Datong leave, Duan-wan continued to look at Lin Xiao. Those zombies. She didn't directly ask if she let those zombies in, but thinking of the twin-tailed female zombie, Duan-wan had already labeled Lin Xiao as having a special relationship with zombies. Lin Xiao sensed her thoughts and replied with a smile, "Oh, you're concerned about this now? I think you should be concerned about how to let the people outside the base in or how to let the people here out." After all, there are still a lot of zombies outside the gate. Chapter 498. Hearing Lin Xiao's reminder, Duan-wan remembered that she hadn't sent anyone out to pick up Li Hongxing and the others. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "You have a way, right? Because you can let us in." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Who do you want to send out? Tell him to come over." Duan-wan immediately asked the men who came in with her from outside the base to come over and stand in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stood up and walked over. After standing in front of them, she suddenly took out a few green things and gave one to each of them. "Take this, the effect will be better than when you came in. But when you come in, remember to surround the people outside," she said to them. Everyone looked at the things that Lin Xiao gave them with a strange expression. The men also looked at the e-grass frogs that Lin Xiao gave them with a blank expression. That's right, it was a frog made of grass leaves. Lin Xiao looked at their expressions in amusement. Her heart was already very happy. She originally wanted to use her blood to smear it on them, but after thinking about it, she decided not to do it in such a strange way, because it might arouse the suspicion of some extreme people. So after thinking about it, she simply picked some grass leaves from her space and weaved them into a few frogs that were easy to weave. Then she hid a drop of her blood in the frogs' stomachs. She tried it, and her blood directly made Qiu Lily stay away from her. Needless to say, the other low-level zombies all ran away in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Lin Xiao knew that her blood not only contained the pressure of a high-level zombie king, but also the condensed energy in the lake. This kind of energy would make the zombies excited and happy, but when the amount reached a certain level, it would cause the zombies to instinctively feel fear. Just like the lake in her space, there was too much energy, so the more than 20 high-level zombies and the mutated giant snake didn't dare to come close. Only the zombie dog with the potential of a husky would come close, but it also didn't dare to come too close. The men held the frogs that Lin Xiao gave them with a blank expression, and looked back at Duan-wan with a bewildered expression. If they hadn't really come in from outside, they might not have accepted this kind of thing. It was simply a joke. Duan-wan walked over and took a look at the frog in one of their hands. Then she was stunned for a moment and her eyes flashed. But soon she naturally put it to her nose and sniffed it, and used her special ability to sense it. There is a very strange energy in it. I think you can give it a try, she said after returning the frog to the man. What? You don't believe me? Then you'll have to find a way out yourself. But don't blame me for not reminding you. The effect you had when you came in from outside the base has already disappeared. That won't last long. That's why I'm giving this to you now. You should be glad that I didn't weave a straw doll for you, Lin Xiao said. May I ask? Where did you learn this weaving method? Duan suddenly looked at Lin Xiao and asked. Lin Xiao smiled calmly and said, What? Can't you tell? This is probably something that your leader or her family would make up. Although she said this sentence lightly, there was a lot of information in her words. After a slight pause, Duan suddenly stared at her closely. Do you know our leader? Lin Xiao spread her hands and said, Actually, let me make it clear to you now. I came from Huadong, and I also know Lin Feng's family. Oh, and Yuan Tianxing, you should know him too. Lin Xiao knew what Duan wanted to ask because everyone in her special forces knew that she could weave these little things and were very familiar with her weaving method. Therefore, Duan was very surprised when she saw the frog. She had a guess, but she wasn't sure which direction it was. Therefore, Lin Xiao led the topic to Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng, changing the topic. Deputy Leader. When they heard Lin Xiao mention Yuan Tianxing, Duan and the others all exclaimed in unison. You saw the Deputy Leader? How is he now? Duan was also a little excited. Lin Xiao tilted her head and said, He's quite good, and he has started building a new base with Lin Feng in Huadong. If you want to go to Haiqing, you might as well go find Yuan Tianxing's new base. She didn't explain the situation clearly because she wanted to guide them to judge their current relationship. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Duan suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, as if something had been solved. That's great. It's great that they're fine. There's a new base? That's great, we can go find them. Duan said happily. The surrounding people looked at each other in surprise. Lin Xiao said to the people who were still in a daze with the grass frogs, Aren't you going to pick them up? Hurry up and go. Remember, don't lose this frog. There you guys go. I believe that since we came in successfully just now, it'll be easier to go out, Duan said to the few of them. The few people took the grass frogs and were about to put them into their bags. Oh, wait a minute, you guys better get a rope to hang the frogs outside. Don't put them in the bag and don't wrap them in a bag, or else they'll lose their effect. Lin Xiao hurriedly stopped them. The effect was originally because of the presence of the frogs. If they were placed in a bag, the presence would be reduced, and the effect would naturally be reduced. Although these people were at a loss, they still found a rope and hung the frog on their bodies because they had learned their lesson from the previous example. After they left, Duan looked at Lin Xiao and said gratefully, Thank you for helping us this time. By the way, how should I address you? My surname is Lu, you don't have to thank me. I also have a condition, don't forget what you promised me. Also, it's because of Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, and the others. Lin Xiao waved her hand indifferently, then continued to say to her, You should think about how to deal with these captives. As she said that, she pointed to the enemies who were tied up on the ground outside. Duan turned her head and looked down at those people with a cold look in her eyes. Destroy my base, kill my friends, and steal my food. Kill. She stood there and stared at the people below with a cold expression, saying this sentence word by word. Kill. After hearing her words, the expressions of everyone around her turned cold. Kill. Very quickly, this chant spread to the surrounding people. Everyone stared coldly at the enemies they had tied up as if they were looking at dead people. Chapter 499. Push them out to feed the zombies. Weren't they the ones who attracted the zombies outside the gate? Let them feed the zombies themselves. Someone said angrily. Just. These scumbags killed so many people from our base, let them be bitten by the zombies. That's right. These bastards. I want them to die a horrible death. At the mention of this matter, hatred slowly appeared in the surrounding crowd, and soon it began to spread. The former soldiers of Hell King's base stared at these captives with bloodshot eyes. In fact, after the previous battle, there were less than 3,000 surviving enemies, especially in the school. Basically all of them had been annihilated. Because they were beaten by the zombies until they lost their fighting strength, the soldiers of Hell King's base who went to rescue them and the hostages who were released took out their guns in anger and killed them all. Even teenagers know how to stab them in the chest, or even slit their throats. Moreover, after being assigned to the gate, Chiu Lily played with them while helping them. She didn't kill them, she just made them lose their fighting strength and let others kill them. Lin Xiao stood at the back and didn't say anything. She realized that Duan Wan's side had the highest level of ability, and there were very few other ability users. Strength was respected, so now they basically treated Duan Wan as their leader. In the end, Duan Wan personally led the people to tie up these captives and drag them out of the inner area, rushing towards the gate of the base in the outer area. Knowing that they were going to be sent to the zombies, the Earth Dragon soldiers and Yang Jianhua's subordinates were all scared and wanted to escape, but they were directly shot to death. In the end, those who were still alive were tied up and thrown into the truck and transported to the empty space outside the gate. Although they were out of the gate, looking at the zombies that were still some distance away from the gate, even Duan Wan's people felt a little scared. But after seeing that the zombies didn't rush over, they still bravely pushed all the enemies off the truck before jumping back into the base. But when they returned to the base, they found that the zombies were still standing there motionless. This was embarrassing. They aren't coming over. Yeah, what's going on? They don't want to eat. Duan Wan stood on the wall, and after seeing the situation, she couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao. There was no other way. She seemed to have cooperated with zombies before, and there was a way for them to pass through the zombie hordes. Miss Lu, what should we do now? Lin Xiao looked at her and smiled. It's very simple. She turned her head and shouted in a certain direction, Lily, come here. Let them eat. Duan Wan and the others around her also looked in that direction and saw a white figure coming out of it. Chiu Lily looked at Lin Xiao angrily. She knew that Lin Xiao couldn't reveal her identity, but she wasn't the breeder of these zombies, right? Although Chiu Lily was a little dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's words, she still controlled her wind element to fly into the sky and shouted at the zombies below. Oh, time to eat, time to eat. After she finished shouting, the zombies below all moved in an instant, swarming towards the enemy and rebel soldiers who were left outside. Roar, roar, roar. The people on the wall looked indifferently at the thousands of captives in the vacuum zone being drowned by the tens of thousands of zombies. Their screams were mixed with the roars of the zombies. After settling the hostages and the injured, Duan Wan asked people to cook a meal with the food they had seized, so that everyone could finally eat their fill after a few months. That night, Duan Wan discussed the next plan with everyone. I'm going to lead a team to Hangzhou to find the deputy leader and the team leader. They are building a new base, it's a new home. I'll give you 1 day to think about it. Do you want to follow me to Hangzhou City, or do you want to stay here? The choice is voluntary. Come and sign up tomorrow. I will leave for a day and come back at night to count the number of people. Duan Wan stood on the newly built platform in the square and said to everyone. Below the square, everyone casually sat on the ground. After hearing Duan Wan's words, they began to discuss. On the platform, besides Duan Wan, Li Hongxing, Ding Datong and a few other metahumans were looking at everyone. She let everyone choose for themselves whether to leave with her to the new base or stay here. After all, although the majority of the area was destroyed, there were still some places in the inner district that could be lived in, and a portion of the resources were still preserved. If they did not want to make the long journey through the zombie horde to Hangzhou City, they could still continue living here. Since there's news about the deputy leader, we will naturally go and find him. Moreover, why don't we go to the new base? We can also help build it together. That's right. This place has already been destroyed to this extent. It's better to build a new base than to rebuild it. I'm willing to go to Hangzhou City. There were people in the crowd who were willing to go to the new base, but there were also people who were unwilling. But there are so many of us going to Hangzhou City, isn't it too far? We don't have many weapons and ammunition left. The road is full of zombies. The weak people might not be able to make it to the other side. That's right, There's nothing wrong with staying here. Although many houses have been destroyed, the inner district can still be lived in. Why must we go to such a far place? There are so many dangers on the road, who knows how many people will die? Duan listened to the various voices below for a while, then said, "Didn't I say that I'll give you 1 day to consider? I'll go back to think about it at night. We'll leave the day after tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't take too many things. I'll only take a small part of the supplies to support us to Hangzhou City." Lin Xiao looked at them from the side, feeling the psychological activities of the people below. Nowadays people were very selfish. Those who wanted to leave wished to go, the fewer the better, especially those ordinary people who were old, weak, sick and disabled. They didn't want to go to the end. In this way, they wouldn't have to spend so much energy to escort them all the way. And those who didn't want to leave, because they were too afraid of the zombies in the base, they didn't dare to take the risk to leave. But on the other hand, they wanted Duan and the others to stay, so that there would be people to protect them here. In fact, she felt that those who were willing to take the risk to leave had all benefited. Because with her, there was basically no danger of being attacked by zombies along the way. And those who stayed, of course, Lin Xiao wouldn't tell them, of course, that they would miss a big opportunity. After saying this, Duan didn't say anything more, and jumped down from the high platform with the others. She turned to Lin Xiao and said with a smile, "Now it's good, tomorrow we also have a car to take you to that place." Lin Xiao said, "Why do you care so much about this? I also have a car." Chapter 500. At night, Lin Xiao and Qiu Lily went directly to the space. She asked Qiu Lily to divide the lake water for the zombies that fought today, and then she covered her body with the black fog, took off her clothes and went into the lake. After swimming to the bottom of the lake, she held a few energy nuclei in her hand. These were the energy nuclei of Yang Jianhua, Huo Wu, Lu Yu and the others, as well as the corpse nuclei of some high-level zombies that she had killed outside. One by one, he pressed them on his stomach and let little man absorb the energy. Only when the sun rose did he finish absorbing the energy. After absorbing the energy, little man came out and acted like a spoiled child, then fell into a deep sleep. But Lin Xiao's energy still didn't move, still maintaining the original level. Maybe it was because she had leveled up too fast before. Now after absorbing a lot of energy, she didn't feel like she was going to break through, so she always felt a little uncomfortable. The next day, Lin Xiao and Duan drove out of the base with a few young male companions. Now Duan could be said to be the temporary leader here. She had strength and management skills, so everyone was willing to follow her, and no one was dissatisfied. When they went out of the gate of the base, there was a large area of blood on the ground, and broken limbs were everywhere. Intestines and internal organs were also rolling in the sand, and countless flies were flying around. Those zombies were not as crazy as yesterday. Now they were walking in the same place, picking up the pieces of the corpses on the ground. Pick up a hand and take 2 bites, bah, not tasty, throw away. He picked up a head and dug into its brain. It was empty. It had been dug out. He threw it away. Some were still lying on the ground, eating the upper body of the corpses. When Lin Xiao and the others drove out of the car, the zombies in front of the car were suddenly scared. They were strolling leisurely, but when the car came, they suddenly turned around and ran. The few men who were sitting in the car and holding their guns were dumbfounded as they were taken out of the zombie horde. But their eyes were staring at the zombies that were running away. Why did they run? This was a soldier who had threatened Yang Jianhua in the base. He said blankly, Hey, you don't know this. We have a secret weapon." These were the people who had followed Duan to hide outside the base. What kind of secret weapon could scare the zombies? It's so magical. The person in front looked at him in shock and asked, "Oh, the secret weapon is her." The man pointed at Lin Xiao and said, "The others?" Duan asked Lin Xiao while driving, "All right, how are the deputy leader and the rest doing? How are the captain and his wives? They only have so few people, it will be very difficult to build a new base." Lin Xiao placed his hand on the window frame and supported his head as he replied, "Oh, they're doing well. They're eating and drinking well, and they can even build a base. If we don't have enough manpower to build the base, we can borrow from the Sea City base. Anyway, the weather is cold now, and there are more unemployed people in Sea City." Duan looked at the wind blowing outside. Indeed, the temperature had dropped a lot. However, for those with higher arcana levels, they basically had no reaction to this kind of temperature. The energy in his body would automatically adjust and suppress the invasion of the cold. Duan understood and said, "If that's the case, but this will cost a lot. After all, they have to hire so many people." Lin Xiao said, "The reward is food, and they will also provide food and shelter. The conditions are not bad at all." Duan thought about it and suddenly remembered that Hangzhou City should be the most densely populated place in Zhejiang Province. Didn't that place become a zombie city? Then why did Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing choose that place? She asked curiously, "If I'm not wrong, Hangzhou City should be a zombie city, right? Why did the deputy leader and the rest build their base there?" "It's because it's a zombie city. Think about it, it's a zombie city. There are a lot of zombies, and there are many high-level zombies. Normal zombie hunting teams don't dare to go in. Even if a larger team goes in, they won't be able to enter the central area. So there must be a lot of food and supplies there." Lin Xiao looked ahead and replied, "That's right, it's the opposite. So, the deputy leader and the rest have collected a lot of supplies and food?" Duan nodded. She suddenly thought of something. "Did you also help in the base?" Because she thought of the zombie city, there were a lot of zombies there. And it just so happened that this Miss Lu seemed to have a way to deal with zombies. Then Yuan Tianxing and the rest built a base there. Didn't that mean that this Miss Lu should also be contributing? "Oh, I did help a little." Lin Xiao nodded. But he didn't say much. "Thank you." Duan smiled knowingly. "Thank you again. Yuan Tianxing and the rest should be thanking me. Why are you thanking me on their behalf?" Lin Xiao glanced at her. The conversation between the two of them made the few men behind them quiet down. They only knew that Yuan Tianxing and the rest were still alive and building a base in Hangzhou City. They originally thought it would be in a place where there weren't many zombies around the city. But now they heard that it was in the center of the city, and there were a lot of zombies. They suddenly felt that their deputy leader must be crazy to choose the location of the new base there. But after seeing the zombies run away when they saw them, they suddenly felt that it was normal. Along the way, they finally experienced the feeling of zombies making way for them. Because along the way, the zombies turned around and ran away when they saw their car. After leaving the county city, there were no zombies on the highway. There were only abandoned cars on the road. In such a situation, they had to move the cars on the road and continue moving forward. What was supposed to be a 2-hour drive ended up taking them more than 3 hours to reach the seaside. When they were about to reach the seaside, a strange feeling rose in Lin Xiao's heart. The further they went, the stronger the feeling became. She had a feeling that she had dropped something here. When she saw a black fog in the distance, she felt as if something was about to jump out of her heart, beckoning her to move forward. Duan stopped the car and said to her, "You see, there is a cliff 1 or 2 kilometers ahead. The environment there. Those flames were left behind after our leader self-destructed. Although she's gone, the effect of the flames hasn't disappeared. It's just reduced by 90%. But even so, it's not convenient for us to go there now, so we can only send you here." She was right. Even if the effect of the flames had been reduced by 90%, with her current level 5 strength, it was still very dangerous. Chapter 501. Lin Xiao's eyes were fixed in that direction. She turned around and smiled at Duan. "It's okay. It's here. I can go there alone." She opened the car door and prepared to get out. Duan pulled her back worriedly. "Are you really going? It's very dangerous there. Our leader's fire ability isn't ordinary fire. Even if the effect of the ability has been reduced by 90%, it's still very dangerous. It can poison people and corrode their whole body. Lin Xiao said to her, "It's okay. I have a way to deal with it. You guys go back first." Duanwan looked at her and suddenly said, "No, we'll wait for you. If you don't show up at night, we'll have to leave." Lin Xiao nodded. "But then I'll go first." She got out of the car and waved to the people in the car. Then she turned around and walked in the direction of the rising black fog. Duanwan and the others looked at her back as she walked away. They had mixed feelings. Because it was very dangerous there now. Many people didn't come back. Now that Miss Lu had just helped them, she wanted to go into this dangerous place. Duanwan and the others felt that it wasn't good to watch her go in like this. But she insisted on going in, and they couldn't stop her. Just when Lin Xiao was far away, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. She jumped out of the car in the direction of Duanwan and the others' car. Then with a bang, she jumped onto the roof of their car. The people in the car were so scared that they immediately jumped out of the car and pointed their guns at the person on the roof. Before Duanwan could see who it was, the person spoke first. Duanwan. Duanwan was stunned. Looking at the person on the roof, she shouted in surprise, "Qian Xiaoai?" The name sounded like a girl's name, but in fact, the person standing on the roof of the car was a tall and strong man. Qian Xiaoai also looked at Duanwan in surprise, but when he heard her call his name, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "You should call me Little A? Don't call me that name." He jumped off the roof. Seeing that this person knew Duanwan, the others slowly put down their guns. Qian Xiaoai was 1.8 meters tall and had a sturdy body. He had a delicate face, but he was bald, which completely ruined his delicate temperament. Duanwan came back to her senses and asked in confusion, "Little A, didn't you leave with the leader and the others? Why would it appear here?" Qian Xiaoai scratched her head and said, "Captain asked me to observe the place where the leader disappeared, but that place has become like this, so I can only wander around." It turned out that Lin Feng had asked him to come here because Qian Xiaoai was originally Lin Feng's subordinate. Duanwan was still puzzled. She asked him, "Captain sent you here. How long have you been here?" Qian Xiaoai looked in the direction where the black fog was rising. His eyes were a little gloomy. He replied, "It's been more than 3 months." 3 months? Wasn't that when the base had just been breached? Why did you stay here for so long? Duanwan asked in surprise when she heard the time. Qian Xiaoai turned her head and leaned against the car. She sighed and said, "Captain said that I want to see the leader, dead or alive. But I can't get close to that place. I don't know if the leader is really gone, or maybe she didn't self-destruct. Maybe she fell into an unconscious state of self-protection?" Duanwan looked at him and couldn't help but say, "This is just your guess. Is that why you have been waiting here? How long are you going to stay here?" Qian Xiaoai looked at her, smiled, and said, "Isn't it a bit self-deceiving? I think so too. I was already ready to leave, but I didn't expect you to suddenly come again at this time. I'm so happy to meet an acquaintance." Duanwan nodded. "It's quite a coincidence. But you are going to find the leader and the others." "Do you know where they are?" Qian Xiaoai immediately became spirited and asked, "Yes, I was going to ask you this question. Do you know?" Duanwan pointed in the direction where Lin Xiao had just left and said, "She knows. I only heard that they are in Hangzhou. I don't know where exactly." Qian Xiaoai looked in that direction strangely and asked, "Oh, by the way, who is that woman?" "She came from Hangzhou, and she also knows the deputy leader and the others. She was the one who brought the news about the deputy leader. Although we haven't verified it, we don't have time to verify it now. We can only believe her for the time being," Duanwan said. "You didn't verify it? But it makes sense. The deputy leader and the others were originally going in the direction of Hai City, so they should pass by Hangzhou City. But you actually believe her so much?" Qian Xiaoai asked. "What can we do if we don't believe her? We have no other way to get news about the deputy leader, and this Miss Lu also helped us kill Yang Jianhua and Hua Wu yesterday," Duanwan said as she spread her hands. It was probably because of this that she chose to believe in her. What? She killed that traitor? Qian Shao Ai's eyes widened in shock. Duan Wan nodded. Yes, she not only killed Yang Jianhua and Huo Wu, but also took back our base. However, the current base was already a dilapidated and empty city. The resources have long been transported away by Long Yubai. After saying that, she sighed. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. That scum. If he hadn't drugged the leader, how could the leader have been forced to come here in order to lure those people away, and even had to self-destruct in the end? Qian Shao Ai first muttered, "It's good that he's dead," but in the next second, her expression suddenly changed and she scolded angrily. That's right. Not only does he deserve to die, but that Long Yubai also deserves to die. Everyone in their base deserves to die. Duan Wan's expression also turned cold as she gritted her teeth. And the subject of their discussion, Lin Xiao, was already running towards the direction of the black smoke impatiently. Mom, perhaps she sensed her inexplicable excitement, or sensed the different atmosphere around her. Little Man suddenly woke up again. Lin Xiao paused for a moment before slowing down. What's wrong? Are you awake? She asked. Mama, your emotions are fluctuating greatly, and there's a familiar smell here. Mama, you found the source of the fire. Little Man, who had woken up, sensed Lin Xiao's surroundings, and suddenly said in surprise towards the direction of the rising black smoke. Yes, I found it. It's here, Little Man. Tell me, if I collect all these fires, will I remember the past? Lin Xiao said as she saw the black fire burning on the ground. It was exactly the same as in her previous dream. The aura of the fire made Lin Xiao feel that it originally belonged to her. Moreover, the energy in the fire was actually the same as the energy in her ability, the black smoke. It should be said that they were from the same source. Chapter 502. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, Little Man said with uncertainty, Little Man doesn't know either, Mommy will have to try to find out. But this place isn't dangerous for Mommy. Lin Xiao nodded as she walked forward. Not to mention that these flames didn't pose a threat to her, she even felt a sense of familiarity. As she walked closer, she saw the black wasteland in front of her. Not a single blade of grass grew, and even the rocks looked like they were half melted. The ground was pitch black, and the sand and rocks were filled with a faint energy. 20 to 30 meters in front of this wasteland, small black flames began to jump on the ground. The flames were filled with the same energy as Lin Xiao's. Lin Xiao stepped on the wasteland and took a deep breath. The energy in the air rushed into her nose and entered her entire body, then flowed into her brain. This energy was fatal to others, but for the current Lin Xiao, it was nourishment. After she came over, her body involuntarily opened all the pores on her body, and then absorbed the energy in the air. When she walked to the side of the small flames, she felt her entire body in a hazy state, as if she was not walking on flat ground, and there were no black flames. She felt as if she was walking on the other side, and the feeling under her feet was illusory and unreal. Lin Xiao walked into the flames step by step, and the clothes on her body instantly turned into nothingness. Her slender back, slender waist, perfectly round buttocks, and slender legs were all exposed to the air. Fortunately, no one dared to come here, because as long as they were within a kilometer, the energy in the air would invade their bodies. Then, as if they were poisoned, it wouldn't take long for the energy to melt their bodies. In the end, even their bones would turn into powder. Therefore, no one would come here again. Otherwise, with Lin Xiao's alluring body, no one would be able to recognize her even if they saw her. After Lin Xiao walked into the range of the flames, her hands began to release a large amount of black fog. The black fog continuously poured out, fusing with the surrounding black fog. She kept walking forward, and after walking for about 800 or 900 meters, she finally saw the edge of the cliff. Lin Xiao stood at the edge of the cliff, looking around. She felt that something that belonged to her had fallen here. until she saw a black, translucent energy crystal core lying quietly on the ground at the edge of the cliff. Seeing this crystal core, Lin Xiao's eyes were hooked. She slowly walked over and squatted down to pick up the crystal core. Could this be left behind by her self-destruction? Lin Xiao took the crystal core in her hand. Suddenly, the crystal core in her hand lit up. Her mind suddenly fell into a state of dizziness, causing her to fall to the ground. At this moment, the energy in her body suddenly rushed out in large amounts. Her energy kept pouring out, and after maintaining this state for 5 to 6 hours, all the energy in her body and mind was emptied. Only another wave of cool energy was left to protect her body. Just as the energy in Lin Xiao's body was emptied, the energy crystal core in her hand became abnormal again. The crystal core began to fuse into her palm and then disappeared. After the crystal core fused into Lin Xiao's body, the air around her gradually began to revolve around her, causing the rising flames on the ground to elongate, turning into black ribbons that revolved around her. When the flames rose to Lin Xiao's head, they drilled into her forehead. The other flames that surrounded her also converged towards this position. Not long after, Lin Xiao's entire body formed a spatial vortex, absorbing the surrounding black flames and black fog into her body. However, Lin Xiao could no longer see any of this. This was because her consciousness was in a state of chaos. Countless fragmented memories flashed through her mind, running all over the place. Lin Xiao endured the swelling feeling in her head, trying hard to see these memories clearly. Moreover, these memories were like disobedient children, constantly jumping around. She spent a lot of effort to barely grasp some of the images. Then, the scenes in these images were like a primer, reminding her of the situation at the time. Lin Xiao kept grabbing, looking and thinking. A whole 5 years of memories. She had already forgotten the existence of time. She just wanted to remember everything. Just as Lin Xiao's body entered an abnormal state, the vortex outside her body grew larger and larger, sucking all the black flames towards her. The black flames spun and rose, slowly forming a black tornado vortex. Look over there. Duan Wan and the others, who were 2 kilometers away, suddenly saw a strange change in the black smoke in the direction of the cliff after waiting for an entire afternoon. What's going on? Duan Wan looked in that direction with slight surprise. In everyone's eyes, the black smoke formed an incomparably huge tornado vortex. The surrounding wind also became very strong, blowing leaves away, tree limbs off, and small trees were even uprooted. What's happening over there? They were all a little shocked and confused. They did not know why this phenomenon suddenly appeared. But that Miss Lu is in danger inside. Someone asked. I don't know. Even if she's in danger, we can't go over. Duan Wan was also very worried and began to feel a little anxious. But they really couldn't go over, because even air couldn't be inhaled in that area. They didn't have gas masks here, so they would only die if they went. Besides, even if they had gas masks, they couldn't stay in there for too long because they would also melt. Then what should we do? Just watch her get into trouble? Qian Xiaoai asked blankly. After a moment of silence, Duan Wan suddenly said, I'll think of a way. I'll go alone. You all stay here. If I'm not back by night, you all go back to the base by yourselves. Duan Wan. Qian Xiaoai called her disapprovingly. No, we should go. You can't go in. Sister Wan. You can't go. Let's go. The others also said one after another. However, Duan Wan said, Be quiet, all of you are so weak that you can't even get close to the edge of the fire source. I'll go and see the situation. Don't worry, I won't let myself die in there. If the situation is not right, I'll retreat. Then how do you want to go in? Qian Xiaoai asked. Let me think. Duan Wan stared in the direction of the black vortex and said with a frown. She really couldn't think of any way to get close to it, because no matter what material it was, it couldn't avoid the melting energy in the fire. In the end, it would only be dissolved. Chapter 503. As for Lin Xiao, she barely managed to find some of the important memories from the past 5 years. She would slowly think about the rest later. The arrival of the apocalypse, the construction of the base, the development of the base, and finally Yang Jianhua's betrayal led to the destruction of the base. Lin Xiao regretted it. She regretted killing that scum Yang Jianhua so easily. When Long Yubai attacked the base, her ability was slowly suppressed. The drug that Yang Jianhua gave her was specially developed to deal with her. Moreover, it wasn't given to her all at once. It started 3 months before Long Yubai's operation. What Lin Xiao told Yang Jianhua was right. Yang Jianhua had secretly drugged her wine, causing her to lose consciousness and fall under the control of the drug. In the end, she was pressed under Yang Jianhua's body. Because she had never been on guard against him, even if she knew that Yang Jianhua would sometimes do something, she just turned a blind eye and didn't look into it. At that time, she foolishly believed that this man wouldn't be so heartless. Even if he wanted to do something, he would at least give the Lin family a way out. But in the end, he didn't. If it wasn't for her final outburst that attracted the attention of Long Yubai and those people, her relatives probably wouldn't have been able to escape from the base this time. Moreover, Lin Xiao opened her eyes. She lowered her head and touched her belly. At that time, she was actually pregnant. When she woke up that day, she found Yang Jianhua lying beside her. At that time, her mind wasn't very clear. She thought that she really drank too much and spilled it. Therefore, although she was very embarrassed, she still explained to Yang Jianhua on the spot that it was just an accident and no one would be responsible for it. Yang Jianhua also accepted it and didn't say anything. Before Lin Xiao had time to think about the details of this matter, her attention was diverted by the information about the Earth Dragon base. When she finally had time to pay attention to this matter, it was already more than half a month before the base was breached. Moreover, she unexpectedly found that there was already a life in her belly. Even if the child was Yang Jianhua's, she couldn't abort it. In the apocalypse, children were the most precious treasures. Lin Xiao really did want a child, because she was already in her 30s. She was a normal woman, and she also wanted a child of her own. However, she didn't have time to fall in love or find a partner. In addition, with Long Yubai coveting the Netherworld King's base and the Earth Dragon base's restless actions, she temporarily gave up the idea of having a child. Moreover, she hadn't decided who she wanted to borrow her sperm from. Now that she unexpectedly got a child from Yang Jianhua, she was pleasantly surprised. Originally, she planned to tell Yang Jianhua, but Yang Jianhua's abnormality made her cancel the idea. She had started to suspect Yang Jianhua half a month in advance. Gradually, she became more vigilant and secretly sent Li Zheng and the others to High City. However, the information she received was false. Long Yubai was not preparing to take action in a few months, but had already been preparing to take action. Because the information he received was fake, Lin Xiao didn't even have time to set up his defensive measures before the enemy came knocking on his door. In the end, when she died, no one but herself knew that she was ready to be a mother. She shouted in her heart, "Little man, are you okay?" Although this child had told her to come into this place with peace of mind and that the energy here had no effect on her, Lin Xiao was still a little worried. She had recovered some of her memory. If she wasn't wrong, little man should be the child who hadn't grown up yet. After realizing this, Lin Xiao's feelings for little man changed. It turned out that there was a reason why little man called her mama in the beginning, but she didn't know how she, who had not been formed at that time, woke up with her in Lu Tianyu's corpse. Moreover, she had never understood the way little man grew up. Mama? Little man is fine. Mama, your thoughts are in a mess now. Mama, do you remember? Little man's voice sounded. Lin Xiao touched her smooth belly and thought to herself, fortunately you're alive too. That's great, Mama. Are you crying? Although little man couldn't see Lin Xiao's face, she could feel her complicated feelings from her emotional fluctuations. Shame, surprise, regaining what was lost, shame that she couldn't protect her child. Between other relatives and her child's choice, she had no choice but to choose her relatives. So now that she thought about it, a sense of guilt towards little man spread in her heart. In Lin Xiao's dark green eyes, a red liquid flowed out. She said softly, "I'm sorry, Mama let you die once." Lin Xiao didn't know what she could say to Little Man now. She only knew that her child had suffered a reincarnation with her. But fortunately, her child was reborn with her. "I'm sorry. Sorry." Little Man, Lin Xiao kept saying in her heart. "Mama, don't cry. Little Man is fine. Don't cry, don't cry." Feeling Lin Xiao's sadness, Little Man panicked, but now she couldn't come out of Lin Xiao's body to comfort Lin Xiao, so she could only talk to her anxiously. Lin Xiao raised her hand and touched her face. It did feel a little wet. She put down her hand in surprise. Could she still cry after becoming a zombie? But when she looked at her hand, it was all red. That's right, there were no tears in her body, but there was still blood. She smiled faintly. "Mama is fine, but Man, Mama is going to start recovering energy. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell Mama. Mama will stop." "Mama, it's okay. This energy is Mama's. It won't have any bad effect on Little Man, and it can even help Little Man form," Little Man replied happily. Little Man indeed didn't have any effect on Lin Xiao's energy, but when Lin Xiao absorbed the energy later, this energy could actually strengthen the union between Little Man's consciousness and the zygote. Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. "Is that so? That's good. I'm going to start." After saying that, she waited for Little Man to respond, then closed her eyes and raised her palms up. The black flames that were originally surrounding her started to drill into her forehead. Now that Lin Xiao changed her posture, all the flames suddenly rose, and then a large amount of flames split into 3 parts, pouring into her palms and forehead. This time, the amount that entered Lin Xiao's body was more than 100 times more than before. As a result, the black flames and smoke within a radius of several miles were shrinking at a terrifying speed. Chapter 504. Before Duan could think of a way to enter the area of the black fire, there was a huge change. "Hey, look, the black smoke is falling." "No, it should be shrinking." Qian Xiaoai saw that the tornado of black smoke was slowly falling and exclaimed again. "I'll go and take a look," Duan suddenly said and ran in the direction of the cliff in a flash. "Sister Wan." The others were startled. "I'll go too. You guys stay here. Don't go and cause trouble." Qian Xiaoai immediately followed in a flash. After being stopped by Qian Xiaoai's "Don't go and cause trouble," the others could only helplessly stop in place and watch them leave anxiously. Over there, Lin Xiao immediately sensed that Duan was running towards her position with a person. However, Duan was still very cautious and did not directly come over here. Instead, he found a very high position more than 1,000 meters away from here, and then used the binoculars to observe this side from a high position. Lin Xiao was surrounded by black flames at this time. Duan couldn't see her at all. However, Duan saw that the small black flames that had spread everywhere in this area had disappeared, and all the flames were concentrated on the edge of the cliff. Although Duan only knew that their leader self-destructed here, she didn't know that Lin Xiao self-destructed on the edge of the cliff. The flames are all concentrated on the edge of the cliff. If I'm not wrong, that should be the location where the leader had an accident. But why did all the flames go there now? After Duan finished looking, she handed the binoculars to Qian Xiaoai next to her. Qian Xiaoai closed her eyes and felt it for a while before taking the binoculars. She put them in front of her eyes and said, "The energy in the air is decreasing rapidly, and it seems that the flames are being absorbed by something. The thing that absorbs the flames should be there. Why don't I see that woman? Could she have been burned by the fire?" As Qian Xiaoai spoke, she moved the binoculars left and right, trying to see if there was a figure of that woman. As for Lin Xiao, it took him nearly 5 hours to convert the flames into energy and absorb it into his body when the sky was already dark. The flames here looked like bunches of small flames that were half a meter tall, but they were only condensed by pure energy. Perhaps it was because these energies had their original form memory, so they condensed into the appearance of the flames. After Lin Xiao absorbed all the energy in these flames, The flames melted. All the energy entered her body. After going through her body, all the flames finally rushed into her mind. It was as if there was a black hole in her mind that kept swallowing all the energy. After the energy of the black fire slowly disappeared, the thick layer of black mist outside gradually condensed and entered Lin Xiao's body along with the fire energy. At this time, Lin Xiao retracted one of his hands and gently grabbed at the black mist, then gestured at his body. A part of the black fog began to condense on her body, forming pieces of military uniform, from underwear to singlet, then to a military shirt, and finally, a long black military jacket appeared on her body. A part of the black mist began to condense on her body into a military uniform, from underwear to a vest, to a military shirt, and finally, a long black military coat appeared on her body. Her slender legs were wrapped under the trousers, and on her feet was a pair of long, thick-soled military boots. A black military hat appeared on her head. Under the brim of the hat, a pair of dark green eyes calmly looked forward. Lin Xiao's original clothes and sunglasses were melted by the energy. Now, she could only use the energy to transform into her old clothes. Duan Wan's binoculars didn't have night vision, so when the sky darkened, she couldn't see the figure in the familiar military uniform slowly walking down the cliff after the black mist disappeared. Lin Xiao touched her stomach and said to Little Man, Man, are you still there? Mama. Little Man woke up. Little Man wants to sleep. Little Man's voice came out intermittently, and then became silent again. Hearing Little Man's response, Lin Xiao was relieved. This meant that this child should be fine now. However, after she absorbed the energy, she also absorbed a lot, so she needed to sleep to digest the energy. Lin Xiao slightly raised her head and looked at the dark sky. There were no stars or moon, only dark clouds. She said in her heart, Yang Jianhua, since you have already died so easily, then I will repay you for giving me a child. Thinking of this, her heart calmed down a little. Otherwise, if Yang Jianhua died before she regained her memory, it would be too easy on him, too easy. Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai immediately rushed down the mountain after sensing that the energy in the air had been swept away. Then, they ran toward the direction of the mountains. In the distance, they saw a black figure in the night, with clothes fluttering in the wind. Leader. Duan Wan looked at the figure in a daze and murmured in disbelief. Qian Xiaoai also froze in shock. She stared at the black figure in the distance. That familiar outfit, they had seen it every day. That walking posture and pace were still as familiar. No, she is not leader. Qian Xiaoai suddenly interrupted Duan Wan's thoughts. Even if the aura was very similar, even if the energy was very familiar, even if the figure and posture were the same. However, the pair of eyes that shone with a ghostly light in the night still woke him up. The other party approached them like a devil in the dark. Qian Xiaoai, although I have changed my face and body, I am still your leader. Don't forget how your bald head came to be. Lin Xiao's voice came with a faint smile. However, her words made Qian Xiaoai's eyes widen and her mouth open, unable to say a word. It's you. After hearing her voice, Duan Wan recognized that she was Miss Lu who had come with them before. However, this Miss Lu's words and tone were exactly the same as the previous Lin Xiao. He was exactly the same as Lin Xiao in the past. Even the teasing tone in his words was so familiar. Yes, it's me. It's also not me. You should know who I am by now. Lin Xiao walked a few meters in front of them, one hand in the pocket of her pants, the other slightly raised. She said, I'm back. A flame darker than the night rose from her hand, and then slowly formed a pattern under the light of Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai's flashlight. Seeing this pattern, Duan Wan's expression became the same as Qian Xiaoai's. But soon, she lowered her head and covered her eyes with her hands. Chapter 505. This symbol was the symbol of their unit. It had a special meaning. If Lin Xiao showed this symbol to Yuan Tianxing or Lin Feng, they would know that it represented their special unit. Of course, apart from Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng, only Lin Xiao knew about this symbol. Duan lowered her head for a few seconds before looking up at Lin Xiao. Captain? Lin Xiao nodded indifferently. She smiled and looked into Duan's eyes. You should know how this base got its name. I know it too. Tianxing knows it and my brother knows it too. Am I right? Duan nodded. When the base was named, they used the nickname of their unit. This was because their mission was to carry out dangerous and bloody operations such as assassinations of terrorists, gangs, and foreign invaders. Because of their high efficiency, their mission success rate was also very high. Everyone in the team had their hands stained with the blood and lives of evil people, so the other units gave them a nickname. The Executioner of Pluto. As for the Netherworld King, it referred to the higher authorities of the country. That was why they named the base Pluto. Lin Xiao's ability was also very special, so it matched the name. Qian Xiaoai didn't know about this and looked at Lin Xiao blankly. Although he couldn't understand the conversation between the two of them, the first sentence that the woman said to him just now made him very surprised. His hair. He wasn't bald in the first place. Because once when he went out with Lin Xiao's army to collect supplies, he was bitten by a mutant snake. When he was poisoned, Lin Xiao used fight poison with poison to clean it up. As a result, his hair started to fall. He looked at Lin Xiao and opened his mouth. Who? You really are? Lin Xiao put the symbol back into his body and then used his finger to count. Qian Xiaoai, I saved you when you were bitten by a snake, so your hair fell out. You even let Xiao Lu pour water down from upstairs. Also, I haven't settled the score with you for seeing my Wenwen change. But, wait. I know who you are. Please don't say any more, boss. Qian Xiaoai felt a headache coming on as Lin Xiao revealed so many embarrassing things. He quickly begged for mercy. Everyone knew that he was bitten by a poisonous snake and lost all his hair. When Lin Feng's daughter, Lin Xiaolu, poured water down from the second floor, he happened to pass by and got drenched. However, he accidentally saw Lin Wenwen changing his clothes. Other than himself, even Lin Wenwen did not notice it. However, just as he was about to turn around and slip away in embarrassment, he saw Lin Xiao standing behind him with a meaningful smile. Qian Xiaoai's hair stood on end, and she almost ran away. There was no third person who knew about this. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Duan turned her head and stared at Qian Xiaoai's handsome face with a strange expression. How dare you peep at one when changing? Shameless. Qian Xiaoai said with a sad face, AI, no. I saw it by accident. I didn't mean it. If you did it on purpose, would you still be standing here? Lin Xiao said snappily. He walked over and raised his leg to kick. Qian Xiaoai dodged to the side out of habit. He quickly smiled and said, Yes. Big sister, you are a magnanimous person. Let's forget about this. Don't let my captain know. The captain he was talking about was actually Lin Feng. If Lin Feng knew, Lin Feng would definitely beat him to death. And now, he completely believed that the person in front of him was their leader. But, didn't you self-destruct? Did you not succeed? Or did you not die? After Duan calmed down from the shock, she stared at Lin Xiao's face. Her face was completely different. And what was with those eyes? If she could not release that black fire Duan would never believe that she was Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao touched her stomach, and a dazzling green light flashed in her bright green eyes. A thick murderous intent flashed in her eyes. It was too easy to let Yang Jianhua die. He actually had his eyes on Wenwen from the beginning, and then spent a few years to lie to me and everyone. Her voice was calm, but there was a deep chill hidden in it. If he did not spend so much time, how could he have lied to everyone? Duan said calmly. Lin Xiao nodded. That's right, if he did not save her from the beginning, and spent a few years by her side, how could she believe him? How could she possibly believe him? Moreover, this man actually hid his feelings so deeply. I am indeed dead. My body exploded into pieces and turned into air by my own energy. Only the crystal core was left intact. I just went to pick it up. Lin Xiao touched the middle of her forehead. After the energy cleansing, Lin Xiao directly broke through level 7. She was now a level 7 level 2 zombie king, and not an ordinary level 2 zombie king. Then what happened to you now? Duan Wan stared at her face curiously. When I woke up, I became this woman. She also just died, and I woke up when she turned into a zombie. You don't know how terrible my body was when I first woke up? Lin Xiao touched her face and said. Duan Wan and Lin Feng looked at her with their eyes wide open. So, you really became a different person? And a zombie? Lin Xiao nodded again. Looking at her eyes, she already knew who she was, so she did not intend to hide it. Duan Wan and Lin Feng looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost, and could not react for a long time. What should they do? Their boss became a zombie. Would they be hungry in the future and eat them? Well, now that things are done, let's go back to the base. By the way, Duan Wan, report the list of people who will leave tomorrow. Don't take anything else. Leave the car, food, and supplies for those who don't want to leave. Lin Xiao glanced at the two people who were stunned and suddenly said. Duan Wan came back to her senses and asked curiously, leave all of them? Then how do we go? We don't even have a car. You don't want us to walk, do you? Saying that, she looked at Lin Xiao with a blank face. Lin Xiao nodded and said, leave all of them, don't worry about the car. She waved her hand and took the lead to walk in the direction where they had parked. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to the two people and said, oh, by the way, don't call me boss when we go back. Call me Miss Lu, my current identity is Lu Tianyu. Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai looked at each other blankly, but Lin Xiao's words were already in the form of an order, so even if they did not understand, they had to nod and agree. Chapter 506. When they got into the car, Duan Wan drove, Lin Xiao sat in the passenger seat, and Chen Xiaoai climbed onto the back. The others stared at Lin Xiao in astonishment. Lin Xiao's clothes had changed. She'd been wearing a military camouflage outfit, but now she was wearing a plain black military uniform. They'd seen it somewhere before. Lin Xiao's hair had grown a lot longer, and she was wearing a black military cap. More importantly, had she gone to that place? Had she gone in? Or hadn't she? They didn't dare ask, and only watched her in silence. They didn't know why, but after Lin Xiao changed her clothes, they didn't dare to look her in the eye. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes as she looked out the window. Her eyes were like those of a wolf in the night. Her hand rested unconsciously on her belly. Once she got back to Hangzhou, she'd have to build a base, and at the same time figure out how to deal with that bitch Long Yubai. She had returned. Since she had recalled those memories, it meant that she could wholeheartedly take revenge. Yang Jianhua was dead, but there was still Long Yubai, Lu Zhuofeng, Zhou Qinghao, He Mu, and Su Changmu. They were the 5 who'd forced her to self-destruct. All 5 were 7th-level adepts, but their leader and deputy leader were among them. Lu Zhuofeng was one of the 2 leaders of Hidden Cloud City. He'd brought his deputy leader Zhou Qinghao to help Long Yubai because of a deal. They were short on resources and didn't have a single water adept. That was why they decided to work with the neighboring Earth Dragon base. They traded weapons made in Hidden Cloud City for water. It was called a trade, but it was more like borrowing Long Yubai's water adepts. He Mu was one of the 3 leaders of Skyfire base in the northwest, and Su Changmu was his deputy. Skyfire and Earth Dragon's cooperation was similar to Hidden Cloud Cities, all for water. For some reason, the number of water adepts in Earth Dragon was 3 times that of the other bases. Lin Xiao had checked on their working relationship, but it was only a general relationship on the surface. As for their secret relationship, according to her intelligence, Long Yubai had fooled around with every man in the world. In this post-apocalyptic world where women were about to become national treasures, a man who was as beautiful as water was also very popular. It was just that Long Yubai's character and views were a little unorthodox. It should be said that he was a little obsessed. As long as he wanted something, even if he didn't have the ability, he would try his best to get it. His body had always been one of his best weapons. Originally, these bases could live well on their own, but they insisted on helping Long Yubai deal with her Netherworld King's base. Very good. Now, her family was ruined, and so many people died. Since that was the case, she would just have to wait for her revenge against the zombie army. Earth Dragon, Hidden Cloud City, Skyfire Base. Let's start with the weakest Earth Dragon. He happened to be the main culprit. After driving for 2 to 3 hours, they finally arrived at the Netherworld King's base. When Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai saw the zombies at the entrance of the Netherworld King's base, they knew what was going on. Alright, there was a zombie king in their car. How could these soldiers not run? In the world of zombies, they were completely dominated and controlled by high-level zombies. I finally know what that frog of yours is. Duan Wan looked at her and suddenly said, "Oh." Lin Xiao turned her head and gave her a lazy look, but didn't say anything. What is it? When the people in the back heard this, they all looked at Duan Wan curiously. Even if I tell you, you won't believe me. Don't ask. Duan Wan glanced at the people in the back seat. Why? The people in the back didn't know what was going on, so they looked at Duan Wan curiously. Because she made that frog up. Duan Wan could only say this. Now she knew that it was because Lin Xiao made it up. Her aura had contaminated the frog, and that was why it was effective against the ordinary zombies. Alright, what's up with that Twin Tails girl next to you? Duan Wan suddenly thought of Chiu Lily. Oh, I picked her up. Lin Xiao replied faintly. Duan Wan felt like she had picked up a puppy. Oh no, it should be a rabbit? She had long hair, like a rabbit's ears, and her eyes were red. Lin Xiao sensed her thoughts, and her expression froze for a moment. Then she scratched her chin and said, "Huh? Now that you think about it, it does look like her." Duan Wan looked at her blankly. What? She didn't know that Lin Xiao had sensed her thoughts, so she didn't react to Lin Xiao's words. She does look like a rabbit? In fact, their personalities are a bit similar. Lin Xiao said. Squeak. Duan Wan's hand trembled, and she almost drove the car into the wall. Ouch, be careful. A car full of people's lives. Lin Xiao screamed. Duan Wan stared at her in shock, and then continued to drive the car into the inner district. Even if they came back in the middle of the night, there were still a lot of people waiting for them. As soon as the car drove into the square, they saw a lot of people waiting at the government building. You're back. That's great. When the car stopped, Li Hongxing and the others leaned over. However, before he could say anything, he saw Lin Xiao get out of the car, so his words were immediately stuck in his throat. Because he was shocked, and Lin Xiao's attire was shocking. At this time, Lin Xiao had already found a pair of sunglasses from the space and put them on. Wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night looked very strange. However, Li Hongxing's attention wasn't on the sunglasses, but on her military uniform. She didn't stop, but said to Duan Wan, "Tell everyone to go and rest early." After saying that, she jumped onto the roof of the car and disappeared in front of everyone. Duan Wan responded habitually, but then she saw everyone looking at her strangely. What are you looking at? Alright, go and report today's work to me now. We have to prepare for tomorrow tonight. Duan Wan waved to everyone, and then led the others into the building. At night, Duan Wan took Qian Xiaoai and Li Hongxing to look at the list, count the number of people, divide them into groups, and so on. They were busy until about 3 o'clock before they went to rest. During this time, Li Hongxing couldn't help but ask, "That Miss Lu. Why do I feel that she looks like our leader?" Maybe she is. Duan Wan rubbed her eyebrows and rested for a while before responding, "It's not maybe. She is." Qian Xiaoai glanced at her angrily. What do you mean? Li Hongxing looked confused. Oh, you will understand in the future. For now, let's finish tonight's work first. We will leave the city tomorrow. Duan Wan waved at him and said. Therefore, Li Hongxing was busy absent-mindedly until the end of the work. Chapter 507. After Lin Xiao entered the space, her sharp aura surprised Qiu Lily. The aura of your clothes is so strong. Where did it come from? Your hair grew longer again. Oh, your level increased again. Did you level up again? She felt Lin Xiao's aura and looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. She felt that Lin Xiao had changed again. She was still the same person, but the feeling changed again. Her aura was stronger and sharper than before, and her level had also increased. Qiu Lily felt that Lin Xiao was suppressing her. Lin Xiao looked at her clothes and smiled faintly. Oh, these clothes are made from my own energy. My clothes are all gone. She walked into the small building and went upstairs to her room to change into a set of clothes. The first time she used energy to make clothes, it made her feel unsafe. You leveled up again. Wu, why do you level up like a rocket? I just leveled up not long ago, and you leveled up again. Why is it that zombies are so hard to level up, but to you, it's as easy as eating and sleeping? Qiu Lily said gloomily. Lin Xiao lifted her hand and brushed away the long hair that covered her eyes. She smiled at her and said, Are you jealous? I'm not. Qiu Lily raised her head and turned to the side. She looked up at the wall. There was nothing there. My memory has returned. There's no mistake. I am indeed the leader of this Netherworld King's base, Netherworld Flame. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and leaned back. Her legs were placed on the coffee table. She raised a finger as she spoke. Then, a small black flame emerged from her finger and stood on the tip of her finger, swaying. That means? When Qiu Lily heard this, she immediately moved closer to her. She wanted to sit on the sofa next to her, but when she got close to the flame in her hand, Qiu Lily silently turned around and sat on the other side. They said that you self-destructed. Now that you think about it, is it true? Qiu Lily asked. Lin Xiao twirled the flame on her finger and nodded. That's right, I self-destructed. I will find them for revenge when the time is right. Them? Qiu Lily asked. The leaders of Skyfire Base and Hidden Cloud City, Lin Xiao answered. Wow, then with the addition of the Earth Dragon Base, won't you have to deal with 3 bases? Can the few people in our new base do it? Qiu Lily calculated for her. Why not? I didn't ask Lin Feng and the rest to go as well. What I said was that I could bring the zombie army along. Not to mention that there were so many zombies in the world, even the zombies in a province were enough to take down a base, as long as there was a commander. Since I have such a powerful army, why should I let them go? Lin Xiao smirked and said with a confident and evil smile. Although her smile was a little sinister, the look in her eyes was ice cold. Qiu Lily looked at her and suddenly stood up. She ran to the corner and squatted down. She touched the little tiger on the ground and looked back at Lin Xiao. No wonder you wanted to catch so many high-level zombies along the way. You had this plan all along? She asked. Whoa, the little tiger was awake. It could move, but it couldn't run around. Qiu Lily had found a rope and tied it to the side to prevent it from running. No, I wanted to take these zombies back to defend the new base. But now they have more than one mission. Lin Xiao put away the flame on his finger and turned around to lie on the back of the sofa, looking in the direction of Qiu Lily and the little tiger. The little guy's healing is fast. You don't have to tie it up and it'll be fine. She said. But it'll run around and pull at its wounds. Qiu Lily rubbed the little tiger's head. The little tiger's round head dodged left and right, refusing to let her touch it. The next morning, everyone gathered in the square. Duan Wan and the others slept for a few hours before they woke up with a headache. They washed their faces before they appeared in front of everyone. Psychics were still very energetic, but they didn't know how many days they hadn't showered. They did look a little dirty. Duan Wan stood on the platform and looked at the people who had gathered in the square early in the morning. When we leave this time, we will leave all the resources here for you. Whether you live or die, it's your own business. Duan Wan said to everyone expressionlessly. The people below looked at each other and didn't say anything. We didn't take anything with us. How are we going to get to Hangzhou, which is more than 1,000 kilometers away? Those who were going to leave together asked in surprise. You don't have to worry about this. We have other preparations on the way. But we won't touch the resources here. Duan said to them. Then, what about the car? Can we drive the car? Someone asked again. When you leave the base, there will naturally be a car for you to sit in. If you don't believe me, you can stay and wait for the opportunity to go to the new base. Duan said. After she said that, the people below began to talk again. Many people decided not to leave because she said that they would not bring anything with them. Duan had already expected them to have such thoughts. She said loudly, if you follow me this time, I can find a job for you when you arrive at the new base. The salary will also be better in the future. But this time, if you don't follow me and find the new base on your own, you can enter the base for free, but the salary won't be as good. Think about it carefully before making a decision. As she said that, she looked at her watch and continued, it's 7 in the morning now. I will give you 3 more hours. We will leave at 10 o'clock. Those who want to leave in 3 hours, gather here at the square. Then Duan, Qian Xiaoai, and the others returned to the office of the government building and waited. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared beside them. She looked at them and asked, I wonder how many people will be willing to follow us this time. At this time, there were only Duan, Qian Xiaoai, Li Hongxing, Ding Dadong, and a few others in the room. After seeing Lin Xiao appear, except for Duan, the other men were a little reserved and didn't dare to make a sound. At this time, Lin Xiao had changed her clothes. She didn't have the pressure of yesterday's strict military uniform. But even so, when they saw Lin Xiao's strange face and eyes, they were still a little scared. Because there were not many people here, Lin Xiao didn't wear sunglasses. She looked at the others and said, Are you so afraid of me? When you followed me before, you didn't seem to be so careful. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.